from noticing how vilely the 12 vols of the Breslau edit have been edited, even a table of contents being absent from the first 4 volumes. FN number 91, The Young Turk is probably a late edition, as it does not appear in many of the MSS, e.g. the Breslau edit. The wife usually spreads a cloth over the cage. This in the Turkish translation becomes a piece of leather. FN number 92, the Hebrew-Syrian month July used to express the height of summer. As Herodotus tells us, 2:4, the Egyptians claimed to be the discoverers of the solar year and the portioners of its course into 12 parts. FN number 93, this proceeding is thoroughly characteristic of the servile class. They conscientiously conceal everything from the master till he finds a clue, after which they tell him everything and something more. FN number 94, until late years, merchants and shopkeepers in the Near East all carried and held it a disgrace to leave the house unarmed. FN number 95, the Breslau edit absurdly has Jazeera, an island. FN number 96, the Gula theme of Gul is the Heb. Lily Thorlilis, the classical Lamia, the Hindu Yogini and Dakini, the Chujanutagan Gijim, desert demons, as opposed to the Mas, hill demon, Antil, who steal into towns, the ogress of our tales and the Balayaga, granny witch, of Russian folklore. Etymologically Gul is a calamity, a panic fear, and the monster is evidently the embodied horror of the grave and the graveyard. FN number 97, Arab. Shab, Lat. Juvenus, between puberty and 40 or according to some 50, when the patient becomes a Rajaliktia, man of free will, politely termed, and then a sheikh or shaber, greybeard, oldster. FN number 98, some proverbial name now forgotten. Terence, p. 48, translates it to giglet, fortune, that cannot discover the drift. FN number 99, Arab. It hides us, that natural and instinctive movement caused by good news suddenly given, etc. FN number 100, Arab. Coal, in India, summer, not a galerium, but powdered antimony from the eyelids. That sold in the bazaars is not the real grey ore of antimony but a galena or sulphuret of lead. Its use rose as follows. When Allah showed himself to Moses on Sinai through an opening the size of a needle, the prophet fainted and the mount took fire. Thereupon Allah said, henceforth shalt thou and thy seed grind the earth of this mountain and apply it to your eyes. The powder is kept in an etui called makala and applied with a thick blunt needle to the inside of the eyelid, drawing it along the rim. Hence etui and probe denote the sexual raminery, and in cases of adultery the question will be asked, didst thou see the needle in the coal pot? Women mostly use a preparation of soot or lamp-black, kind kajala, kaj, whose colour is easily distinguished from that of coal. The latter word, with the article, alcohol, is the origin of our alcohol, though even M. Litter fails to show how fine powder became spirits of wine. I found this powder, wherewith Jezebel painted her eyes, a great preservative from ophthalmia in desert travelling. The use in India was universal, but now European example is gradually abolishing it. FN number 101, the tale of these 2 women is now forgotten. FN number 102, Arab. Atadakl. When danger threatens, it is customary to seize a man's skirt and cry Dakalak, equals under thy protection. Among noble tribes the Badawi thus invoked will defend the stranger with his life. Foreigners have brought themselves into contempt by thus applying to women or to mere youths. FN number 103, the formula of quoting from the Quran. FN number 104, lit. Allah not desolate me, by thine absence. This is still a popular phrase, Latawa Hishana equals do not make me desolate, that is by staying away too long, and friends meeting after a term of days exclaim O Hashtani, equals thou hast made me desolate, Jesus desol. FN number 105, charming simplicity of manners when the Prime Minister carries the fish, shade of Atl, comma to the cookmaid. The Gesta Humanorum is nowhere more naive. FN number 106, Arab. Ghalad al-Taraf equals lit. Eyelids lined with kohl, and figuratively with black lashes and languorous look. This is a phrase which frequently occurs in the nights and which, as will appear, applies to the lower animals as well as to men. Muslims in Central Africa apply kohl not to the thickness of the eyelid but upon both outer lids, fixing it with some greasy substance. The peculiar Egyptian and Syrian eye with its thick fringes of jet black lashes, looking like lines of black drawn with soot, easily suggests the simile. In England I have seen the same appearance amongst miners fresh from the colliery. FN number 107, of course applying to her own case. FN number 108, prehistoric Arabs who measured from 60 to 100 cubits high, Quran, chaps. 26, etc. They will often be mentioned in the nights. FN number 109, I Arab. Dastur, from Persian, equals leave, permission. The word has two meanings, see Burkhardt, Arab. Prof. Number 609, and is much used, yea, before walking upstairs or entering a room where strange women might be met. So Tariq equals clear the way, pilgrimage, 319. The old Persian occupation of Egypt, not to speak of the Persian-speaking Circassians and other rulers, has left many such traces in popular language. One of them is that horror of travellers, bakshish pron, bakshish and shortened to shish from the Pers. Bakshish. Our Christmas box has been most unnecessarily derived from the same, despite our reading colon. Gladly the boy, with Christmas box in hand. And, as will be seen, Persians have bequeathed to the outer world worse things than bad language, for example heresy and sodomy. FN number 110, he speaks of his wife but euphemistically in the masculine. FN number 111, a popular saying throughout Al-Islam. FN number 112, Arab. Farter, lit. Equals a youth, a generous man, one of noble mind, as youth-tide should be. It corresponds with the lat, the, and has much the meaning of the ito. Jovan, the germ. Junker and our gentleman. FN number 113, from the Bull. Edit. FN number 114, the vagueness of his statement is euphemistic. FN number 115, this readiness of shedding tears contrasts strongly with the external stoicism of modern civilization, but it is true to Arab character, and Easterns, like the heroes of Homer and Italians of Boccaccio, are not ashamed of what we look upon as the result of feminine hysteria, a good cry. FN number 116, the formula, constantly used by Muslims, here denotes displeasure, doubt how to act and so forth. Pronounce, la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah al-aliyyil azim. As a rule mistakes al-marvelous, mandeville, chaps. 12. For la ilaha illallah wa muhammadan rasulullah writes la laxila, makomi drozila. The former, la hawla, etc., on account of the four peculiar Arabic letters, is everywhere pronounced differently. And the exclamation is called hawla kohokl. FN number 117, an Arab holds that he has a right to marry his first cousin, the daughter of his father's brother, and if any win her from him a death and a blood feud may result. It was the same in a modified form amongst the Jews, and in both races the consanguineous marriage was not attended by the evil results, idiocy, congenital deafness, etc., observed in mixed races like the English and the Anglo-American. When a Badawi speaks of the daughter of my uncle, he means wife, and the former is the dearer title, as a wife can be divorced, but blood is thicker than water. FN number 118, Arab. Kaaba, the coarsest possible term. hence the unhappy cave of Don Roderick the Goth, which simply means the whore. FN number 119, the Arab Banj and Hindu Bang, which I use as most familiar, both derive from the Old Coptic Nabanj meaning a preparation of hemp, Cannabis sativa indica, and here it is easy to recognize the Homeric Nepenthe. Al-Qazwini explains the term by garden hemp, Kinab Bostoni or Chardonnage. On the other hand, not a few apply the word to the henbeen, Hyoscyamus niger, so much used in medieval Europe. The camus evidently means henbeen, distinguishing it from hashish al-harfish equals rascal's grass, that is the herb Pantagruelian. The Alphaz Adwiya, French translation, explains Tabanuj by Indomaquel Quan en Louis and Tavela de la Jaz Cream. In modern parlance, Tabanuj has equals our anesthetic administered before an operation, a deadener of pain like myrrh and a number of other drugs. For this purpose hemp is always used, at least I never heard of henbeen, and various preparations of the drug gas sold at an especial bazaar in Cairo. See the powder of marvelous virtue in Boccaccio, 3, 8, and 4, 10. Of these intoxicants, properly so termed, I shall have something to say in a future page. The use of bang doubtless dates from the dawn of civilization, whose earliest social pleasures would be inebriants. Herodotus, 4. c. 75, shows the Scythians burning the seeds, leaves and capsules, in worship and becoming drunken with the fumes, as do the African bushmen of the present day. This would be the earliest form of smoking. It is still doubtful whether the pipe was used or not. Galen also mentions intoxication by hemp. Amongst Muslims, the Persians adopted the drink as an ecstatic, and about our 13th century Egypt, which began the practice, introduced a number of preparations to be noticed in the course of the nights. FN number 120, the rubbish heaps which outly eastern cities, some, near Cairo, are over 100 feet high. FN number 121, Arab. Karatalai, coolness of eyes as opposed to a hot eye, sakin, one red with tears. The term is true and picturesque, so I translate it literally. All coolness is pleasant to dwellers in burning lands. Thus in Al-Hariri Abu Zaid Yards says of Bassora, I found there whatever could fill the eye with coolness. And a cool booty, or prize, is one which has been secured without plunging into the flames of war, or imply a pleasant prize. FN number 122, popularly rendered Caucasus. See Nitktkskve. It corresponds so far with the Hindu Udaya that the sun rises behind it, and the false dawn is caused by a hole or gap. It is also the Persian Olbos, the Indian Meru, Sumeru, the Greek Olympus and the Riphean range, Veliki Kamenipois, or Great Starry Girdle of the World, etc. FN number 123, Arab. Mizro Mizr, Vulg. Buzzer, hence the medical lat. Buzzer, the Russian buzzer, millet beer, arbuz, the O. Dutch bison and the German Busen. This is the old of Negro and Negroid Africa, the beer of Osiris, of which dried remains have been found in jars amongst Egyptian tombs. In equatorial Africa it known as pombe, on the Upper Nile Merisa or Myrissi, and amongst the Kafirs, Kafas, Chihuahua, Oala or Boila. I have also heard of Bazwa in Central Africa, which may be the origin of buzzer. In the West it became Romaic Scythum and Cerevisia or Cervisia, the Humorex Hordeo, long before the days of King Gambrinus. Central Africans drink it in immense quantities, in Anyamzi the standing bedsteads, covered with bark slabs, or made sloping so as to drain off the liquor. A chief lives wholly on beef and pombe which is thick as gruel below. Hops are unknown. The grain, mostly whole kiss, is made to germinate, then pounded, boiled and left to ferment. In Egypt the drink is effected chiefly by Berbers, Nubians and slaves from the Upper Nile, but it is a superior article and more like that of Europe than the pombe. I have given an account of the manufacture in the lake regions of Central Africa, Volume 2. p. 286. There are other preparations, Bulbul, Mother Nightingale, Dinzaya and Sabia, for which I must refer to the Sheikh el-Townsi. FN number 124. There is a terrible truth in this satire, which reminds us of the noble dame who preferred to her handsome husband the pale frenulade, or debt in fame of Queen Margaret of Navarre, Heptameron No. 20. We have all known women who sacrificed everything despite themselves, as it were, for the most worthless of men. The world stares and scoffs and blames and understands nothing. There is for every woman one man and one only in whose slavery she is ready to sweep the floor. Fate is mostly opposed to her meeting him, but, when she does, adieu husband and children, honor and religion, life and soul. Moreover, nature, human, commands the union of contrasts, such as fair and foul, dark and light, tall and short, otherwise mankind would be like the canines, a race of extremes, dwarf as toy terriers, giants like mastiffs, bold as Chinese remedy dogs, or hairy as Newfoundlands. The famous Wilkes said only a half-truth when he backed himself, with an hour's start, against the handsomest man in England, his uncommon and remarkable ugliness. He was, as the Italians say, un bel bravo, was the highest recommendation in the eyes of very beautiful women. FN number 125. Every Muslim burial ground has a place of the kind where honorable women may sit and weep unseen by the multitude. These visits are enjoined by the Apostle: frequent the cemetery, 'twill make you think of futurity. Also: whoever visiteth the graves of his parents, or one of them, every Friday, he shall be written a pious son, even though he might have been in the world, before that, a disobedient. Pilgrimage, 271. The buildings resemble European mortuary chapels. Said Pasha of Egypt was kind enough to erect one on the island off Suez, for the use of English laddies who would like shelter whilst weeping and wailing for their dead. But I never heard that any of the ladles went there. FN number 126. Arab. Ajl equals the period of life, the appointed time of death. The word is of constant recurrence and is also applied to sudden death. See Lane's Dictionary, S.V. FN number 127. The dying Badawi to his tribe and lover appears to me highly pathetic. The wild people love to be buried upon hill slopes whence they can look down upon the camp, and they still call out the names of kinsmen and friends as they pass by the graveyards. A similar piece occurs in Wettstein, p. 27, Rise Berek Taber Oren, etc. Oh, bear with you my bones where the camel bears his load, and bury me before you, if buried I must be, and let me not be beneath the burden of the vine, but high upon the hill whence your sight I ever see. As you pass along my grave, cry aloud and name your names. The crying of your names shall revive the bones of me. I have fasted through my life with my friends, and in my death, I will feast when we meet, on that day of joy and glee. FN number 128. The Akasira, plur, of Khosrau equals Chosroes, is here a title of the four great dynasties of Persian kings. 1. The Peshdaadian or Assyrian race, proto-historics for whom dates fail. 2. The Caanian, Medes and Persians, who ended with the Alexandrian invasion in B.C. 331. 3. The Ashkanian, Parthians or Assassids, who ruled till A.D. 202, and 4. The Sassanids, which have already been mentioned. But strictly speaking, Kisri and Khosrau are titles applied only to the latter dynasty, and especially to the great king Anushirwan. They must not be confounded with Khosrau, P.N. Cyrus, Ahasuerus, Chosroes, and yet the three seem to have combined in Caesar, Khazar and R. For details especially connected with Zoroaster, see volume I, p. 380 of Ad Abestan or School of Manners, translated by David Shee and Anthony Droyer, Paris, 1843. The book is most valuable, but the proper names are so carelessly and incorrectly printed that the student is led into perpetual error. FN number 129. The words are the very lowest and coarsest, but the scene is true to Arab life. FN number 130. Arab. Hayhat. The word, written in a variety of ways, is onomatopoetic, like our hey-ho. It sometimes means far from me, or you, be it. But in popular usage it is simply alas. FN number 131. Lane I. 134, finds the date for the book in this passage. The Sultan of Egypt, Muhammad ibn Qulwan, in the early 8th century, Hijra equals our 14th, issued a sumptuary law compelling Christians and Jews to wear indigo blue and saffron yellow turbans, the white being reserved for Muslims. But the custom was much older and medieval. Chaps 9 describes it in A.D. 1322 when it had become the rule. And it still endures, although abolished in the cities. It is the rule for Christians, at least in the country parts of Egypt and Syria. I may here remark that such detached passages as these are absolutely useless for chronology. They may be simply the additions of editors or mere copyists. FN number 132. The ancient Mustafa equals the chosen prophet, i.e. Muhammad, also titled Al-Mujtaba, the accepted, pilgrimage, 309. Murtaza equals the elect, that is the Caliph Ali is the older Mortadi or Mortadi of Akli and his day, meaning one pleasing to, or acceptable to, Allah. Still older writers corrupted it to Mortis Ali and readers supposed this to be the Caliph's name. FN number 133. The gleam, zodiacal light, preceding the true dawn. The Persians call the former Sabika Zib, false or lying dawn, opposed to Sabai Sadiq, true dawn, and suppose that it is caused by the sun shining through a hole in the world encircling Mount Kaf. FN number 134. So the Heb. Aaron equals naked, means wearing the lower robe only, equals our in his shirt. FN number 135. Here we have the vulgar Egyptian colloquialism ash-a-shayin, for the classical ma equals what. FN number 136. In the name of Allah. Here said before taking action. FN number 137. Arab. Mameluke, plur. Mameluke, lit. A chattel, and in the nights a white slave trained to arms. The Mameluke Beys of Egypt were locally called the Guz. I use the convenient word in its old popular sense. 'Tis sung, there's a valiant Mameluke in foreign lands slept, Sir Luke-Hu Debres. And hence, probably, Molière's Momamouchi, and the modern French use Momalu. See Savary's letters, no. XL. FN number 138. The name of this celebrated successor of Nineveh, where some suppose the nights were written, is Rig. Middle Gates, because it stood on the way where four great highways meet. The Arab form Mosul, the vulgar Mosul, is also significant, alluding to the junction of Assyria and Babylonians. Hence Al-Muslim. FN number 139. This is Mr. Thackeray's nosebag. I translate by walking shoes the Arab cuff, which are a manner of loose boot covering the ankle. They are not usually embroidered, the ornament being reserved for the inner shoe. FN number 140. That is Syria, says Abulfida, the land on the left, of one facing the east, as opposed to Al-Yemen, the land on the right. Osmani would mean Turkish, Ottoman. When Bernard the Wise, Bon, p. 24, speaks of Bagada and Axiom, Mabillon's text, or Axari, still worse, he means Baghdad and Asham, Syria, Damascus, the latter word puzzling his editor. Richardson, Dissert, Luxxi, seems to support a hideous attempt to derive Sham from Shamat, a mole or wart, because the country is studded with hillocks. Al-Sham is often applied to Damascus city, whose proper name Damashq belongs to books. This term is generally derived from Damashq b. Kali b. Malik b. Sham, Shem. Li, Ibn Battuta, 29, denies that Damashqi means Ilza of Damascus. FN number 141, from Oman equals Eastern Arabia. FN number 142, Arab. Tamar Henna lit. Date of henna, but applied to the flower of the eastern privet, Lawsonia enormis, which has the sweet scent of freshly mown hay. The use of henna as a dye is known even in England. The myrtle related to may either have been for a perfume, as it is held an anti-intoxicant, or for eating, the bitter aromatic berries of the A's being supposed to flavour wine and especially Iraqi, raw brandy. FN number 143, Lane. I. 211, pleasantly remarks, a list of these sweets is given in my original, but I have thought it better to omit the names. Dozy does not shirk his duty, but he is not much more satisfactory in explaining words interesting to students because they are unfound in dictionaries and forgotten by the people. Akras, cakes, lamunia, of limes. Wamamunia appears in the Bresl. Edit. As mamunia, which may mean mammons, cakes or delectable cakes. Amshat equals, combs, perhaps refers to a fine kind of kanafa, vermicelli, known in Egypt and Syria as gazlalbanat equals girls spinning. FN number 144, the new moon carefully looked for by all Muslims because it begins the Ramazan fast. FN number 145, Solomon's signet ring has before been noticed. FN number 146, the high-bosomed damsel, with breasts firm as a cube, is a favourite with Arab tale-tellers. Fanobarafa is the Italian term for hard breasts pointing outwards. FN number 147, a large hollow navel is looked upon not only as a beauty, but in children it is held a promise of good growth. FN number 148, Arab. A high hall opening upon the central court. We shall find the word used for a mansion, barrack, men's quarters, etc. FN number 149, Babel equals gate of God, L, or gate of Elu, P. N. Of God, which the Jews ironically interpreted confusion. The tradition of Babylonia being the very center of witchcraft and enchantment by means of its 7 deadly spirits, has survived in Al-Islam, the 2 fallen angels, whose names will occur, being confined in a well, Nimrod attempting to reach heaven from the tower in a magical car drawn by monstrous birds and so forth. C.P. 114, François Fennoman's Chaldean Magic, London, Bagsters. FN number 150, Arab. Kamat Alfia equals like the letter Aleph, a straight perpendicular stroke. In the Egyptian hieroglyphs, the origin of every alphabet, not syllabarium, known to man, one form was a flag or leaf of water plant standing upright. Hence probably the Arabic Aleph shape, while other nations preferred other modifications of the letter, ox's head, etc., which in Egyptian number some 36 varieties, simple and compound. FN number 151, I have not attempted to order this marvelous confusion of metaphors so characteristic of the nights and the exigencies of Al-Sajjah equals rhymed prose. FN number 152, here and elsewhere I omit the color, dice turkino, of the original, Turin's preserves thus goes the tale, which it only interrupts. This is simply letter-wise and sense-foolish. FN number 153, of this worthy more at a future time. FN number 154, that is, sealed with the Qazi or legal authority's seal of office. FN number 155, nothing for nothing is a fixed idea with the Eastern woman, not so much for greed as for a sexual point d'honneur when dealing with the adversary man. FN number 156, she drinks first, the custom of the universal East, to show that the wine she had bought was unpoisoned. Easterns, who utterly ignore the social class of Western civilization, drink honestly to get drunk, and, when far gone, are addicted to horseplay, in pairs. At mass equals live and more vice, which leads to quarrels and bloodshed. Hence it is held highly irreverent to assert of patriarchs, prophets and saints that they drank wine, and Muslims agree with our teetoters in denying that, except in the case of Noah, inebriatives are anywhere mentioned in Holy Writ. FN number 157, Arab. Heraline, lit. Maids, with eyes of lively white and black, applied to the virgins of paradise who will wive with a happy faithful. I retain our vulgary, warning the reader that it is a mask. Paratham. Hurriya, in Arab, although accepted in Persian, a genderless speech. FN number 158, Arab. Zambu, whose head is amputated in female circumcision. See Nightclicksif. FN number 159, Asimem Basilicum noticed in introduction, the Basilico of Boccaccio 4. 5. The Book of Calila and Dimna represents it as sprouting with something also whose smell is foul and disgusting, and the sower at once sets to gather it and burn it with fire. The Fables of Bidpai, translated from the later Syriac version by I. G. N. Keith Falconer, etc., 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 Cambridge University Press, 1885. Here, however, Habk is a penny royal, Mentha Pelagium, and probably alludes to the Beckton. FN number 160, i.e. common property for all to beat. FN number 161, a digit of the moon is the Hindu equivalent. FN number 162, better known to us as Caravanserai, the traveller's bungalow of India, in the Khan, however, shelter is to be had, but neither bed nor board. FN number 163, Arab. Zub. I would again note that this and its synonyms are the equivalents of the Arabic, which is of the lowest. The tale-teller's evident object is to accentuate the contrast with the tragical stories to follow. FN number 164, Lane the name of Allah, is here a civil form of dismissal. FN number 165, Lane, I. 124, is scandalized unnaturally enough by this scene, which is the only blot in an admirable tale admirably told. Yet even here the grossness is but little more pronounced than what we find in our old drama, e.g. Shakespeare's King Henry V, written for the stage, whereas tales like The Knights are not read or recited before both sexes. Lastly, nothing follows all this palming work. In Europe, the orgy would end very differently. These nuns of Thule are physically pure, their debauchery is of the mind, not the body. England makes them 5, including the 2 Dogesses. FN number 166, so Sir Francis Walsingham's they which do that they should not, should hear that they would not. FN number 167, the old calendar, pleasantly associated with that form of almanac. The Mac. Edit. Has Quranlia, a vile corruption, like Ibn Batutta's Quran and Turin's Quran, so in English we have the accepted vulgarism of kernel for kernel. The Bull Edit uses for synonyms uluk equals an asker, a beggar. Of these mendicant monks, for such they are, much like the Sarabats of medieval Europe, I have treated, and of their institutions and its founder, Sheikh Sharif Wali Kalanar, Ob. A. H. 724 equals 1323-24, at some length in my History of Sind, chaps. 8. See also the Abistan, I. 136, where the good Kalanar exclaims : If the thorn break in my body, how trifling the pain, but how sorely I feel for the poor broken thorn. Gerbalot is right when he says that the calendar is not generally approved by Muslims. He labors to win free from every form and observance, and he approaches the Malamity who conceals all his good deeds and boasts of his evil doings are devils. Hypocrite. FN number 168. The calendar disfigures himself in this manner to show mortification. FN number 169. Arab. Garib. The porter is offended because the word implies poor devil, isp. One out of his own country. FN number 170. A religious mendicant generally. FN number 171. Very scandalous to Muslim respectability. Muhammad said the house was accursed when the voices of women could be heard out of doors. Moreover, the neighbors have a right to interfere and abate the scandal. FN number 172. I need hardly say that these are both historical personages. They will often be mentioned, and Jafar will be noticed in the terminal essay. FN number 173. Arab. Sayman watatan, a popular phrase of assent generally translated to hear is to obey, but this formula may be and must be greatly varied. In places it means hearing the word of Allah, and obeying his prophet, viceregent, etc. FN number 174. Arab. Sawab equals reward in heaven. This word, for which we have no equivalent, has been naturalized in all tongues, e.g. Hindustani, spoken by Muslims. FN number 175. Wine drinking, at all times forbidden to Muslims, vitiates the pilgrimage rite. The pilgrim is vowed to a strict observance of the ceremonial law, and many mandate their reformation from the Hajj pilgrimage. 3. 126. FN number 176. Here some change has been necessary, as the original text confuses the three ladies. FN number 177. In Arab, the plural mask is used by way of modesty when a girl addresses her lover, and for the same reason she speaks of herself as a man. FN number 178. Arab. Al-Nam, in full Jannat al-Nam equals the Garden of Delights, that is the fifth heaven made of white silver. The generic name of heaven, the place of reward, is Jannat, lit. A garden, Firdaus being evidently derived from the Persian through the Greek letters, and meaning a chase, a hunting park. Writers on this subject should bear in mind Mandeville's modesty. Of paradise I cannot speak properly, for I was not there. FN number 179. Arab. Mikra, the dried midrib of a date frond used for many purposes, especially the bastinado. FN number 180. According to Lane, I. 229. These and the immediately following verses are from an ode by Ibn Salah al-Ishbili. They are in the Bull edit, not the Mac edit. FN number 181. The original is full of conceits and plays on words which are not easily rendered in English. FN number 182. Arab. Tarjuman, same root as child. Targum, equals a translation, the old Truchman, and through the Ittal. Turgaman or Dragaman, here a messenger. FN number 183. Lit. The person of the eyes, our babe of the eyes, a favourite poetical conceit in all tongues, much used by the Elizabethans, but now neglected as a silly kind of conceit. See Night 6. FN number 184. Arab. Sa, the revenge right recognized by law and custom, pilgrimage. 369. FN number 185. That is, we all swim in the same boat. FN number 186. Jafar ever acts, on such occasions, the part of a wise and sensible man compelled to join in a foolish frolic. He contrasts strongly with the caliph, a headstrong despot who will not be gainsaid, whatever be the whim of the moment. But Easterns would look upon this as a proof of his kingliness. FN number 187, Arab. Walsalam, pronounced Wassalam, meaning and here ends the matter. In our slang we say all right, and the child's name is Anthony. FN number 188, this is a favourite jingle, the play being upon a brat, a needle graver, and a brat, an example, a warning. FN number 189, that is make his bow, as the English peasant pulls his forelock. Lane, I. 249, suggests, as an afterthought, that it means recover thy senses, in allusion to a person's drawing his hand over his head after sleep or a fit. But it occurs elsewhere in the sense of cut thy stick. FN number 190, this would be a separate building like our family tomb and probably domed, resembling that mentioned in the King of the Black Islands. Europeans usually call it a little wally, or, as they write it, welly, the contained from the container, the Santon for the Santon's tomb. I have noticed this curious confusion, which begins with Robinson, I. 322, in unexplored Syria, I. 161. FN number 191, Arab. Was equals diabolical temptation or suggestion. The Wiswasi is a man with scruples, scrupulous, a pebble in the shoe, for example one who fears that his ablutions were deficient, etc. FN number 192, Arab. Katf equals pinioning by tying the arms behind the back and shoulders, kitf, a dire disgrace to free-born men. FN number 193, Arab. Nafs equals Hebr. Nefesh, nafash, equals soul, life as opposed to ruach equals spirit and breath. In these places it is equivalent to I said to myself. Another form of the root is nafas, breath, with an idea of inspiration, so Sahib Nafas, equals master of breath, is a minor saint who heals by expiration, a matter familiar to mesmerists. Pilgrimage, I. 86. FN number 194, Arab. Cows al-Banduk, the bellet bow of modern India, with two strings joined by a bit of cloth which supports a ball of dry clay or stone. It is chiefly used for birding. FN number 195, in the East blinding was a common practice, especially in the case of junior princes not required as heirs. A deep perpendicular incision was made down each corner of the eyes, the lids were lifted and the balls removed by cutting the optic nerve and the muscles. The later caliphs blinded their victims by passing a red-hot sword blade close to the orbit or a needle over the eyeball. About the same time in Europe the operation was performed with a heated metal basin, their well-known bassinaire, used by Ariosto, as happened to Pier Delvin, Petrus Divina, the godfather of modern Italian. FN number 196, Arab. Kinza, by Europeans pronounced Hanza, prop. A wild boar, but popularly used like a pig. FN number 197, striking with the shoe, the pipe stick and similar articles is highly insulting, because they are not made, like whips and scourges, for such purpose. Here the East and the West differ diametrically. Wounds which are given by instruments which are in one's hands by chance do not disgrace a man, says Cervantes, D. Q. I. Chaps. 15, and goes on to prove that if as a patero, cobbler, cudgel another with his form or last, the latter must not consider himself cudgelled. The reverse in the East, where a blow of a pipe stick cost Muhammad Ali Pasha's son his life, Ismail Pasha was burned to death by Malik Nimr, chief of Shandi, pilgrimage, I. 203. Moreover, the actual wound is less considered in Muslim law than the instrument which caused it, so sticks and stones are venial weapons, whilst sword and dagger, gun and pistol are felonious. See Ibid. I. 336, for a note upon the weapons with which nations are policed. FN number 198, Incest is now abominable everywhere except amongst the overcrowded poor of great and civilized cities. Yet such unions were common and lawful amongst ancient and highly cultivated peoples, as the Egyptians, Isis and Osiris, Assyrians and ancient Persians. Physiologically they are injurious only when the parents have constitutional defects. If both are sound, the issue, as amongst the so-called lower animals, is viable and healthy. FN number 199. Dwellers in the northern temperates can hardly imagine what a dust storm is in sun-parched tropical lands. Inside, you were often obliged to use candles at midday, while above the dust was a sun that would roast an egg. FN number 200, Arab. Urban, now always used of the wild people, whom the French have taught us to call les Bedouins, Bad being a waste or desert, and Badawi, them. Badoya, Plur, Badawi and Bedouin, a man of the waste. Europeans have also learnt to miscall the Egyptians Arabs. The difference is as great as between an Englishman and a Spaniard. Arabs proper divide their race into sundry successive families. The Arab al-Araba, or al-Araba, or al-Arubiyat, are the autochthons, prehistoric, proto-historic and extinct tribes. For instance, a few of the Adites who being at Mecca escaped the destruction of their wicked nation, but mingled with other classes. The Arab al-Mutu-Araba, Arabized Arabs, are the first had been represented by such noble strains as the Quraysh, some still surviving. The Arab al-Mustariba, institutious, naturalized or instituted Arabs, men who claim to be Arabs, are Arabs like the Saints, the Egyptians and the Moroccans descended by intermarriage with other races. Hence are Mozarabians and the Marabi, not a word compounded of Moors and Arabs. Some genealogists, however, make the Mutu-Araba descendants of Catan, possibly the Joktan of Genesis X, a comparatively modern document, BC 700, and the Mustariba those descended from Adnan, the origin of Arab genealogy. And, lastly, are the Arab al-Mustawjima, barbarized Arabs, like the present population of Mecca and Al-Medina. Besides these there are other tribes whose origin is still unknown, such as the Murad tribes of Hazramaut, the Ikdam, Serviles, of Oman, Muscat, and the Ibn of Al-Yaman. Ibn Ishaq supposes the latter to be descended from the Persian soldiers of Anushirwan who expelled the Abyssinian invader from southern Arabia. Pilgrimage, M. 31, etc. FN number 201, Arab. Amir al-Mu'minin. The title was assumed by the Caliph Omar to obviate the inconvenience of calling himself Khalifa, successor of the Khalifa of the Apostle of Allah, that is Abu Bakr, which after a few generations would become impossible. It means Amir, chief or prince, of the Mu'mins, men who hold to their true Muslim faith, the Iman theory, fundamental articles, as opposed to the din, ordinance or practice of the religion. It once became a wazirial time conferred by Sultan Malik Shah, king, on his Nizam al-Mulk. Richardson's Desert. 8. FN number 202. This may also mean according to the 7 editions of the Quran the old revisions and so forth, Sale, sect. 3. And Herbalot al-Quran, the schools of the Mugri, who teach the right pronunciation wherein the mistake might be sinful, are 7. Hamza, Ibn Kathir, Iwakab, Ibn Amir, Qisai, Asim and Hafs, the latter being the favorite with the Hanafis and the only one now generally known in al-Islam. FN number 203, Arab. Sad equals wall, dike, etc. The band or band of Anglo-India. Hence the Sad on the Nile, the banks of grass and floating islands which wall the stream. There are few sights more appalling than the sandstorm in the desert, the Zoba as the Arabs call it. Devils, or pillars of sand, vertical and inclined, measuring 1,000 feet high, rush over the plain lashing the sand at their base like a sea surging under a furious whirlwind, shearing the grass clean away from the roots, tearing up trees, which are whirled like leaves and sticks in air and sweeping away tents and houses as if they were bits of paper. At last the columns join at the top and form, perhaps 3,000 feet above the earth, a gigantic cloud of yellow sand which obliterates not only the horizon but even the midday sun. These sandspouts are the terror of travellers. In Sindh and the Punjab we have the dust storm which for darkness, I have said, beats the blackest London fog. FN number 204, Arab. Sa equals the vendetta, before mentioned, as dreaded in Arabia as in Corsica. FN number 205, Arab. Ghouta, usually a place where irrigation is abundant. It especially applies, in books, to the Damascus plain because it abounds with water and fruit trees. The Ghouta is one of the 4 earthly paradises, the others being Basra, Basora, Shiraz and Samarkand. Its peculiarity is the likeness to a seaport, the desert which rolls up almost to its stores being the sea and its ships being the camels. The first Arab to whom we owe this admirable term for the companion of Job is Tarafa, one of the poets of the suspended poems. He likens the 3, 4, the camels which bore away his beloved to ships sailing from a July. But ships of the desert is doubtless a term of the highest antiquity. FN number 206, the exigencies of the Sajja, or rhymed prose, disjunct this and many similar passages. FN number 207, the Ebony Islands, Scott's Isle of Ebene, I, 217. FN number 208, Jarjaries in the Bull. Edit. FN number 209, Arab. Takbis. Many Easterns can hardly sleep without this kneading of the muscles, this rubbing whose hygienic properties England is now learning. FN number 210, the converse of the breast being broadened, the drooping, draggle-tail gait compared with the head held high and the chest inflated. FN number 211, this penalty is mentioned in the Quran, chaps. As fit for those who fight against Allah and His Apostle, but commentators are not agreed if the sinners are first to be put to death or to hang on the cross till they die. Pharaoh, chaps. 20, threatens to crucify his magicians on palm trees, and is held to be the first crucifier. FN number 212, Arab. Ajami equals foreigner, isp. A Persian, the latter in the Knights is mostly a villain. I must here remark that the contemptible condition of Persians in Al-Hijaz, which I noted in 1852, pilgrimage, I, 327, has completely changed. They are no longer the slippers of all in towns of Omar. They have learned the force of union and now, instead of being bullied, they bully. FN number 213, the Calc. Edit. Turns into tailors, K-Yatin, and Terence does not see the misprint. FN number 214, that is axe and sandals. FN number 215, lit. Strike his neck. FN number 216, a phrase which will frequently recur, meaning the situation suggested such words of these. FN number 217, the smiter with the evil eye is called Den and the person smitten Mamoman. FN number 218, Arab. Sakia, the well-known Persian seweel with bots and buckets attached to the tire. It is of many kinds, the boxed, etc., etc., and it is possibly alluded to in the pitcher broken at the fountain, Eccles lasts 12. 6. An accident often occurring to the modern lorrier. Travellers mostly abuse its dismal creaking and mournful monotony. I have defended the music of the water wheel in Pilgrimage 2. 198. FN number 219, Arab. Zikrit. Remembering, mentioning, I.C. The names of Allah here refers to the meetings of religious for devotional exercises, the zikrs, as they are called, mostly standing or sitting in a circle while they ejaculate the holy name. These vocations are much affected by darwishes, or begging friars, whom Europe politely divides into dancing and howling, and, on one occasion, greatly to the scandal of certain Englanderins to whom I was showing the Esbkia, I joined the ring of howlers. Lane, Mod. Egypt, C. Index, is profuse upon the subject of ziks and zikits. It must not be supposed that they are uneducated men. The better class, however, prefers more privacy. FN number 220, as they thought he had been the for prayer or penance. FN number 221, Arab. Zarat, a visit to a pious person or place. FN number 222, this is a paternal salute in the East where they are particular about the part kissed. A witty and not unusually gross Persian book, called the Al-Amr because all questions begin with Al. The Arab article contains one al-wajib al-buzatan. What best deserves a sing? And the answer is Kusain or Passion, a bobada with a young bush. FN number 223, a weight of 71-72 English grains in gold, here equivalent to the dinar. FN number 224, compare the tale of the three crows in Gamagrathal, evening 9. FN number 225, the comparison is peculiarly apposite. The earth seen from above appears hollow with a raised rim. FN number 226, 100 years old. FN number 227, Bar in Arab. Mean sea, river, piece of water, hence the adjective is needed. FN number 228, the captain or master of the ship, not the owner. In Al Yemen the word also means a barber, in virtue of the root, ras, ahead. FN number 229, the text has in the character ukai, or ikai, the correspondence hand. FN number 230, a curved character supposed to be like the basil leaf, Reagan. Richardson calls it Rani. FN number 231, I need hardly say that Easterns use a reed, a calamus, calam applied only to the cut reed, for aquils and steel bends. FN number 232, famous for being inscribed on the Kiswa, cover, of Muhammad's tomb, a large and more formal hand still used for engrossing and for mural inscriptions. Only 72 varieties of it are known. Pilgrimage, 282. FN number 233, the copying and transcribing hand which is either Arabi or Ajami. A great discovery has been lately made which upsets all our old ideas of Kufic, etc. Mr. Lloyd of Beirut has found, amongst the Quranic inscriptions, one in pure Naskhi, dating A.D. 568, or 50 years before the Hijrah, and it is accepted as authentic by my learned friend M. C.H. Clermont Gann, p. 193, Pal. Expla. Fund. July 1884. In Terbilot and Sales Day the Quran was supposed to have been written in Ruse characters, like those subsequently called Kufic, invented shortly before Muhammad's birth by Muawiyah ibn Mirrah of Anbar in Iraq, introduced into Mecca by Bashar the Kindian, and perfected by Ibn Makla, al-Wazir, Ob. A. H. 328 equals 940. We must now change all that. See Catalogue of Oriental Calligraphs, etc., by G. P. Badger, London, Whiteley, 1885. FN number 234, capital and uncial letters, the hand in which the Club of Ale is inscribed, Pilgrimage 3. 299, 300. FN number 235, a court hand says Mr. Payne, I. 112, I know nothing of it. Other hands are, the twilik, hanging or oblique, used for finer MSS, and having, according to Richardson, the same analogy to the Naskhi as our Ritalic has to the Roman. The Nastalic, not Nasktwilik, much used in India, is, as the name suggests, a mixture of the Naskhi, writing of transactions, and the Twilik, the Shikasta, broken hand, everywhere represents our running hand and becomes a hard task to the reader. The kurma is another cursive character, mostly confined to the receipts and disbursements of the Turkish treasury. The divani, or court, of justice, is the official hand, bold and round. A business character, the lines often rising with a sweep or curve towards their left end. The jali or polished has a variety. The jali tulik, the silsi, known in many books, is adopted for titles of volumes, royal edicts, diplomas and so forth, answering much the same purpose as capitals with us, or the flourished letters in illuminated manuscripts. Richardson, the Tigray is that of the Tigra, the prince's cipher or flourishing signature in ceremonial writings, and containing some such sentence as, "Let this be executed." There are others e.g. Yakuti and Cyrenaica known only by name. Finally, the Maghribi, Moorish, hand differs in form and diacritical points from the characters used further east almost as much as German running hand does from English. It is curious that Richardson omits the jali, intricate and convoluted, and the divisions of the Sulusai, Silsi or Sulus, Thuluth, character, the Sulas Salkafif, etc. FN number 236, Arab. Bagla, the male, bagful, is used only for loads. This is everywhere the rule. Nothing is more unmanageable than a restive macho, and he knows that he can always get you off his back when so minded. From bagla is derived the name of the native craft Anglo-Indus Bugalo. FN number 237, in Heb. Ben Adam is any man up. To Beniish, Psalm 4. 3, equals filiiveri, not homins. FN number 238, this posture is terribly trying to European legs, and few white men, unless brought up to it, can squat for any time on their heels. The tailor fashion, with crossed legs, is held to be free and easy. FN number 239, Arab. Carter equals Pterochles alcata, the well-known sand grouse of the desert. It is very poor white flesh. FN number 240, Arab. Cubs, which I do not translate cake or bread, as they would suggest the idea of a loaf. The staff of life in the East is a thin flat circle of dough baked in the oven on a griddle, and corresponding with the Scotch scone, the Spanish tortilla and the Australian flapjack. FN number 241, Arab. Harissa, a favourite dish of wheat, or rice, boiled and reduced to a paste with shredded meat, spices and condiments. The Bangles is a pretty girl eating with him. FN number 242, these lines are repeated with a difference in night CCCXXX. They affect rims cars, out of the way, heavy rhymes, e.g. Hirsakaraj, plur. Of sacrilege, platters, porringers, tiahage, plur. Of tayuj, the smaller kakabis partridge, tabahage, Persian tabaja, and me et or a stew of meat, onions, eggs, etc., marriage, in stepped piles like the pyramids lane 2495, renders on the stairs, macarage, plur. Of mgraj, a small pot, damlage, plur. Of damaluj, a bracelet, a bangle, dayabage, brigades, and tafarage, openings, enjoyments. In night CCCXXX. We find also psycharbage, plur. Of sikbaj, marinated meat elsewhere explained, fararage, plur. Of faruj, a chicken, vulg, vark, and dakakage, plur. Of jar, dukaja, a small jar. In the first line we have also, though not to rhyme, gernik jar, the grain, preserved in Romaic. The weeping and wailing are caused by the remembrance that all these delicacies have been demolished like a Badawi camp. FN number 243, this is the vinum coctum, the boiled wine, still a favourite in southern Italy and Greece. FN number 244, Eastern topers delight in drinking at dawn. Upon this subject I shall have more to say in other nights. FN number 245, Arab. Adab, a crux to translators, meaning anything between good education and good manners. In Mod. Turk. Edebiyat, adabiyat, equals spells letter and idbi or edib equals alliterate. FN number 246, the Caliph al-Mamun, who was a bad player, used to say, I have the administration of the world and am equal to it, whereas I am straightened in the ordering of a space of 2 spans by 2 spans. The board was then a square field of well-dressed leather. FN number 247, the rabbis, after Matthew 19:12, count 3 kinds of eunuchs. 1. Seruschama equals of the sun, that is natural. 2. Serusadam equals manufactured homines. And 3. Seruschamaim of God, that is religious abstainer. Seris, castrated, or abd, slave, is the general Hebrew name. FN number 248, the Lady of Beauty. FN number 249, Kaf has been noticed as the mountain which surrounds Earth as a ring does the finger. It is popularly used like our Alp and Alpine. The circumambient ocean, Bahr al-Muwat, is the Homeric ocean stream. FN number 250, the pomegranate is probably chosen here because each fruit is supposed to contain 1 seed from Eden Garden. Hence a host of superstitions. Pilgrimage 3:104, possibly connected with the Chaldic Babylonian god Rimran or Omanu. Hence Persephone or Ishtar tasted the rich pomegranate's seed. Lenormand, Lick. Sit. pp. 166, 182. FN number 251, that is for the love of God, a favorite Muslim phrase. FN number 252, Arab. Bab, also meaning a chapter, of magic, of war, etc., corresponding with the Persian dar as in Sadar, the 100 doors. Here, however, it is figurative. I tried a new mode. This scene is in the Mabinogion. FN number 253, I use this Irish term equals crying for the dead, as English wants the word for the prefigure, or myriologist. The practice is not encouraged in Islam, and Caliph Abu Bakr said, verily a corpse is sprinkled with boiling water by reason of the lamentations of the living, that is punished for not having taken measures to prevent their profitless lamentations. But the practice is from Nigerland whence it reached Egypt, and the people have developed a curious system in the weeping song. I have noted this in the lake regions of Central Africa. In Zoroastrianism, Abestan, chaps, Xkvi, tears shed for the dead form a river in hell, black and frigid. FN number 254, these lines are hardly translatable. Arab. Sabr means patience as well as aloes, hereby lending itself to a host of puns and double entendres more or less vile. The aloe, according to Burckhardt, is planted in graveyards as a lesson of patience. It is also slung, like the dried crocodile, over house doors to prevent evil spirits entering, thus hung without earth and water, says Lane, M.E., chaps. 11. It will live for several years and even blossom. Hence, it is called sabr, which signifies patience. But sabr as well as sabr, a root, means long sufferance. I hold the practice to be one of the many inner African superstitions. The wild gullahs to the present day plant aloes on graves, and suppose that when the plant sprouts the deceased has been admitted to the gardens of Wak, the Creator. Pilgrimage 3:350. FN number 255. Every city in the East has its specific title. This was given to Baghdad either on account of its superior police or simply because it was the capital of the Caliphate. The Tigris was also called the River of Peace, or Security. FN number 256. This is very characteristic, the passengers finding themselves in difficulties at once take command. See in my pilgrimage, chaps. 11. How we beat and otherwise maltreated the captain of the Golden Wire. FN number 257. The fable is probably based on the currents which, as in Eastern Africa, will carry a ship 50 miles a day out of her course. We first find it in Ptolemy, 7. 2. Whose Manioli Islands, of India, extra Ganjam, cause iron nails to fly out of ships, the effect of the lapis herculeus, lodestone. Rabelais, v. c. 37, alludes to it and to the vulgar idea of magnetism being counteracted by scordon or garlic. Hence to the adamant, lodestone, mountains of Mandeville, chaps. 27, and the magnetic rock in Mr. Puttick's Clever Peter Wilkins. I presume that the myth also arose from seeing craft built, as on the East African coast, without iron nails. We shall meet with a legend again. The word jebel in Egypt, often occurs in these pages. The Arabs apply it to any raising ground or heap of rocks, so it is not always equals a mountain. It has found its way to Europe, e.g. Gibraltar and Monte Gibello, or Mongnibel in poetry, Mount Etna that men Kleppen Monte Gibel. Other special sameses of Jebel will occur. FN number 258. As we learn from the Nubian geographer, the Arabs in early ages explored the Fortunate Islands, Jazirat al-Khat equals Eternal Isles, or Canaries, on one of which were reported a horse and horseman in bronze with his spear pointing west. Ibn al-Ward notes 2 images of hard stone, each 100 cubits high, and upon the top of each a figure of copper pointing with its hand backwards, as though it would say return, for there is nothing behind me. But this legend attaches to older doings. The 23rd Daba, who succeeded Bilqis, Malik bin Shahibal, or Sharabal or Sharahil, surnamed Nashir al-N-I'-am equals scatterer of blessings, lost an army in attempting the western sands and set up a statue of copper upon whose breast was inscribed in antique characters : There is no axis behind me, nothing beyond, saith the son of Sharabal. FN number 259, that is, I exclaimed Bismillah. FN number 260, the lesser ablution of hands, face and feet, a kind of washing the points. More in night CCCCXL. FN number 261, Arab. Rakatain, the number of these bows which are followed by the prostrations distinguishes the 5 daily prayers. FN number 262, the Bethel of the Hebrews, also called by the Muslims Hadith, for which ask the spiritualists. It is the Hindu voice divine or voice from heaven. FN number 263, these formally are technically called Tasmiyah, Dalil, before noted, and Takbir, that is testifying is Tashahhud. FN number 264, Arab. Sam, Pers. Rowan Hind. Get the single source of the East, fresh butter set upon the fire, skimmed and kept, for a century if required, in leather bottles and demijohns. Then it becomes a hard black mass, considered a panacea for wounds and diseases. It is very filling, usage owed closely to an Eastern threatened with a sudden inroad of guests. Go, swamp, buy rice with rowan. I once tried draining, like a Hindu Palawan or athlete, on ghee, raw sugar, milk and ghee, and the result was being blinded by bile before the week ended. FN number 265, these handsome youths are always described in the terms we should apply to women. FN number 266, the Bull Edit. I. 43, reads otherwise : I found a garden and a second and a third and so on till they numbered 39, and, in each garden, I saw what praise will not express, of trees and rills and fruits and treasures. At the end of the last I sighted a door and said to myself, what may be in this place? Needs must I open it and look in. I did so accordingly and saw a courser ready saddled and bridled and picketed, so I loosed and mounted him, and he flew with me like a bird till he set me down on a terrace roof, and, having landed me, he struck me a whisk with his tail and put out mine eye and fled from me. Thereupon I descended from the roof and found 10 youths all blind of one eye who, when they saw me exclaimed, no welcome to thee, and no good cheer. I asked them, "Do ye admit me to your home and society?" And they answered, "No, by Allah thou shalt not live amongst us." So I went forth with weeping eyes and grieving heart, but Allah had written my safety on the guarded tablet, so I reached Baghdad in safety, etc. This is a fair specimen of how the work has been curtailed in that issue. FN number 267, Arab state pregnancy from the stopping of the menses, upon which the fetus is supposed to feed. Khalil Wadimna says, the child's navel adheres to that of his mother and thereby he sucks. I. 263. FN number 268, this is contrary to the commands of Al-Islam. Muhammad expressly said the astrologers are liars, by the Lord of the Kaaba, and his saying is known to almost all Muslims, lettered or unlettered. Yet, the further we go east, inwards, the more we find these practices held in honor. Turning westwards we have Iridicis, Evo, Fisco, Faz Vivi Rapto, Militipus, Medicis, Tortri Oxidi Ludoest, Mentiri Astronomers, Victoribus Adqui Poetes. FN number 269, he does not perform the wuzu or lesser ablution because he neglects his dawn prayers. FN number 270, for this game ceiling, M.E. Chapt. 17, it is usually played on a checked cloth, not on a board like our drafts, and Easterns are fond of eating, drinking and smoking between and even during the games. Terence, p. 142, translates I made up some dessert, confounding mancala with neckel, dried fruit, quatermendiants. FN number 271, quoted from Muhammad, whose saying has been given. FN number 272, we should say the night of the 39th. FN number 273, the bath first taken after sickness. FN number 274, Arab. To accused by way of soap or rather to soften the skin, the meal is usually of lupins, adders equals equivalent to Arabica, which costs a penny in Egypt and half a crown in England. FN number 275, Arab. Sakanabat. During my day, 1842-49, we had no other sugar in the Bombay Presidency. FN number 276, this is one of the myriad Arab instances that the decrees of Anag, fate, destiny, weird, are inevitable. The situation is highly dramatic, and indeed the nights, as will appear in the terminal essay, have already suggested a national drama. FN number 277, having lately been moved by Ajib. FN number 278, Mr. Payne, I. 131, amidst these lines which appear out of place, but this mode of inappropriate quotation is a characteristic of Eastern tales. FN number 279, Anglice hymn. FN number 280, this march of the tribe is a Lucaman of Arab verse, for example the poet Labad's noble elegy on the deserted camp. We shall find scores of instances in the nights. FN number 281, I have heard of such sands in the desert east of Damascus which can be crossed only on boards or camel furniture, and the same is reported of the infamous region Al-Akhlaf, unexplored Syria. FN number 282, hence the Arab saying the bark of a dog and not the gleam of a fire. The tired traveller knows from the former that the camp is near, whereas the latter shows from great distances. FN number 283, dark blue is the colour of mourning in Egypt as it was of the Roman Republic. The Persians hold that this tint was introduced by Caecus, B.C. 600, when mourning for his son Sayush. It was continued till the death of Hussein on the 10th of Muharram, the first month, then representing the vernal equinox, when it was changed for black. As a rule Muslims do not adopt this symbol of sorrow, called Hadad, looking upon the practice as somewhat idolatrous and foreign to Arab manners. In Egypt and especially on the Upper Nile, women dye their hands with indigo and stare, their faces black or blacker. FN number 284, the older rock, of which more in the tale of Sinbad. Meanwhile the reader curious about the Persian Simurgh 30 bird will consult the Dabistan, I. 55,191 and 3, 237, and Richardson's Dis. P. Xvi. For the anchor, Inkwar and long-necked bird, C. Dab. 3, 249, and for the humour, bird of paradise, Richardson 6. We still lack details concerning the Ben or Benu, Nycticerax, of Egypt, which with the article pi gave rise to the Greek phoenix. FN number 285, probably the Hail Age of Azgl, P. Xvi. Flo. Egypt. Arab, Lignum Tenax, Durham, Obscuri Generic. The Brez. Edit. Hazakel equals teakwood, Vulg. Sag. FN number 286, the knockering is an invention well known to the Romans. FN number 287, Arab. Sadr, the place of honor, hence the Sadr ad-Daulat, Supreme Court, in the Anglo-Indian jargon. FN number 288, Arab. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaba, the word still popularly addressed to a guest. FN number 289, this may mean liquid black eyes, but also, as I have noticed, that the lashes were long and thick enough to make the eyelids appear as if coal powder had been applied to the innerms. FN number 290, a slight parting between the two front incisors, the upper only, is considered a booty by Arabs. Why, it is hard to say except for the racial love of variety. Sugar, thug, in the text means, primarily, the opening of the mouth, the gape, hence the front teeth. FN number 291, that is makes me taste the bitterness of death, bursting the gallbladder, marrow, being breaking the heart. FN number 292, almost needless to say that forbidden doors and rooms form a lukuman in fairy. They are found in the Hindu Kathasarat Sagara and became familiar to our childhood by Bluebeard. FN number 293, lit. Apply coal to my eyes, even as Jezebel painted her face, in Heb. Put her eyes in painting. 2 Kings 9. 30. FN number 294, Arab. Al-Bakuk, when Sir Old Rapercock. Classically it is Burkuk and Pers. For Arab. Misnish, and it also denotes a small plum or damson. In Assyria, the side next the sun shows a glowing red flush. FN number 295, Arab. Haza, in Persian, 1,000, equals a kind of mockingbird. FN number 296, Semedits. Make the doors number 100, but the princesses were 40, and these coincidences, which seem to have significance and have none save for Arabs in Tremania, were common in Arab stories. FN number 297, Arab. Majah, hence possibly a maza, which is popularly derived from masan, a maple. FN number 298, a compound scent of ambergris, musk and aloes. FN number 299, the ends of the bridle reins forming the whip. FN number 300, the flying horse is Pegasus, which is a Greek travesty of an Egyptian myth developed India. FN number 301, the Brez. Edit. Wrongly says the 7th. FN number 302, Arab. Sharmuta, plur. Sharamit, from the root sharmat, to shred, a favorite Egyptian word also applied in vulgar speech to a strumpet, a punk, a piece. It is also the popular term for strips of jerked or buccaned meat hung up in the sun to dry, and classically called gaided. FN number 303, Arab. Iza, the man's waistcloth opposed to the reeder or shoulder cloth, is also the sheet of white calico worn by the poorer Egyptian women out of doors and covering head and hands. Selane, M. E. Chaps. I. The rich prefer a habara of black silk, and the poor, when they have nothing else, use a bedsheet. FN number 304, that is my clears. FN number 305, Arab. La tuwakizna, lit. Do not chastise, or blame, us, the pop. Expression for, excuse, or pardon, us. FN number 306, Arab. Mascot, mostly applied to change of shape as man enchanted to monkey, and in vulgar parlance applied to a statue, of stone, etc. The list of metamorphoses in Al-Islam is longer than that known to Ovid. Those who have seen Petra, the Greek town of the Oran and the Roman ruins in northern Africa will readily detect the bases upon which these stories are built. I shall return to this subject in the city of Iran, Nightglxv, and the city of Brass, Glxvi. FN number 307, a picturesque phrase enough to express a deserted site, a spectacle familiar to the nomads and always abounding in pathos to the citizens. FN number 308, the olden harem, or Gain Sem, Pers. Zenana, Siraglio, harem is also used by Syncdoke for the inmates, especially the wife. FN number 309, the pearl is supposed in the East to lose 1% per annum of its splendor and value. FN number 310, Arab. Fas, properly the bezel of a ring, also a gem cut en kabokan and generally the continent for the continue. FN number 311, Arab. Mihrab equals the arch-headed niche in the mosque wall facing Mecca wards. Here, with his back to the people and fronting the Kaaba square house of Mecca, hence called the Qibla equals direction of prayer, stations himself the Imam, artistes or fugueman, lit. One who stands before others, and his bows and prostrations give the time to the congregation. I have derived the mihrab from the niche in which the Egyptian god was shrined. The Jews ignored it, but the Christians preserved it for their statues and altars. Mondrill suggests that the empty niche denotes an invisible god, as the niche, symbol of Venus, and the minaret, symbol of purpose, date only from the days of the 10th Caliph, Al-Walid. AH 8696 equals 105-115. The Hindus charge the Muslims with having borrowed the two from their favorite idols, the Ling Aeoniocanis Phallus, Pilgrimage 2. 140, and plainly call the Mihrab Baga equals Kanes, Abistan 2. 152. The Gbers further term Mecca Maga, Locus Lune, and Al-Medina, Medina, equals moon of religion. Seed Abistan I, 49, etc. FN number 312, Arab Kursi, a stool of palm fronds, etc., X-shaped. See Lane's illustration, Nights I, 197, before which the reader sits. Good Muslims will not hold the holy volume below the waist nor open it except when ceremonially pure. Englishmen in the East should remember this, for to neglect the Al-Quran, respect due to Holy Writ, gives great scandal. FN number 313, Mr. Payne, I. 148, quotes the German Zuckerpupchen. FN number 314, the Persian poets have 1,000 conceits in praise of the mole, claw shamer, for which Hafiz offered Samarkand and Bokhara, they not being his, as his friends remarked. Another topic is the flight of arrows shot by eyelashes. FN number 315, Arab. Zoroaster in the Great Bear introduced only to balance Washat equals spies, envies, enemies, whose evil eye it will ward off. FN number 316, in Arab tales beauty is always soft-sided, and a smooth skin is valued in proportion to its rarity. FN number 317, the myrtle is the young hair upon the side face. FN number 318, in other copies of these verses the fourth couplet swears by the scorpions of his brow, that is the Akroxes, the bow catchers, bell ropes or aggravators, as the BP calls them. In couplet 8 the poet alludes to his love's answer, or element, his nature made up of the four classicals, and in the last couplet he makes the nail pairing refer to the moon, not the sun. FN number 319. This is regular formula when speaking of bears. FN number 320, Arab. Fares, the orders expressly given in the Quran which the reader will remember, is uncreate and eternal. In India fars is applied to injunctions thrice repeated, and wajib to those given twice over. Elsewhere scanty difference is made between them. FN number 321, Arab. Kufr equals rejecting the true religion, that is al-Islam, such rejection being taghyan or rebellion against the Lord. The terrible sound is taken from the legend of the Prophet Salih and the proto-historic tribe of Thamud, which for its impiety was struck dead by an earthquake and a noise from heaven. The latter, according to some commentators, was the voice of the Archangel Gabriel crying, "Die all of you." Quran, chapters 7, 18, etc. We shall hear more of it in the city of many-columned Aram. According to some, Salih, a mysterious Badawi prophet, is buried in the Wadi al-Sheikh of the so-called Sintik Peninsula. FN number 322. Yet they kept the semblance of man, showing that the idea arose from the basaltic statues found in Quranic ruins. Muhammad in his various marches to Syria must have seen remnants of Greek and Roman settlements, and as has been noticed Sesostris. FN number 323, Arab. Shuhada, highly respected by Muslims as by other religionists, although their principal if not only merit seems as a rule to have been intense obstinacy and devotion to one idea for which they were ready to sacrifice even life. The martyrs category is extensive, including those killed by falling walls, victims to the plague, the pleurisy and pregnancy, travelers drowned or otherwise lost when journeying honestly, and chaste lovers who die of broken hearts, that is impaired digestion. Their souls are at once stowed away in the crops of green birds where they remain till resurrection day, eating of the fruits and drinking of the streams of paradise, a place, however, whose topography is wholly uncertain. Thus the young prince was rewarded with the manna of anti-purgatory, a preparatory heaven. FN number 324, Arab. Sayuban, the Bedouin give the name to a variety of serpents all held to be venomous, but entails the word, like tannin, expresses a dragon or cockatrice. FN number 325. She was ashamed to see the lady doing servile duty by rubbing her feet. This massage, which B. de la Brocquiere describes in 1452 as kneading and pinching, has already been noticed. The French term is apparently derived from the Arab massage. FN number 326, alluding to the Most High name, the 100th name of God, the Heb. Shem Hamfarash, unknown save to a favored few who by using it perform all manner of miracles. FN number 327, i.e. the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean. FN number 328, that is settled by the Quran. FN number 329, the uglier the old woman the better procuress she is supposed to make. See the Santa Verdiana in Boccaccio v. 10. In Arab, adjets, old woman, is highly insulting, and if addressed to an Egyptian, whatever be her age, she will turn fiercely and resent it. The polite term is Sheba, pilgrimage high, 200. FN number 330, the four ages of woman, considered after Demosthenes in her threefold character, prostitute for pleasure, concubine for service and wife for breeding. FN number 331, Arab. Jila, the Hindustani Jalwa, equals the displaying of the bride before the bridegroom for the first time, in different dresses, to the number of 7 which are often borrowed for the occasion. The happy man must pay a fee called the tax of face unveiling before he can see her features. Amongst Syrian Christians he sometimes tries to lift the veil by a sharp movement of the sword which is parried by the women present, and the blade remains entangled in the cloth. At last he succeeds, The bride sinks to the ground, covering her face with her hands and the robes of her friends. Presently she is raised up, her veil is readjusted and her face is left bare. FN number 332, Arab. Aisha equals the first watch of the night, twilight, supper time, supper. Muslims have borrowed the 4 watches of the Romans from 6 a.m. or p.m. to 6, and ignore the 3 original watches of the Jews, even, midnight and cockcrow. Psalm 2. 19, Judges 7. 19, and Exodus 14. 24. FN number 333, a popular Arab hyperbole. FN number 334, Arab. Sheikh al-Nu'man, lit. The Fishes of New Uman, the beautiful anemone, which a tyrannical king of Hira, Nu'man al-Mansur, a contemporary of Muhammad, attempted to monopolize. FN number 335, Arab. And equals here the gum called dragon's blood, in other places the dye wood known as Brazil. FN number 336. I need hardly say that in the East, where bells are unused, clapping the hands summons the servants. In India men cry kui hai, koi hai, and in Brazil whistle pst, after the fashion of Spain and Portugal. FN number 337. The moles are here compared with pearls, a simile by no means common or appropriate. FN number 338, a parody on the testification of Allah's unity. FN number 339, Arab. Sumat, prop. Sumat, the dinner table, composed of a round wooden stool supporting a large metal tray, the two being called sufra, or sumat. Thus sufra hazira means dinner is on the table. After the meal they are at once removed. FN number 340, in the text dastur, the Persian word before noticed, isn would be the proper Arabic equivalent. FN number 341, in the Muslim East, a young woman, single or married, is not allowed to appear alone in the streets, and the police have a right to arrest delinquents. As a preventive of intrigues, the precaution is excellent. During the Crimean War, hundreds of officers, English, French and Italian, became familiar with Constantinople, and not a few flattered themselves on their success with Turkish women. I do not believe that a single bona fide case occurred. The conquests were all Greeks, Wallachians, Armenians or Jewesses. FN number 342, Arab. Azim. Translators do not seem to know that this word in the Knights often bears its Egyptian and slang sense, somewhat equivalent to adduced or mighty or awfully fine. FN number 343. This is a very serious thing amongst Muslims, and scrupulous men often make great sacrifices to avoid taking an oath. FN number 344. We should say into the noose. FN number 345. The man had fallen in love with her and determined to mark her so that she might be his. FN number 346, Arab. Dajla, in which we find the heb. Hiddical. FN number 347. Such an execution would be contrary to Muslim law, but people would look leniently upon the peccadillo of beheading or sacking a faithless wife. Moreover, the youth was of the blood royal and decoy bonitra prince, as was said by a boy of viceroyal family in Egypt to his tutor who reproached him for unnecessarily shooting down a poor old man. FN number 348, Arab. Shirk, partnership, evening or associating gods with God, polytheism, especially leveled at the Hindu triadism, dualism and Christian Trinitarianism. FN number 349, Arab. Shatm, abuse, generally couched in foulest language with a special reference to the privy parts of female relatives. FN number 350. When a woman is bastinadoed in the East, they leave her some portion of dress and pour over her sundry buckets of water for a delicate consideration. When the hands are beaten, they are passed through holes in the curtain separating the sufferer from mankind, and made fast to a falake or pole. FN number 351, Arab. Khalifa, Caliph. The word is also used for the successor of a saint or holy man. FN number 352, Arab. Sa, here the Quranic word for carrying out the venerable and undying lex talionis, the original basis of all criminal jurisprudence. Its main fault is that justice repeats the offence. FN number 353, both these sons of Harun became caliphs, as we shall see in the Knights. FN number 354, dog and hog are still highly popular terms of abuse. The rabbis will not defile their lips with pig, but say dabharaka equals another thing. FN number 355, the hero eponymous of the Abbasid dynasty, Abbas having been the brother of Abdullah, the father of Muhammad. He is a famous personage in Islam, Turbalot. FN number 356, Europe translates the word Barmecides. It is Persian from bar, up, and Makedon, to suck. The vulgar legend is that Jafar, the first of the name, appeared before the Caliph Abd al-Malik with a ring poisoned for his own need, and that the Caliph, warned of it by the clapping of 2 stones which he wore ad hoc, charged the visitor with intention to murder him. He excused himself, and in his speech occurred the Persian word Barmakam, which may mean I shall sup it up, or I am a Barmak, that is, a high priest among the bears. See Turbalot SV. FN number 357, Arab. Zulm, the deadliest of monarch's sins. One of the sayings of Muhammad, popularly quoted, is, kingdom endureth with Q for infidelity, i.e. without accepting Islam, but endureth not with zulm or injustice. Hence the good Muslim will not complain of the rule of kafirs or unbelievers, like the English, so long as they rule him righteously and according to his own law. FN number 358, all this aggravates his crime. Had she been a widow she would not have had upon him the claims of maidenhead, the Premio della Virginita of Boccaccio, x. 10. FN number 359, it is supposed that slaves cannot help telling these fatal lies. Arab story books are full of ancient and modern instances, and some have become jomillas. Moreover, it is held unworthy of a free-born man to take over notice of these servile villainies. Hence the scoundrel in the story escapes unpunished. I have already noticed the predilection of debauched women for these skunks of the human race, and the young man in the text evidently suspected that his wife had passed herself this little caprice. The excuse which the Caliph would find for him is the pandona shown in killing one he loved so fondly. FN number 360, the Arab equivalent of our pitcher and well. FN number 361, that is where the dress sits loosely about the bust. FN number 362, he had trusted in Allah and his trust was justified. FN number 363, Arab. Kilabprop. What a man strips from his person, Jan. An honorary gift. It is something more than the robe of honor of our chivalrous romances, as it includes a horse, a sword, often gold-hilted, a black turban, amongst the Abbasids, embroidered with gold, a violet mantle, a waist shawl and a gold neck chain and shoe buckles. FN number 364, Arab. Aizar, that is the visits of condolence and so forth which are long and terribly wearisome in the Muslim East. FN number 365, Arab. The money settled by the man before marriage on the woman and without which the contract is not valid. Usually half of it is paid down on the marriage day and the other half when the husband dies or divorces his wife. But if she take a divorce she forfeits her right to it, and obscene fellows, especially Persians, often compel her to demand divorce by unnatural and preposterous use of her person. FN number 366, Bismillah here means thou art welcome to it. FN number 367, Arab. Basak, half Pers. Bars equals enough, and dak equals thou, for thee. Bars sounds like arbus, to kiss, and there are sundry good old Anglo-Indian jokes of feminine mistakes on the subject. FN number 368, this saving clause makes the threat worse. The scene between the two brothers is written with characteristic Arab humour, and it is true to nature. In England you have heard of a man who separated from his wife because he wished to dine at 6 and she preferred 6:30. FN number 369, Arab. Misr. Vulg. Masr. The word, which comes of a very ancient house, was applied to the present capital about the time of its conquest by the Osmanli Turks. AH 923 equals 1517. FN number 370, the Arab. Jaiza, equals skirt, edge. The modern village has the site of an ancient Egyptian city, as the Giza inscription proves. Rugsh, History of Egypt, 2. 415. FN number 371, Arab. Watan literally meaning birthplace but also used for patria, native country, thus Habal Watan equals patriotism. The Turks pronounce it Vatan, which the French have turned it into Vatan. FN number 372, Arab. Zazaria equals the colour of a stare or starling, Zerza. FN number 373, now a railway station on the Alexandria-Cairo line. FN number 374, even as late as 1852, when I first saw Cairo, the city was girt by wastelands and the climate was excellent. Now cultivation comes up to the house walls, while the Mahmoudiya Canal, the planting the streets with avenues and overwatering have seriously injured it. Those who want the air of former Cairo must go to Thebes. Gout, rheumatism and hydrophobia, before unknown, have become common of late years. FN number 375, this is the popular pronunciation, Yakut calls it Bilbais. FN number 376, an outlying village on the long desert, between Cairo and Palestine. FN number 377, Arab. Al-Quds equals holiness. There are few cities which in our day have less claim to this title than Jerusalem, and, curious to say, the Holy Land shows Jews, Christians and Muslims all in their worst form. The only religion, if it can be called one, which produces men in Syria is the Druze. Heiligen Land student are proverbial and nothing can be meaner than the Christians while the Muslims are famed for treachery. FN number 378, Arab. Shamal Hawa. In vulgar parlance to smell the air is to take a walk, especially out of town. There is a peculiar Egyptian festival called Shamal Nasm, smelling the zephyr, which begins on Easter Monday, OS, thus corresponding with the Persian Nowruz, vernal equinox, and introducing the 50 days of Kamasin or Miracy, hot desert winds. On awakening, the people smell and bathe their temples with vinegar in which an onion has been soaked and break their fast with a physic or dried burri equals millet from Lake Menzila. The late Hikakian Bey had the fish heads counted in one public garden and found 70,000. The rest of the day is spent out of doors gypsying, and families greatly enjoy themselves on these occasions. For a longer description, see a paper by my excellent friend Yaqub Burton Pasha, in the Bulletin de l'Institut Egyptien, 2nd Series, number 4, Cairo, 1884. I have noticed the Miracy, southwester, and other winds in the land of Midian, I, 23. FN number 379, so in the days of the Mameluke Beys in Egypt a man of rank would not cross the street on foot. FN number 380, Arab. Basra. The city is in decay and not to flourish again till the advent of the Euphrates Valley. Ara is a modern place, founded in AH 15, by the Caliph Omar upon the Ala, a feeder of the Tigris. Here, according to Al-Hariri, the whales and the lizards meet, and, as the tide affects the river, its stream shows prodigy, ebbing and flowing. In its far-famed marketplace, Al-Mabad, poems used to be recited, and the city was famous for its mosques and saint shrines, fair women and school of grammar which rivaled that of Kufa. But already in Al-Hariri's day, Nat. AH 446 equals AD 1030, Baghdad had drawn off much of its population. FN number 381, this fumigation, Bakar, is still used. A little incense or perfumed wood is burnt upon an open censer, mibkara, of earth and metal, and passed round, each guest holding it for a few moments under his beard. In the Somali county, the very home of incense, both sexes fumigate the whole person after carnal intercourse. Lane, Mod. Egypt, Chapt. 8, gives an illustration of the mibkara. FN number 382, the reader of the Nights will remark that the merchant is often a merchant prince, consorting and mating with the highest dignitaries. Even amongst the Romans, a race of soldiers, statesmen and lawyers, magitura on a large scale was not to be vituperated. In Boccaccio, X. 19, Bayonetti e delicati uomini. England is perhaps the only country which has made her fortune by trade, and much of it illicit trade, like that in slaves which built Liverpool and Bristol, and which yet disdains or affects to disdain the trader. But the unworthy prejudice is disappearing with the last generation, and men who formerly would have half-starved as curates and ensigns, barristers and carabins are now only too glad to become merchants. FN number 383, these lines in the Calc and Bell edits have already occurred, Night 7, but such carelessness is characteristic despite the proverb, in repetition is no fruition. I quote Trans. p. 60, by way of variety. As regards the anemone, here called a tulip, being named Shakek equals Fisher, I would conjecture that it derives from the flower often forming long lines of red-like stripes of blood in the landscape. Travellers in Syria always observe this. FN number 384, such an address to a royalty, Eastern, even in the present day, would be a passport to future favours. FN number 385, in England the man marries and the woman is married. There is no such distinction in Arabia. FN number 386, Sultan, and its corruption Soldan, etymologically means lord, victorious, ruler, ruling over. In Arabia it is a not uncommon proper name, and as a title it is taken by a host of petty kinglets. The Abbasid caliphs, as Al-Wasik, who has been noticed, formally created these sultans as the regents. Al-Taybala, Rin. AH 363 equals 974, invested the famous Sebuktigin with the office, and as Alexander Sikander was wont to do, fashioned for him 2 flags, one of silver, after the fashion of nobles, and the other of gold, as viceroy designate. Sebuktigin's son, the famous Muhammad of the Ghaznavite dynasty in AH 393 equals 1002, was the first to adopt Sultan as an independent title some 200 years after the death of Harun al-Rashid. In old writers we have the Sultan of Egypt, the Sultan of Persia, and the Sultan of Babylon, 3 modifications of one word. FN number 387, that is he was a Hafiz, one who commits to memory the whole of the Quran. It is a serious task and must be begun early. I learnt by rote the last juz'i, or 30th part, and found that quite enough. This is the vulgar use of Hafiz. Technically and theologically it means the 3rd order of traditionists, the total being 5, who know by heart 300,000 traditions of the Prophet with their ascriptions. A curious spiritualist book calls itself Haft, Prince of Persia, proving by the very title that the spirits are equally ignorant of Arabic and Persian. FN number 388, here again the Cairo edit repeats the 6 couplets already given in Night 17. I take them from Trans. p. 163. FN number 389. This naive admiration of beauty in either sex characterized our chivalrous times. Now it is mostly confined to professional beauties or what is conventionally called the fair sex, as if there could be any comparison between the beauty of man and the beauty of woman, the Apollo Belvedere with the Venus de Medici. FN number 390, Arab. Shash, in Pers. Urin, a light turban generally of muslin. FN number 391, this is a lucamen of Eastern worldly wisdom. Quite true. Very unadvisable to dive below the surface of one's acquaintances, but such intimacy is like marriage, of which Johnson said, without it there is no pleasure in life. FN number 392, the lines are attributed to the famous Salmutanab equals the claimant to prophecy, of whom I have given a few details in my pilgrimage 360-62. He led the life of a true poet, somewhat chauvinistic withal, and, rather than run away, was killed in AH 354 equals 965. FN number 393, Arab. Nabis equals wine of raisins or dates, any fermented liquor, from a root to press out in Syriac, like the word talmiz, or tilmiz, says the Kashfalgara, a pupil, student. Date wine, ferment from the fruit, not the tadi, or juice of the stem, or toddy, is called fazik. Hence the Masjid al-Fazik at Al-Medina, where the Ansar or auxiliaries of that city were sitting cup in hand when they heard of the revelation forbidding inebriants and poured the liquor upon the ground. Pilgrimage 2. 322. FN number 394, Arab. Huda equals direction, to the right way, salvation, a word occurring in the opening chapter of the Quran. Hence to a kafir who offers the salam salutation, many Muslims reply Allah equals Allah direct thee. That is, make thee a Muslim, instead of Allah Uslimak equals Allah lead thee to salvation. It is the root word of the Mahdi and Moti. FN number 395, these lines have already occurred in the first Kalanos story, Night 11. I quote by way of change and with permission Mr. Payne's version, I. 93. FN number 396, Arab. Farajia, a long-sleeved robe worn by the learned, Lane, M.E., Chapt. I. FN number 397, Arab. Saraf, Vulg. Sayrafi, whence the Anglo-Indian shroff, a familiar corruption. FN number 398, Arab. Yehudi, which is less polite than Banu Israel equals children of Israel. So in Christendom Israelite when in favor, and Jew, with an adjective or a participle, when nothing is wanted of him. FN number 399, also called Gilman equals the beautiful youth appointed to serve the true believers in paradise. The Quran says, Chapt. LVI. 9 etc. Youths, which shall continue in their bloom forever, shall go round about to attend them, with goblets, and beakers, and a cup of flowing wine, etc. Muhammad was an Arab, not a Persian, a born Bedouist, and he was too fond of women to be charged with love of boys, even Tristram Shandy, Volume 7. Chapt. 7. No, quoth a third, the gentleman has been committing, knew that the two tastes are incompatibles. But this and other passages in the Quran have given the Chevaliers de la Palie a hint that the use of boys, like that of wine, here forbidden, will be permitted in paradise. FN number 400, which, by the by, is the age of an oldish old maid in Egypt. I much doubt puberty being the earlier than in England, where our grandmothers married at 14. But Orientals are aware that the period of especial feminine devilry is between the first menstruation and 20, when, according to some, every girl is a possible murderess. So they wisely marry her and get rid of what is called the lump of grief, the domestic calamity, a daughter. Amongst them we never hear of the abominable egotism and cruelty of the English mother, who disappoints her daughter's womanly cravings in order to keep her at home for her own comfort, and an old maid in the house, especially a stout, plump old maid, is considered not respectable. The ancient virgin is known by being lean and scraggy, and perhaps this diagnosis is correct. FN number 401, this prognostication of destiny by the stars and a host of follies that end in mancy is an intricate and extensive subject. Those who would study it are referred to Chapter 14 of the Kanun-i-Islam, or the customs of the Mussulmans of India, etc., etc., by Cherif and translated by G. A. Herklotz, M.D. of Madras. This excellent work first appeared in 1832, Allen and Co., London, and thus it showed the way to Lane's Modern Egyptians, 1833-35. The name was unfortunate as Qazilbash, which rhymed to guzzle and hash, and kept the book back till a second edition appeared in 1863, Madras, J. Higginbottom. FN number 402, Arab. Barid, lit. Cold, met off. Vain, foolish, insipid. FN number 403, not despite thee but in spite of thee. The phrase is still used by high and low. FN number 404, Arab. Ardab, the common hunchback. In classical language the gobbo in the text would be termed akaz from kaas, one with protruding back and breast, sometimes used for hollow back and protruding breast. FN number 405, this is the custom with such gentry, who, when they see a likely man sitting, are allowed by custom to ride astraddle upon his knees with most suggestive movements, till he buys them off. These Gawazi are mostly gypsies who pretend to be Muslims, and they have been confused with the Olmers or Muslim dancing girls proper, Olim, plur, of Valima, a learned feminine, by a host of travellers. They call themselves Barmic or Barmicides, only to affect Persian origin. Under native rule they were perpetually being banished from and returning to Cairo, pilgrimage I, 202. Lane, M.E., Chapters 18 and 19, discusses the subject, and would derive Alma, often so pronounced, from Heb. Alma, girl, virgin, singing girl, hence he would translate Al-Alamath Shir, Samkslvi, and Nibulam Al-Alamath, I. 15. 20, by a song for singing girls and harps for singing girls. He quotes also Saint Jerome as authority that Alma in Punic, Phoenician, signified virgin, not a common article, I may observe, amongst singing girls. I shall notice in a future page Burkhart's description of the Gawazi, p. 173, Arabic Proverbs, etc., etc. 2nd edition. London, Quaritch, 1875. FN number 406. I need hardly describe the tar bush, a corruption of the Shah push, head cover, also called fez from its old home, and tar brush by the travelling Briton. In old days it was a calotte worn under the turban, and it was protected by scalp perspiration by an arakia, pers. Arakchen, a white skull cap. Now it is worn without either, and as a headdress nothing can be worse. Pilgrimage 2. 275. FN number 407, Arab. Tar. The custom still prevails. Lane, M.E., Chapter 18, describes and figures this hoop drum. FN number 408, the couch on which she sits while being displayed. It is her throne, for she is the queen of the occasion, with all the majesty of virginity. FN number 409, this is a solemn chaff, such liberties being permitted at weddings and festive occasions. FN number 410, the pre-Islamic dynasty of Al-Yaman in Arabia Felix, a region formerly famed for wealth and luxury. Hence the mention of Yamani work. The caravans from Sanwi, the capital, used to carry patterns of vases to be made in China and bring back the porcelains at the end of the 3rd year. These are the Arabic inscriptions which have puzzled so many collectors. The Tiber, or successors, were the old Himyarite kings, a dynastic name like Pharaoh, Kisra, Persia, Negash, Abyssinia, Kakanokan, Tartary, etc., who claim to have extended their conquests to Samarkand and made war on China. Any history of Arabia, as Crichton I, Chapt. 4, may be consulted for their names and annals. I have been told by Arabs that Taba, or Taba, is still used in the old Himbaland equals the great or the chief. FN number 411, Lane and Pain, as well as the Brez. Edit, both render the word to kiss her, but this would be clean contrary to Muslim usage. FN number 412, that is he was full of rage which he concealed. FN number 413, the Hindus, as the Katha shows, compare their swimming gait with an elephant's roll. FN number 414, Arab. Fitna, a word almost as troublesome as add-up. Primarily, revolt, seduction, mischief, then a beautiful girl, or boy, and lastly a certain aphrodisiac perfume extracted from mimosa flowers. Pilgrimage I, 118. FN number 415, lit. Burst the gallbladder, in this and in the liver allusions I dare not be boldly literal. FN number 416, Arab. Use for the seeds of Cardamus tinctorius equals safflower, fuzz, flora, etc. lv. The seeds are crushed for oil in the flowers, which must be gathered by virgins or the color will fail. Extensively used for dyeing in southern Arabia and eastern Africa. FN number 417. On such occasions Ms. Modesty shuts her eye and looks as if about to faint. FN number 418. After either evacuation the Muslim is bound to wash or sand the part. First however he should apply 3 pebbles, or potsherds or clods of earth. Hence the allusion in the Quran, Chapt. 9, men who love to be purified. When the Prophet was questioning the men of Cuba, where he founded a mosque, Pilgrimage 2, 215, he asked them about their legal ablutions, especially after evacuation, and they told him that they used 3 stones before washing. Muslims and Hindus, who prefer water mixed with earth, abhor the unclean and unhealthy use of paper without ablution, and the people of India call European draft houses, by way of opprobrium, kagazkhana equals paper closets. Most old Anglo-Indians, however, learned to use water. FN number 419, meow or more is the generic name of the cat in the Egyptian of the hieroglyphs. FN number 420, Arab. Yamlam addressed to an evil spirit. FN number 421, he or, as we should say, the brestle. Edit. Makes the cat cry no, no, and the ass called manu, manu. I leave these onomatopoeics as they are in Arabic. They are curious, showing the unity in variety of hearing in articulate sounds. The bird which is called whippoorwill in the US is known to the Brazilians as Jome Cortapau, John Catwood, so differently do they hear the same notes. FN number 422, it is usually a slab of marble with a long slit in front and a round hole behind. The text speaks of a kersey, equals stool, but this is now unknown to native houses which have not adopted European fashions. FN number 423, this again is chaff as she addresses the hunchback. The bull. Edit. Hazo Abu Shihab, father of the shooting star equals evil spirit, the brestle. Edit. O son of a heap. O son of a something. Aleph, a vulgarism. FN number 424, as the reader will see, Arab ideas of fun and practical jokes are of the largest, putting the Hibernian to a drought, and comparing favourably with those recorded in Don Quixote. FN number 425, Arab. Saroili corruption of the Purs. Shawwal, popularly called Libas which, however, may also mean clothing in general and especially outer clothing. I translate bag trousers and petticoat trousers, the latter being the divided skirt of our future. In the East, where common sense, not fashion, rules dress, men, who have a protuberance to be concealed, wear petticoats and women wear trousers. The feminine article is mostly baggy but sometimes, as in India, collant tight. A quasi-sacred part of it is the ankle tape or string, often a most magnificent affair, with tassels of pearl and precious stones, and laxity in the trouser string is equivalent to the loosest conduct. Upon the subject of libas, Sawal and its variants, the curious reader will consult Dr. Dozy's Dictionnaire Detailed des Noms des Vêtements chez les Arabes, a most valuable work. FN number 426, the turban out of respect is not put upon the ground, lane, M.E., chucked, I. FN number 427, Arab. Mad for showing the modern date or the modernization of the tale. In Libid Madafi, plur, of Madfa, means watercourses or leaks. FN number 428, in Arab. The he is a she, and Habib, friend, is the Attic, Greek letters, a euphemism for lover. This will occur throughout the nights. So the Arabs use a phrase corresponding with the Stoic, Greek letters, that is won't, is fain. FN number 429, part of the Azan, or call to prayer. FN number 430, Arab. Shihab, these mentors being the flying shafts shot at evil spirits who approach too near heaven. The idea doubtless arose from the showers of August and November meteors, the Perseids and Dorides, which suggest a battle raging in a prayer. Christendom also has its superstition concerning these and called those of August the fiery tears of Saint Lawrence, whose festival was on August 10th. FN number 431, Arab. Takia equals purs. Arakchen, the calotte worn under the fez. It is, I have said, now obsolete, and the red woolen cap, mostly made in Europe, is worn over the hair, an unclean practice. FN number 432, often the effect of cold air after a heated room. FN number 433, that is he was not eunuch, as the people guessed. FN number 434, in Arab. This night for the reason before given. FN number 435, meaning especially the drink prepared of the young leaves and florets of cannabis sativa. The word literally means day grass or herbage. This intoxicant was much used by magicians to produce ecstasy and thus to deify themselves and receive the homage of the genii and spirits of nature. FN number 436, Terence, being an Irishman, translates and woke in the morning sleeping at Damascus. FN number 437, Arab. Labbaika, the cry technically called Talbiyah used by those entering Mecca, pilgrimage 3. 125 232. I shall also translate it by Adsum. The full cry is colon. Here am I, O Allah, here am I. No partner hast thou, here am I. Verily the praise and the grace and the kingdom are thine. No partner hast thou, here am I. A single talbiyah is a shart or positive condition, and its repetition is a sunnat or custom of the Prophet. See Night 6. FN number 438, the staple abuse of the vulgar is curing parents and relatives, especially feminine, with specific allusions to their shame. And when dames of high degree are angry, nature, in the East as in the West, sometimes speaks out clearly enough, despite mistress chaperone and all artificial restrictions. FN number 439, a great beauty in Arabia and the reverse in Denmark, Germany and Slavland, where it is a sign of being a werewolf or a vampire. In Greece also it denotes a brucolic or vampire. FN number 440, this is not physiologically true. A bride rarely conceives the first night, and certainly would not know that she had conceived. Moreover, the number of courses furnished by the bridegroom would be against conception. It is popularly said that a young couple often undoes in the morning what it has done during the night. FN number 441, Terence, notes, 24, quotes Fleischer upon the word gamgama, dis. Crit. De glossis habiction is, which he compares with damuma and humbuma, determining them to be onomatopoeics, an incomplete and an obscure murmur of a sentence as it were lingering between the teeth and lips and therefore difficult to be understood. Of this family is Tagum, not used in modern days. In my pilgrimage, 313, I have noticed another, Kayas, occurring in a Hisbalba, spell of the sea. Herclots gives a host of them, and their sole characteristics are harshness and strangeness of sound, uniting consonants which are not joined in Arabic. The old Egyptians and Chaldeans had many such words composed at will of jig operations. FN number 442, this may mean either it is of Mosul fashion or it is of muslin. FN number 443, to the English reader these lines would appear the reverse of apposite, but Orientals have their own ways of application, and all allusions to Badawi partings are effective and affecting. The civilized poets of Arab cities throw the charm of the desert over their verse by images borrowed from its scenery, the dromedary, the mirage and the well, as naturally as certain of our bards who hated the country, babbled of purling rills, etc. Thoroughly to feel Arabic poetry one must know the desert. Pilgrimage 363. FN number 444. In those days the Arabs and the Portuguese recorded everything which struck them, as the Chinese and Japanese in our times, and yet we complain of the amount of our modern writing. FN number 445. This is mentioned because it is the act preliminary to naming the babe. FN number 446. Arab. Garamenat from Garaman, an old Persian hero who conversed with a Simag griffin. Usually the word is applied to women at arms who defend the harem, like the Urdu Begani of India, whose services were lately offered to England, 1885, or the Amazons of Dahomey. FN number 447, meaning he grew as fast in one day as other children in a month. FN number 448, Arab. Al-Arif, the tutor, the assistant master. FN number 449, Arab. Ibn Haram, a common term of abuse, and not a factual reflection on the parent. I have heard a mother apply the term to her own son. FN number 450, Arab. Kanja from the Persian, Asim. With the Arab. Jambia. It is noted in my pilgrimage 3, pp. 72,75. To silver the dagger means to become a rich man. From Kanja, not from its fringed loop or strap, I derive our silly word hanger. Dr. Stingas would connect it with germ. Fanger, for example, Hirschfanger. FN number 451, again we have Daschophorism. FN number 452, Arab. Iklim, the 7 climates of Ptolemy. FN number 453, Arab. Al-Gadia, lit. A place where water sinks, a lowland, here the drainage lakes east of Damascus into which the Barada, Abana, discharges. The higher eastern plain is Al-Ghouta before noticed. FN number 454, the plain of pebbles still so termed at Damascus, an open space west of the city. FN number 455, every guidebook, even the Reverend Porter's Murray, gives a long account of this Christian church verted to a mosque. FN number 456, Arab. Nibat, Pilgrimage I. 336. FN number 457, the Brez. Edit. Says, would have knocked him into Al-Yaman, southern Arabia, something like our slang phrase into the middle of next week. FN number 458, Arab. Gaidim, lit. A servant, politely applied, like aga equals master, to a castrato. These gentry wax furious if baldly called to wash equals eunuch. A Morvise plaisant in Egypt used to call me the aga because a friend had placed his wife under my charge. FN number 459, this sounds absurd enough in English, but Easterns always put themselves first for respect. FN number 460, in Arabic the word is feminine. FN number 461, Arab. Sahib equals lit. A companion, also a friend, and especially applied to the companions of Muhammad. Hence the Sunnis claim for them the honor of friendship with the Apostle, but the Shias reply that the Arab says Sahaba al-Himar, the ass was his sahib or companion. In the text it is was a real title. In modern India it is equals gentleman. For example, Sahib Log, the Sahib people, means they're white conquerors, who, by the by, mostly mispronounce the word sab. FN number 462, Arab. Suwan, prop. Cyanite, from Cyan, al-Suwan, but applied to flint and any hard stone. FN number 463, it was famous in the Middle Ages, and even now it is, perhaps, the most interesting to travellers after the Centina Gentium, the bendy bazaar of unromantic Bombay. FN number 464, the Gate of the Gardens, in the northern wall, a Roman archway of the usual solid construction shaming not only our modern shams, but our finest masonry. FN number 465, Arab. Al-Isar, which may mean either the hour or the prayer. It is also the moment at which the guardian angels relieve each other, says Quran, chapter v. FN number 466, Arab. Yahaza equals O this, 1. A somewhat beslighting address equivalent to Hustu. O thou, whoever thou art. Another form is Yahoo equals O he. Can this have originated Swift's Yahoo? FN number 467, alluding to their Greek letters, minor miracles which cause surprise, performed by saints' tombs, the mildest form of thaumaturgy. One of them gravely recorded in the Abistan, 226, is that of the holy Jamin, who opened the samrang or bead bracelet from the arm of the beautiful Chistapa with member erect, thus evincing his manly strength and his command over himself. FN number 468, the River of Paradise, a Lukaman of poets, Quran, chapter Kvi. The water is whiter than milk or silver, sweeter than honey, smoother than cream, more odorous than musk. Its banks are of chrysolite and it is drunk out of silver cups set around it thick as stars. 2 pipes conducted to the Prophet's pond, which is an exact square, 1 month's journey in compass. Causa is spirituous like wine, salsable sweet like clarified honey. The fount of mildness is like milk and the fount of mercy like liquid crystal. FN number 469, the Muslim does not use the European basin because water which has touched an impure skin becomes impure. Hence it is poured out from a ewer, ibrick purs, a briz, upon the hands and falls into a basin, tished, with an open worked cover. FN number 470, Arab. Wash, a word of many meanings, nasty, insipid, savage, etc. The offside of a horse is called washi opposed to insi, the near side. The Amir Taimur, Lord Iron, whom Europeans unwittingly call after his Persian enemy's nickname, Tamerlane, that is Taimur Ilang, or Limping Taimur, is still known as Al-Wash, the wild beast, at Damascus, where his Tartars used to bury men up to their necks and play at bulls with their heads for 9 pins. FN number 471, for grandson as being more affectionate. Easterns have not yet learned that clever Western saying the enemies of our enemies are our friends. FN number 472, this was a simple bastonado on the back, not the more ceremonious affair of beating the feet soles. But it is surprising what the Egyptians can bear. Some of the rods used in the time of the Mameluke Beys are nearly as thick as a man's wrist. FN number 473, the woman-like spite of the eunuch intended to hurt the grandmother's feelings. FN number 474, the usual cane shaft. FN number 475, a necessary precaution against poison, pilgrimage I. 84, and 3. 43. FN number 476, the Bresl. Edit. 2. 108, describes the scene at greater length. FN number 477, the bull. Edit. Gives by mistake of diacritical points. Zabdaniya, Radaniya is or rather was a camping ground to the north of Cairo. FN number 478, Arab. Labat equals a plaything, a puppet, a lay figure. Lane, I. 326, conjectures that the cross is so called because it resembles a man with arms extended. But Muslims never heard of the fanciful ideas of medieval Christian divines who saw the cross everywhere and in everything. The former hold that Pharaoh invented the painful and ignominious punishment. Quran, Chapter 7. FN number 479, here good blood, driven to bay, speaks out boldly. But, as a rule, the humblest and mildest Eastern when in despair turns round upon his oppressors like a wild cat. Some of the criminals whom Fath Ali Shah of Persia put to death by chopping down the fork, beginning at the scrotum, abused his mother till the knife reached their vitals and they could no longer speak. FN number 480, these repeated laughs prove the trouble of his spirit. Noble Arabs show their back teeth so rarely that their laughter is held worthy of being recorded by their biographers. FN number 481, a popular phrase, derived from the Quranic truth is come, and falsehood is vanished, for falsehood is of short continuance, Chapter 17. It is an equivalent of our adaptation from 1 Esdras 4:41, Magna est veritas et prevelbit. But the great question still remains, what is truth? FN number 482, in Night LXXV. These lines will occur with variants. FN number 483, this is always mentioned, the nearer seat the higher the honor. FN number 484, alluding to the phrase Al-Saf Asaf R equals voyaging is victory, pilgrimage I, 127. FN number 485, Arab. Hab, alluding to the black drop in the human heart which the Archangel Gabriel removed from Muhammad by opening his breast. FN number 486, this phrase, I have said, often occurs, it alludes to the horripilation, Arab. Gasharaira, horror or goose flesh which, in Arab as in Hindu fables, is a symptom of great joy. So Bocaxios Bluerishiato v. 8, Jom. Gansihout. FN number 487, Arab. Hosanta Yasan equals Benedetto, Benedetto. The usual word play vulgarly called pun, Hosan, not Hosan, as we will write it, meaning beautiful. FN number 488, Arab. Logu also equals a vocabulary, a dictionary. The Arabs had them by camel loads. FN number 489, the 7th of the 16 meters, in Arabic prosody, the easiest because allowing the most license and, consequently, a favorite for didactic, homiletic and gnomic themes. It means literally agitated and was originally applied to the root song of the Camp-Alea. De Sacy calls this doggerel the poet's sass, Terence, notes 26. It was the only meter in which Muhammad the Apostle ever spoke. There was no poet, Quran 36:69, but he occasionally recited a verse and recited it wrongly. Abistan 3:212. In Persian prosody Rajats is the 7th of 19 and has 6 distinct varieties, pages 79 to 81. Gladwin's Dissertations on Rhetoric, etc. Calcutta, 1801. I shall have more to say about it in the terminal essay. FN number 490, her stature tall I hate to dumpy woman, Don Juan. FN number 491, a worthy who was Qazi of Kufa, in the 7th century. Al-Najaf, generally entitled Najaf al-Ashraf, the Venerand, is the place where Ali, the son-in-law of Muhammad, lies or is supposed to lie buried, and has ever been a holy place to the Shias. I am not certain whether to translate Saylab by fox or jackal. The Arabs make scant distinction between them. Abu Hussein, father of the fortlet, is certainly the fox, and as certainly Shah is the jackal from the Pavai Shagel or Shagel. FN number 492, usually by all manner of extortions and robbery, corruption and bribery, the ruler's motto being Fiat Injustitiu ad coelum. There is no more honest man than the Turkish peasant or the private soldier, but the process of deterioration begins when he is made a corporal and culminates in the basha. Moreover, official dishonesty is permitted by public opinion, because it belongs to the condition of society. A man buys a place, as in England 2 centuries ago, and retains it by presents to the heads of offices. Consequently, he must recoup himself in some way, and he mostly does so by grinding the faces of the poor and by spoiling the widow and the orphan. The radical cure is high pay, but that phrase of society refuses to afford it. FN number 493, Arab. Malik, king, and Malak, angel, the words being written the same when lacking vowels and justifying the jingle. FN number 494, Arab. Her, the Latin ingenuous, lit. Freeborn, metaf. Noble as up. To a slave who is not expected to do great or good deeds. In pop. Use it corresponds, like Vater, with our gentleman. FN number 495, this is one of the best tales for humour and movement, and Deuce and Madden show what a rich crop of fabliaux, whose leading incident was the disposal of a dead body, it produced. FN number 496, other editions read, at Basora and the Breslau. 2. 123, at Basora and Kajka, Kishka, somewhat like in Dover and Sebastopol. I prefer China because further off and making the improbabilities more notable. FN number 497, Arab. Tudri, lit. Small stones from the hard gravelly feeling of the pustules, Rodwell, p. 20. The disease is generally supposed to be the growth of Central Africa, where it is still a plague, and passed over to Arabia about the birth time of Muhammad. Thus is usually explained the War of the Elephant, Quran, Chaps. CV, when the Abyssinian army of Abraha, the Christian, was destroyed by swallows, a bibble which Major Price makes the plural of Abila equals a vesicle, which dropped upon them stones of baked clay, like vetches, pilgrimage to 175. See for details. Sale, in loco, who seems to accept the miraculous defense of the Kaaba. For the horrors of smallpox in Central Intertropical Africa, the inoculation, known also to the Bedouin of Al-Hijaz, and other details, readers will consult the Lake Regions of Central Africa, 2. 318. The Hindus take the bull by the horns and boldly make Sitla, smallpox, a goddess, an incarnation of Bhawani, death of a destruction and reproduction. In China, smallpox is believed to date from BC 1200, but the chronology of the Middle Kingdom still awaits the skeptic. FN number 498, in Europe we should add and all fled, especially the women. But the fatalism inherent in the Eastern mind makes the great difference. FN number 499, Arab. Uzair. Lisdras was a manner of Rip Van Winkle. He was riding over the ruins of Jerusalem when it had been destroyed by the Chaldeans, and he doubted by what means Allah would restore it, whereupon he died, and at the end of 100 years he revived. He found his basket of figs and cruse of wine as they were, but of his ass only the bones remained. These were raised to life as Ezra looked on, and the ass began at once to bray, which was a lesson to Esdras. Quran, Chaps. 2. The oath by the ass's hooves is to ridicule the Jew. Muhammad seems to have had an idea fix that the Jews say, Ezra is the son of God, Quran 9. It may have arisen from the heterodox Jewish belief that Ezra, when the law was utterly lost, dictated the whole anew to the scribes of his own memory. His tomb with a huge green dome is still visited by the Jews of Baghdad. FN number 500, Arab. Badanj, the Purs. Bad. Wind, catcher, a wooden penthouse on the terrace roof universal in the Near East. FN number 501, the hunchback, in Arabia as in southern Europe, is looked upon by the vulgar with fear and aversion. The reason is that he is usually sharper-witted than his neighbors. FN number 502 Arab. Yazita equals thou who veilest the discreditable secrets of thy creatures. FN number 503 Arab. Nasrani, a follower of him of Nazareth and an older name than Christian which, Acts 11:26, was first given at Antioch about AD 43. The cry in Alexandria used to be a Nasrani, Kalbawani, equals O Nazarene, O dog obscene. Pilgrimage I, 160. Christian in Arabic can be expressed only by Masihi equals follower of the Messiah. FN number 504, Arab. Tasbih equals saluting in the sub-morning. FN number 505, in the East women stand on minor occasions while men squat on their hunkers in a way hardly possible to an untrained European. The custom is old. Herodotus, 2:35, says, the women stand up when they make water, but the men sit down. Will it be believed that Canon Rawlinson was too modest to leave this passage in his translation? The custom was perpetuated by Al-Islam because the position prevents the ejection touching the clothes and making them ceremonially impure. Possibly they borrowed it from the Bears. Abestan, Gate 16, says, it is improper, whilst in an erect posture, to make water. It is therefore necessary to sit at squat and force it to some distance, repeating the Avesta mentally. FN number 506. This is still a popular form of the Kinchin lay, and as the turbans are often of fine stuff, the petite industry pays well. FN number 507 Arab. Wali equals governor, the term still in use for the governor-general of a province as opposed to the muhafiz, or district governor. In Eastern Arabia the wali is the civil governor opposed to the emir or military commandant. Under the caliphate the wali acted also as prefect of police, the Indian Fangda, who is now called Sabit. The old name for the latter was Sahib al-Shata, equals chief of the watch, or mutar wali, and it was his duty to go the rounds in person. The old Charlie, with his lantern and cudgel, still guards the bazaars in Damascus. FN number 508, Arab. Al-Masha equals the bearer of a cresses, Mashl, who is also Jack Ketch. In Anglo-India the name is given to a lower body servant. The Mashl which Lane, M.E. Chaps. Vi. calls Meshland illustrates, must not be confounded with its congener the shaler or link, also lamp, wick, etc. FN number 509. I need hardly say that the civilized drop is unknown to the East where men are strung up as to a yardarm. This greatly prolongs the suffering. FN number 510, Arab. Luqma equals a mouthful. It is still the fashion amongst Easterns of primitive manners to take up a handful of rice, etc., boil it and put it into a friend's mouth honoris causa. When the friend is a European the expression of his face is generally a study. FN number 511, I need hardly note that this is an old biblical practice. The ass is used for city work as the horse for fighting and travelling, the mule for burdens and the dromedary for the desert. But the Badawi, like the Indian, despises the muncher and sings colon. The back of the steed is a noble place but the mule's dishonour, the ass disgrace. The fine white asses, often 13 hands high, sold by the Banu Salib and other Badawi tribes, will fetch £100 and more. I rode a little brute from Mecca to Jeddah, 42 miles, in one night and it came in with me cantering. FN number 512, a dry measure of about 5 bushels, Cairo. The classical pronunciation is a dab and it measured 24 gallons, each filling 4 outstretched hands. FN number 513, Al-Jawi should be Al-Jawi, Al-Mkrazi, and the Bab al-Nasr, Gate of Victory, is that leading to Suez. I lived in that quarter as shown by my pilgrimage. I 62. FN number 514, Arab. Al-Ajala, referring to a saying in every Muslim mouth, patience is from the protector, Allah, hurry is from hell. That and inshallah bukra. Please God tomorrow, are the travellers Bitsnwa. FN number 515, here it is a polite equivalent for falto. FN number 516, the left hand is used throughout the East for purposes of ablution and is considered unclean. To offer the left hand would be most insulting, and no man ever strokes his beard with it or eats with it. Hence, probably, one never sees a left-handed man throughout the Muslim East. In the Brazil, for the same reason, old-fashioned people will not take snuff with the right hand. And it is related of the Cartayans that they prefer the left hand, because the heart, which is the sultan of the city of the body, hath his mansion on that side, Rosat al-Safa. FN number 517, two feminine names, as we might say Mary and Martha. FN number 518, it was near the Caliph's two palaces, Al-Qasrain, and was famous in the 15th century AD. The Qazi's Mahkama, courthouse, now occupies the place of the two palaces. FN number 519, a Qizariya is a superior kind of bazaar, a Byzantine, that in the text stood to the east of the principal street in Cairo and was built in A.H. 502 equals 1108-9 by a Circassian emir, known as Fakhr al-Din Jaharkas, a corruption of the Persian Chaharkas equals 4 persons, lane I. 422, from Al-Mqrizi and Ibn Khalikan. For Jaharkas the Mak. Edit. Has George, a common Christian name. I once lodged in a Wakala, the modern Khan, Georges. Pilgrimage, I. 255. FN number 520 Arab. Second day, that is after Saturday, the true Sabbath, so marvellously ignored by Christendom. FN number 521, readers who wish to know how a traveller is lodged in a Wakala, Khan, or caravanserai, will consult my pilgrimage, I. 60. FN number 522, the original occupation of the family had given it a name, as amongst us. FN number 523, the usual chaff or banter allowed even to modest women when shopping, and many a true word is spoken in jest. FN number 524, La Damnak equals Heaven deprive us not of thee, that is grant I see thee often. FN number 525, this is a somewhat cavalier style of advance, but Easterns under such circumstances go straight to the point, hating to file the paraphrasmo. FN number 526, the peremptory formula of a slave delivering such a message. FN number 527, this would be a Thursday night, preceding the day of public prayers, which can be performed only when in a state of ceremonial purity. Hence many Muslims go to the hammam on Thursday and have no connection with their wives. FN number 528, lane I. 423, gives ample details concerning the Habaniya, or grain sellers' quarter in the southern part of Cairo, and shows that when this tale was written, or transcribed, the city was almost as extensive as it is now. FN number 529, Nakib is a caravan leader, a chief, a syndic, and Abu Shama equals father of a cheek mole, while Abu Shama equals father of a smeller, a nose, a snout. The kunya, by name, patronymic or matronymic, is necessary amongst Muslims whose list of names, all connected more or less with religion, is so scanty. Hence Buckingham the traveller was known as Abu Qidr, the father of a cooking pot, and Hajj Abdullah as Abu Shah Werib, father of mustachios. Pilgrimage, 3, 263. FN number 530, more correctly Babzola, from the name of a tribe in northern Africa. This gate dates from the same age as the eastern or desert gate, Bab al-Nasr, AD 1087, and is still much admired. M. Jomard describes it, description, etc., 2. 670, and lately my good friend Yaqub Barton Basha has drawn attention to it in the Bulletin de l'Inst. Egypt, Dukes Mseri, number 4, 1883. FN number 531. This ornament is still seen in the old saloons of Damascus. The inscriptions are usually religious sentences, extracts from the Quran, etc., in uncial characters. They take the place of our frescoes, and, as a work of art, are generally far superior. FN number 532, Arab. Bayat Sultani, the best kind of gypsum which shines like polished marble. The stucco on the walls of Alexandria, built by Alexander of the Two Horns, was so exquisitely tempered and beautifully polished that men had to wear masks for fear of blindness. FN number 533, this eklil, a complicated affair, is now obsolete, its place having been taken by the Kurz, a gold plate, some 5 inches in diameter, set with jewels, etc. Lane, M. E. Appendix A, figures it. FN number 534, the woman artist who applies the dye is called Manakisha. FN number 535, kissing with th in a lip, as Shakespeare calls it, the French langue fourrée, and Sanskrit samputa. The subject of kissing is extensive in the East. 10 different varieties are duly enumerated in the Ananga, or the Hindu art of love, Ars Amoris Indica, translated from the Sanskrit, and annotated by A. F. F. and B. F. It is also connected with ungulation, or impressing the nails, of which there are 7 kinds, morsication, 7 kinds, handling the hair and lappings or pattings with the fingers and palm, 8 kinds. FN number 536, Arab. Asanal, to distinguish it from honey that is syrup of sugarcane and fruits. FN number 537, the lines have occurred in night 12. By way of variety I give Duran's version p. 273. FN number 538, the way of carrying money in the corner of a pocket handkerchief is still common. FN number 539, he sent the provisions not to be under an obligation to her in this matter, and she received them to judge thereby of his liberality. FN number 540, those who have seen the process of wine-making in the Libanese will readily understand why it is always strained. FN number 541, Arab. Kalkoza, a kind of aram or yam, eaten boiled like our potatoes. FN number 542, at first he slipped the money into the bedclothes, now he gives it openly and she accepts it for a reason. FN number 543, Arab. Al-Zalamalit, equals tyrants, oppressors, applied to the police and generally to employees of government. It is a word which tells a history. FN number 544, Muslim law is never completely satisfied till the criminal confess. It also utterly ignores circumstantial evidence, and for the best of reasons. Amongst so sharp-witted people the admission would lead to endless abuses. I greatly surprised a certain Governor-General of India by giving him this simple information. FN number 545, cutting off the right hand is the Quranic punishment, chaps. V. For one who robs an article worth 4 dinars, about 40 francs to shillings. The left foot is to be cut off at the ankle for a second offence, and so on, but death is reserved for a hardened criminal. The practice is now obsolete and theft is punished by the bastinado, fine or imprisonment. The old Gbers were as severe. For stealing 1 dirham's worth they took a fine of 2, cut off the earlobes, gave 10 stick blows and dismissed the criminal who had been subjected to an hour's imprisonment. A second theft caused the penalties to be doubled, and after that the right hand was cut off or death was inflicted according to the proportion stolen. FN number 546, Quran 8. 17. FN number 547, a universal custom in the East, the object being originally to show that the draught was not poisoned. FN number 548, out of paste or pudding. FN number 549, boils and pimples are supposed to be caused by broken hair roots and in Hindustani are called baltor. FN number 550, he intended to bury it decently, a respect which Muslims always show even to the exuvia of the body, as hair and nail parings. Among squares the latter were collected and carried to some mountain. The practice was intensified by fear of demons or wizards getting possession of the spoils. FN number 551, without which the marriage was not valid. The minimum is 10 dirhams, drachmas, now valued at about 5 francs to shillings, and if a man marry without naming the sum, the woman, after consummation, can compel him to pay this minimum. FN number 552, Arab. Khatma equals reading or reciting the whole Quran, by one or more persons, usually in the house, not over the tomb. Like the zikr, litany or rogation, it is a pious act confined to certain occasions. FN number 553, Arab. Zerbaja equals meat dressed with vinegar, cumin seed, pears, and hot spices. More of it in the sequel of the tale. FN number 554, a saying not uncommon meaning, let each man do as he seems fit, also equals age quad agas, and at times corresponding with a saw about the cap fitting. FN number 555, Arab. Swad, an alpinia with pungent rhizome like ginger, here used as a counter-odor. FN number 556, Arab. Tah equals lost in the Tih, a desert wherein man may lose himself, translated in our maps the desert of the wanderings, Sil, of the children of Israel. Redat Judas. FN number 557, E. £125 and £500. FN number 558, a large sum was weighed by a professional instead of being counted, the reason being that the coin is mostly old and worn, hence our words pound and pension, or what is weighed out. FN number 559, the eunuch is the best possible go-between on account of his almost unlimited power over the harem. FN number 560, that is, a slave girl brought up in the house and never sold except for some especial reason, as habitual drunkenness, etc. FN number 561, smuggling men into the harem is a stock topic of Eastern tales. By means of their female attendants, the ladies of the royal harem generally get men into their apartments in the disguise of women, says Vatsyayana in the Kama Sutra, Part 5. London, printed for the Hindu Kama Shastra Society. 1883. For private circulation. FN number 562, these tears are shed over past separation. So the Indians of the New World never meet after long parting without beweeping mutual friends they have lost. FN number 563, a most important Jack in office whom one can see with his smooth chin and blubber lips, starting up from his lazy snooze in the shade and delivering his orders more peremptorily than any Dogberry. These episodes are as curious and exceptional in character as in external conformation. Disconnected, after a fashion, with humanity, they are brave, fierce and capable of any villainy or barbarity, as the Muhammad Khan in Persia 1795-98. The frame is unnaturally long and lean, especially the arms and legs, with high, flat, thin shoulders, big protruding joints and a face by contrast extraordinarily large, a veritable mask. The castrato is expert in the use of weapons and sits his horse admirably, riding well home in the saddle for the best of reasons, and his hoarse, thick voice, which apparently does not break, as in the European capone, invests him with all the circumstance of command. FN number 564, from the Meccan well used by Muslims much like eau de l'eau by Christians. The water is saltish, hence the touch of Arab humor. Pilgrimage 3, 201 202. FN number 565, such articles would be sacred from Muslim eyes. FN number 566, physiologically true, but not generally mentioned in describing the emotions. FN number 567, properly laid out the different rooms, each odalisque, or concubine, having her own. FN number 568, showing that her monthly ailment was over. FN number 569, Arab Mahamara equals either browned before the fire or artificially reddened. FN number 570, the insolence and license of these palace girls was, and is, unlimited, especially when, as in the present case, they have to deal with a lofty. On this subject numberless stories are current throughout the East. FN number 571, that is, blackened by the fires of Jahannam. FN number 572, Arab. Bil salama equals in safety, to avert the evil eye. When visiting the sick it is usual to say something civil, the Lord heal thee. No evil befall thee, etc. FN number 573, washing during sickness is held dangerous by Arabs, and going to the hammam is, I have said, equivalent to convalescence. FN number 574, Arab. Maristan, pronounced Muristan, a corruption of the Purs. By Muristan equals place of sickness, a hospital much affected by the old Gbers, Abistan, I. 165, 166. That of Damascus was the first Muslim hospital, founded by Al-Walid son of Abd al-Malik the Umayyad in A.H. 88 equals 706 7. Benjamin of Dudla, A.D. 1164, calls it Dar al-Maritan, which his latest editor explains by Dar al-Marabitan, abode of those who require being chained. Al-Mkrazi, Kidat, ascribes the invention of spittles to Hippocrates, another historian to an early pharaoh Manarchish, thus ignoring the Persian kings, Saint Ephraim, or Ephraim, Cyril, etc. In modern parlance, Maristan is a madhouse where the maniacs are treated with all the horrors which were universal in Europe till within a few years and of which occasional traces occur to this day. In A.D. 1399 Catherine de Lane Court held a hospital in the court called Robert de Paris, but the first madhouse in Christendom was built by the Legate Ortiz in Toledo A.D. 1483, and was therefore called Casa del Nuncio. The Damascus Maristan was described by every traveller of the last century, and it showed a curious contrast between the treatment of the maniac and the idiot or Mardan, who is humanely allowed to wander about unharmed, if not held a saint. When I saw it last, 1870, it was all but empty and mostly in ruins. As far as my experience goes, the United States is the only country where the insane are rationally treated by the sane. FN number 575, hence the trite saying whoso drinks the water of the Nile will ever on to drink it again. Light means easily digested water, and the great test is being able to drink it at night between the sleeps, without indigestion. FN number 576. Nil in popular parlance is the Nile flood, although also used for the river as a proper name. Egyptians, modern as well as ancient, have three seasons, Al-Shita, winter, Al-Saif, summer, and Al-Nil, the Nile that is flood season are midsummer, corresponding with the growth months, housing, or granary months and flood months of the older race. FN number 577, these lines are in the Mac. Edit. FN number 587, Arab. Birkat al-Habish, a tank formerly existing in southern Cairo, Gland, Night 128, says en remontant vers l'Ethiopie. FN number 579, the Brez. Edit. 2, 190, from which I borrow this description, here alludes to the well-known island, Al Rosa, Rhoda, equals the garden. FN number 580, Arab. Laylat al-Wafa, the night of the completion or abundance of the Nile flood, usually between August 6th and 16th, when the government proclaims that the Nilometer shows a rise of 16 cubits. Of course it is a great festival and high ceremony, for Egypt is still the gift of the Nile. Lane M. E. Chaps. 26, a work which would be much improved by a better index. FN number 581, that is, admiration will be complete. FN number 582, Arab. Sahil Masr, Misr, hence I suppose Galansville's Maritimes. FN number 583, a favourite simile, suggested by the broken glitter and shimmer of the stream under the level rays and the breeze of eventide. FN number 584, Arab. Halab, derived by Muslims from he, Abraham, milked, Haliba, the white and dun cow. But the name of the city occurs in the cuneiforms as Halbun or Kalbun, and the classics knew it as Greek letters, Baroka, written with variants. FN number 585, Arab. Ka, usually a saloon, but also applied to a fine house here and elsewhere in the nights. FN number 586, Arab. Gams equals winking, signing with the eye which, amongst Muslims, is not held vulgar. FN number 587, Arab. Camis from Lowlat. Comisha, first found in St. Jerome, Solent militants haber linears, quais comishas vacant. Our shirt, chemise, chemisette, etc., was unknown to the ancients of Europe. FN number 588, Arab. Nargis. The Arabs borrowed nothing, but the Persians much, from Greek mythology. Hence the eye of Narcissus, an idea hardly suggested by the look of the daffodil, or asphodel flower, is at times the glance of a spy and at times the die-away look of a mistress. Some scholars explain it by the form of the flower, the internal calyx resembling the iris, and the stalk being bent just below the petals suggesting drooping eyelids and languid eyes. Hence a poet addresses the Narcissus colon. O Narcissus, look away. Before those eyes I may not kiss her as a breast she lies. What? Shall the lover close his eyes in sleep while thine watch all things between earth and skies? The fashionable lover in the East must affect a frantic jealousy if he does not feel it. FN number 589. In Egypt there are neither bedsteads nor bedrooms. The carpets and mattresses, pillows and cushions, sheets being unknown, are spread out when wanted, and during the day are put into chests or cupboards, or only rolled up in a corner of the room. Pilgrimage I. 53. FN number 590. The women of Damascus have always been famed for the sanguinary jealousy with which European story books and novels credit the Spanish lady. The men were as celebrated for intolerance and fanaticism, which we first read of in the days of Bertrand de la Broquierie and which culminated in the massacre of 1860. Yet they are a notoriously timid race and make, physically and morally, the worst of soldiers. We prove that under my late friend Fred Walpole in the Bashi-Buzuks during the Old Crimean War. The men looked very fine fellows and after a month in camp fell off to the condition of old women. FN number 591, Arab. Rukam, properly equals alabaster and marmor equals marble, but the two are often confounded. FN number 592, he was ceremonially impure after touching a corpse. FN number 593, the phrase is perfectly appropriate. Cairo without her Nile would be nothing. FN number 594, the market was hot say the Hindustanis. This would begin between 7 and 8 a.m. FN number 595, Arab. Al-Faranj, Europeans generally. It is derived from gens Francorum, and dates from crusading days when the French played the leading part. Hence the lingua franca, the Levantine jargon, of which Molière has left such a witty specimen. FN number 596, a process familiar to European surgery of the same date. FN number 597, in sign of disappointment, regret, vexation, a gesture still common amongst Muslims and corresponding in significance to a certain extent with us stamping, wringing the hands and so forth. It is not mentioned in the Quran where, however, we find biting fingers ends out of wrath against man, chaps. 3. FN number 598, this is no unmerited scandal. The Kens, especially the feminine half, for reasons elsewhere given, have always been held exceedingly debauched. Even the modest Lane gives a shocking story of a woman enjoying her lover under the nose of her husband and confining the latter in a madhouse, chaps. 13. With civilization, which objects to the good old remedy, the sword, they become worse, and the Qazi's court is crowded with would-be divorcees. Under English rule the evil has reached its acme because it goes unpunished, in the avenues of the New Ismailia quarter, inhabited by Europeans. Women, even young women, will threaten to expose their persons unless they receive bakshish. It was the same in Sind when husbands were assured that they would be hanged for cutting down adulterous wives. At once after its conquest the women broke loose, and in 1843-50, if a young officer sent to the bazaar for a girl, half a dozen would troop to his quarters. Indeed, more than once the professional prostitutes threatened to memorialize Sir Charles Napier because the modest women, the ladies, were taking the bread out of their mouths. The same was the case at Kabul of Afghanistan in the old war of 1840, and here the women has more excuse, the husbands being notable sodomites as the song has it. The worth of slit the Afghan nose, the worth of hole the Kabul man. FN number 599, so that he might not have to do with three sisters German. Moreover, amongst Muslims a girl's conduct is presaged by that of her mother, and if one sister go wrong, the other is expected to follow suit. Practically the rule applies everywhere, like mother like daughter. FN number 600, in sign of dissent, as opposed to nodding the head which signifies assent. These are two items, apparently instinctive and universal, of man's gesture language which has been so highly cultivated by sundry North American tribes and by the Sodomite establishments of Europe. FN number 601, this future is the real breakfast of the East, the Khoti Husri, Petit Dejeuner, of India, a bit of bread, a cup of coffee or tea and a pipe on rising. In the text, however, it is a ceremonious affair. FN number 602, Arab. Nas, a word of many meanings, a sinister aspect of the stars, as in Hebrew. And Aram, or, adjectively, sinister, of ill omen. Vulgarly it is used as the reverse of nice and corresponds, after a fashion, with a nasty. FN number 603, window gardening, new in England, is an old practice in the East. FN number 604, her pimping instinct at once revealed the case to her. FN number 605, the usual panda dodge to get more money. FN number 606, the writer means that the old woman's account was all false, to increase apparent difficulties and pour say fair value. FN number 607, Arab. Yaklati equals mother's sister, a familiar address to the old, as uncle or nuncle, father's brother, to a man. The Arabs also hold that as a girl resembles her mother so a boy follows his uncle, mother's brother, hence the address Yata'i Balkal equals 0. Thou nephew of a good uncle. I have noted that physically this is often fact. FN number 608, AWLI, contracted properly to AWA, a word in every Muslim mouth and shunned by Christians because against orders Hebrew and Christian. The better educated Turks now eschew that eternal reference to Allah which appears in the nights and which is still the custom of the vulgar throughout the world of Al-Islam. FN number 609. The Muezzin or barber in the East brings his basin and budget under his arm. He is not content only to shave. He must scrape the forehead, trim the eyebrows, pass the blade lightly over the nose and correct the upper and lower lines of the mustachios, opening the central parting and so forth. He is not a whit less a tattler and a scandalmonger than the old Roman Tonsor or Figaro, his confrere in southern Europe. The whole scene of the barber is admirable, an excellent specimen of Arab humour and not over-caricatured. We all have met him. FN number 610, Abdullah ibn Abbas was a cousin and a companion of the Apostle, also a well-known commentator on the Quran and conserver of the traditions of Muhammad. FN number 611, I have noticed the antiquity of this father of our sextant, a fragment of which was found in the palace of Sennacherib. More concerning the Ars table, as Chaucer calls it, is given in my Camoens, his life and his Lusiads, p. 381. FN number 612, Arab. Similar to rhyme with chemia, alchemy proper. It is a subordinate branch of the Ilm al-Ruhani which I would translate spiritualism, and which is divided into two great branches, Ilwi or Rahmani, the high or related to the deity, and Sifli or Shaitani, low, satanic. To the latter belongs Alsa, magic or the black art proper, grammar, egromancy, while Al-Similia is white magic, electrobiology, a kind of natural and deceptive magic, in which drugs and perfumes exercise an important action. One of its principal branches is the Darb al-Mandal or magic mirror, of which more in a future page. See Boccaccio's Day X. Novel 5. FN number 613, Chap. 3, 128. See Sale, in loco, for the noble application of this text by the Imam Hassan, son of the Caliph Ali. FN number 614. These proverbs at once remind us of our old friend Sancho Panza and are equally true to nature in the mouth of the Arab and of the Spaniard. FN number 615. Our nurses always carry in the arms. Arabs place the children astraddle upon the hip and when older on the shoulder. FN number 616. Eastern clothes allow this biblical display of sorrow and vexation, which with our European garb would look absurd. We must satisfy ourselves with maltreating our hats. FN number 617, Kranksvi, 8. It may be observed that according to the Ahadis, sayings of the Prophet, and the Sunnat, sayings and doings of Muhammad, all the hair should be allowed to grow or the whole head be clean shaven. Hence the shusha, or top knot, supposed to be left as a handle for drawing the wearer into paradise, and the zarf, or side locks, somewhat like the ringlets of the polished Jews, are both vain bid'at, or innovations, and therefore technically termed mkruh, a practice not laudable, neither perfectly lawful, nor haram, forbidden by the law. When boys are first shaved generally in the second or third year, a tuft is left on the crown and another over the forehead, but this is not the fashion amongst adults. Abu Hanifa, if I am rightly informed, wrote a treatise on the shusha or long lock growing from the nazia, head pole, which is also a precaution lest the decapitated Muslim's mouth be defiled by an impure hand, and thus it would resemble the chivalry lock by which the redskin brave, and even the cowboy of better times, facilitated the removal of his own scalp. Possibly the Turks had learned the practice from the Chinese and introduced it into Baghdad. Pilgrimage I, 240. The Badawi plait their locks and Quran horns, or jadail, ringlets, which are undone only to be washed with the water of the she-camel. The wild sheriffs wear hafa, long elf locks hanging down both sides of the throat, and shaved away about a finger's breadth round the forehead and behind the neck. Pilgrimage 3, 3536. I have elsewhere noted the Akrukos, the Idiot Fringe, etc. FN number 618. Meats are rarely colored in modern days, but Persian cooks are great adepts in staining rice for the pulao, which we call after its Turkish corruption pilaf. It sometimes appears in rainbow colors, red, yellow and blue, and in India is covered with gold and silver leaf. Europe retains the practice in tinting Pashk, Easter, eggs, the survival of the mundane ovum which was hatched at Eastertide, and they are dyed red in allusion to the blood of redemption. FN number 619. As I have noticed, this is a mixture. FN number 620. We say colon. 'Tis rare the father in the sun we see, he sometimes rises in the third degree. FN number 621, Arab. Balan, that is the body servant, Balana is a tirewoman. FN number 622, Arab. Darabaka are drums made of wood or earthenware, lane, M.E. 18, and used by all in Egypt. FN number 623, Arab. Nay, or more generally Nadabalat. Prefika or Karina, a hired mourner, the Irish keener at the conclamatio or coronach, where the Hullabaloo, Hulalulu or Elulu showed the survivors' sorrow. FN number 624. These doggerels, which are like our street melodies, are now forgotten and others have taken their place. A few years ago one often heard, Dysyalali, tread, oh my joy, and Nitsalilgainina, down into the garden, and these in due turn became obsolete. Lane, M.E. Chaps. 18, gives the former for example. Tread, oh my joy. Tread, oh my joy. Love of my love brings sore annoy. A chorus to such stanzas and colon. Alexandrian damsels rare. Daintily o'er the floor ye fare, your lips are sweet, are sugar sweet, and perfect cashmere shawls ye wear. It may be noted that humming is not a favorite practice with Muslims. If one of the company begin, another will say, go to the kawa, the coffee house, the proper music hall, and sing there. I have elsewhere observed their dislike to al-sifra whistling. FN number 625, Arab. Kalia equals worn out, crafty, an outlaw, used like span. Badido. FN number 626, Zabel is the scavenger, lit. A dung drawer, especially for the use of the hammam which is heated with the droppings of animals. Wakad, stoker, is the servant who turns the fire. The verses are mere nonsense to suit the barber's humour. FN number 627, Arab. Ya barad equals oh fool. FN number 628. This form of blessing is chanted from the minaret about half an hour before midday, when the worshippers take their places in the mosque. At noon there is the usual azan prayer call, and each man performs a tubo, in honor of the mosque and its gathering, as it were. The Prophet is then blessed and a second salam is called from the raised umbo or platform, dhikr, by the divines who repeat the midday call. Then an imam recites the first khutbah, or sermon of praise, and the congregation worships in silence. This is followed by the second exhortation of Watts, dispensing the words of wisdom. The imam now stands up before the mihrab, prayer niche, and recites the Iqamah, which is the common azan with one only difference. After Hayy to salvation it adds come is the time of supplication, whence the name, causing, prayer, to stand, that is, to begin. Hereupon the worshippers recite the Farz or Quran commanded noon prayer of Friday, and the Encoded add a host of supererogatories. Those who would study the subject may consult Lane, M.E. Chaps. 3. And its abstract in his Arabian Nights, I.P. 430, or note 69 to Chaps. V. FN number 629, that is, the women loose their hair, an immodesty sanctioned only by a great calamity. FN number 630, These small shops are composed of a bit and a ben. Pilgrimage I, 99. FN number 631, Arab. Qad, a popular term of abuse, hence the span. And port. Alcavitero. The Italian Galeotto is from Galahalt, not Galahad. FN number 632, that is, one seeking assistance in Allah. He was the son of Al-Zahir Bila, one preeminent by the decree of Allah. Lane says, I. 430, great-grandson of Harun al-Rashid, alluding to the first Mustansa son of al-Mutawakkil, Rin. AH 247 248 equals 861 862. But this is the 56th Abbasid and Rin. AH 623 640 equals 1226 to 1242. FN number 633, Arab. Your Malid, the Kurban Bayram of the Turks, the pilgrimage festival. The story is historical. In the act, a miscellany compiled by Ibn Abd Rabiu, Vulg. Rabbi High, of Cordova, Huab. A. H. 328 equals 940. We read: A Spongia found 10 criminals and followed them, imagining they were going to a feast, but lo, they were going to their deaths. And when they were slain and he remained, he was brought before the Khalifa, Al-Mamun, and Ibrahim son of Al-Mahdi related a tale to procure pardon for the man, whereupon the Khalifa pardoned him. Lane 2, 506. FN number 634, Arab. Nate al-Dam, the former word was noticed in the tail of the bull and the ass. The leather of blood was not unlike the soufre and could be folded into a bag by a string running through rings round the edges. Muslim executioners were very expert and seldom failed to strike off the head with a single blow of the thin narrow blade with razor edge, hard as diamond withal, which contrasted so strongly with the great coarse chopper of the European headsman. FN number 635, the ground floor, which in all hot countries is held, and rightly so, unwholesome during sleep, is usually let for shops. This is also the case throughout southern Europe, and extends to the Canary Islands and the Brazil. FN number 636. This serious contemplation of street scenery is one of the pleasures of the harems. FN number 637. We should say smiled at him. The laugh was not intended as an affront. FN number 638, Arab. False armor. False is a fish scale, also the smaller coin, and the plural fallis is the vulgar term for money, equals ickle. Quattrini, without specifying the coin. It must not be confounded with the fatsa, alias nes, alias para, Turk, the latter being made, not of red copper but of a vile alloy containing, like the Greek asper, some silver, and representing, when at par, the 40th of a piaster. The latter equals 2d. 2/5 ths. FN number 639, Arab Faragia, a long-sleeved robe, Lane's Faragia M.E. Chaps. I. FN number 640, the tailor in the East, as in southern Europe, is made to cut out the cloth in presence of its owner, to prevent cabbaging. FN number 641, expecting a present. FN number 642, alluding to the saying, kiss is the key to kitty. FN number 643, the panel dodge is fatally common throughout the East, where a man found in the house of another is helpless. FN number 644, this was the beginning of horseplay which often ends in a bastinado. FN number 645, hair dyes, in the East, are all vegetable matter, henna, indigo leaves, galls, etc. Our mineral dyes are, happily for them, unknown. Herclots will supply a host of recipes. The Egyptian mixture which I quoted in Pilgrimage, 274, is sulfate of iron and ammonia of iron 1 part and gall nuts 2 parts, infused in 8 parts of distilled water. It is innocuous but very poor as a dye. FN number 646, Arab. Imrad, etymologically beardless and handsome, but often used in a bad sense, to denote an effeminate, ectotamite. FN number 647, the Hindus prefer having the cardinal points as her sole garment. Vetuda climat, says Madame de Stael. In Paris nude statues are draped in cerulean blue. Rabelais, 429, robes king shrovetide in grey and gold of a comical cut, nothing before, nothing behind, with sleeves of the same. FN number 648, this scene used to be enacted a few years ago in Paris for the benefit of concealed spectators, a young American being the victim. It was put down when one of the lookers-on lost his eye by a penknife thrust into the crevice. FN number 649, meaning that the trick had been played by the wazir's wife or daughter. I could mention sundry names at Cairo whose charming owners have done worse things than this unseemly frolic. FN number 650, Arab. Shay'an lillahi, a beggar's formula equals Paramodideo. FN number 651, noting how sharp-eared the blind become. FN number 652, the blind in Egypt are notorious for insolence and violence, fanaticism and rapacity. Not a few foreigners have suffered from them. Pilgrimage I, 148. In former times many were blinded in infancy by their mothers, and others blinded themselves to escape conscription or honest hard work. They could always obtain food, especially as muezzins, and were preferred because they could not take advantage of the minaret by spying into their neighbors' households. The Egyptian race is chronically weak-eyed, the effect of the damp hot climate of the valley, whereof Thalmir prevailed even during the pre-Pharaonic days. The great Sesostris died stone-blind and his successor lost his sight for 10 years. Pilgrimage 2, 176. That the fellows are now congenitally weak-eyed may be seen by comparing them with Negroes imported from Central Africa. Ophthalmia rages, especially during the damp season, in the lower Nile Valley, and the best cure for it is a fortnight's trip to the desert where, despite glare, sand and wind, the eye readily recovers tone. FN number 653, that is, with kicks and cuffs and blows, as is the custom. Pilgrimage I, 174. FN number 654, Arab. Cade, when Salgade, a word still much used in northwestern Africa. FN number 655, Arab. Salam equals lit. A ladder, a framework of sticks, used by way of our triangles or whipping posts. FN number 656. This is one of the feats of alchemy equals white magic, fascinating the eyes. In Europe it has lately taken the name of electrobiology. FN number 657, again by means of the simia or power of fascination possessed by the old scoundrel. FN number 658, a formula for averting Aline, the evil eye. It is always unlucky to meet a one-eyed man, especially the first thing in the morning and when setting out on any errand. The idea is that the fascinated one will suffer from some action of the physical eye. Monoculars also are held to be rogues, so the Sanskrit saying few one-eyed men be honest men. FN number 659, al-Nashar from Nashr equals sawing, so the fiddler in Italian is called the village saw, Sega del Villaggio. He is the al-Nashkar of the English Tcaland and Richardson. The tale is very old. It appears as the Brahman and the pot of rice in the Panchatantra, and Professor Benfey believes, as usual with him, that this, with many others, derives from a Buddhist source. But I would distinctly derive it from Aesop's market woman who kicked over her eggs, whence the lat. Prof. Ante-Victorium cania triumphum equals to sell the skin before you have caught the bear. In the Calala and Dimna and its numerous offspring, it is the ascetic with his jar of oil and honey. In Rabelais, I. 33, Echevron's shoemaker spills his milk, and so Laperette in La Fontaine. C. M. Max Muller's Chips, Volume 3, Appendix. The curious reader will compare my version with that which appears at the end of Richardson's Arabic Grammar, edit. Of 1811, he had a better, or rather a fuller Miss, p. 199, than any yet printed. FN number 660, Arab. A trequils any perfume, especially oil of roses, whence our word otter, through the Turkish corruption. FN number 661, the texts give dirhams, 100,000 equals 5,000 dinars, for dinars, a clerical error as the sequel shows. FN number 662, young slaves, says Richardson, losing colour. FN number 663, nothing more calculated to give affront than such a refusal. Richardson, p. 204, who, however, doubts his own version, p. 208, here translates, and I will not give liberty to my soul, spouse, but in her apartments. The Arabic, or rather Cain, is, Walla Kali Rui, I will not let myself go, that is, be my everyday self, etc. FN number 664, whilst she is in astonishment and terror. Richardson. FN number 665, Chamber of Robes, Richardson, whose text has Naam for Manam. FN number 666, Till I complete her distress, Richardson, whose text is corrupt. FN number 667, Sleep by her side, the word name bearing both senses. FN number 668, Will take my hand, to Kabul being also ambiguous. FN number 669, Arab. Numerous one who brings about ours, marriages, etc. So the germ equals couple-rin-a-couple-ris. It is one of the many synonyms for a pimp, and a word in general use, pilgrimage I. 276. The most insulting term, like Dalius, insinuates that the man benders for his own wife. FN number 670, of hands and face, etc. See Nightglucksif. FN number 671, Arab. Sadaka, sincerity, voluntary or supererogatory alms, aposta zakat, purification, legal alms which are indispensable. Prayer carries us halfway to Allah, fasting brings us to the door of His palace, and alms deeds, sadaka, cause us to enter. For zakat no especial rate is fixed, but it should not be less than 1/40th of property or 2.5%. For Islam is, as far as I know, the only faith which makes a poor rate, zakat, obligatory and which has invented a property tax, as opposed the unjust and unfair income tax upon which England prides herself. FN number 672, a Greek girl. FN number 673, this was making himself very easy, and the idea is the gold in the pouch caused him to be so bold. Lane's explanation, in loco, is all wrong. The pride engendered by sudden possession of money is a common amongst Eastern storytellers. Even in the beast fables, the mouse which has stolen a few gold pieces becomes confident and stout-hearted. FN number 674, Arab. Al-Mulihu also means the beautiful, from il equals salt, splendor, etc. The Makadit has Mumalha equals a salt vessel. FN number 675, that is, to see if he felt the smart. FN number 676, Arab. Sidebet Persian equals an underground room used for coolness in the hot season. It is unknown in Cairo, but every house in Baghdad, in fact throughout the Mesopotamian cities, has one. It is on the principle of the underground cellar without which wine will not keep. Lane, I. 406, calls it a vault. FN number 677, in the Arig. Oh, old woman. Which is insulting. FN number 678, so the Italians say a quail to skin. FN number 679, amen, is the word used for quarter on the battlefield, and there are Joe Millers about our soldiers in India mistaking it for a man, or, Scottish, a Monday. FN number 680, illustrating the Persian saying Allah himself cannot help a fool. FN number 681, any article taken from the person and given to a criminal is a promise of pardon, of course on the implied condition of plenary confession and of becoming king's evidence. FN number 682, a naive proposal to share the plunder. FN number 683, in popular literature shikabak, and from this tale comes our saying a Barmecide's feast, that is, an illusion. FN number 684, the castrato at the door is still, I have said, the fashion of Cairo and he acts Swiss with a witness. FN number 685, as usual in the East. The mansion was a hollow square surrounding what in Spain is called patio. The outer entrance was far from the inner, showing the extent of the grounds. FN number 686, Nanu Malihin equals we are on terms of salt, said and say the Arabs. But the traveller must not trust in these days to the once sacred tie. There are tribes which will give bread with one hand and stab with the other. The Eastern use of salt is a curious contrast with that of Westerns, who made it an invidious and inhospitable distinction, for example, to sit above the salt cellar and below the salt. Amongst the ancients, however, he took bread and salt means he swore, the food being eaten when an oath was taken. Hence the bride cake of salt, water and flour. FN number 687, Arab. Harissa, the meat pudding before explained. FN number 688, Arab. Sikbaj, before explained. It is held to be a lordly dish, invented by Khosrow Parvaz. Fatted duck says the Bressel. Edit. 2, 308, with more reason. FN number 689. I was reproved in southern Abyssinia for eating without this champing. Thou feedest like a beggar who muncheth silently in his corner, and presently found that it was a sign of good breeding to eat as noisily as possible. FN number 690. Barley in Arabia is, like our oats, food for horses. It fattens at the same time that it cools them. Had this been known to our cavalry when we first occupied Egypt in 1883, for our losses in horse flesh would have been far less, but official ignorance persisted in feeding the cattle upon heating oats and the riders upon beef, which is indigestible, instead of mutton, which is wholesome. FN number 691, that is I conjure thee by God. FN number 692. That is, this is the very thing for thee. FN number 693, that is, at random. FN number 694, this is the way of slaughtering the camel, whose throat is never cut on account of the thickness of the muscles. Egorger and shame is a mistake often made in French books. FN number 695, that is I will break bounds. FN number 696, the Arabs have a saying corresponding with the dictum of the Salernitana school : Nociter labia quantum sit virginis antram, nociter anaso quanta sit haste viro. A maiden's mouth shows what's the make of her chose, and man's mental one knows by the length of his nose. Whereto I would add : and the eyebrows disclose how the lower wig grows. The observations are purely empirical but, as far as my experience extends, correct. FN number 697, Arab. Kakaga, a very low proceeding. FN number 698, or for every death there is a cause, but the older Arabs had a saying corresponding with Deus non fecit mortem. FN number 699, The king's barber is usually a man of rank for the best of reasons, that he holds his sovereign's life between his fingers. One of these noble figaros in India married an English lady who was, they say, unpleasantly surprised to find out what were her husband's official duties. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, a plain and literal translation of the Arabian Nights Entertainments. Translated and annotated by Richard F. Burton. Volume 2, privately printed by the Burton Club. To John Payne, Esquire. My dear Sir, allow me thus publicly to express my admiration of your magnum opus, the Book of the Thousand Nights and One Night, and to offer you my cordial thanks for honouring me with the dedication of that scholarlike and admirable version. Ever yours sincerely, Richard F. Burton. Queen's College, Oxford, August 1st, 1885. Contents of the second volume. 7. Nur al-Din Ali and the Damsel Anis al-Jalis. 8. Tale of the Ghanem Binayb, the Distraught, the Thrall Olave. Tale of the First Eunuch, Book 8b. Tale of the Second Eunuch, Kafir 9. Tale of King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his sons Sharkan and Zor al-Maykani. Tale of Taj al-Muluk and the Princess Dunya. Tale of Aziz and Aziza. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night. Nur al-Din Ali and the Damsel Anis al-Jalis. Quoth Shahrazad, FN number 1, It hath reached me, O auspicious King of intelligence penetrating, that there was, amongst the kings of Basora, FN number 2, a king who loved the poor and needy and cherished his lieges, and gave of his wealth to all who believed in Muhammad, whom Allah bless and assain, and he was even as one of the poets described him. A king who when hosts of the foe invade, receives them with lance lunge and sabre sway, writes his name on bosoms in thin red lines, and scatters the horsemen in wild dismay. FN number 3. His name was King Muhammad bin Sulayman al-Zayni, and he had two wazirs, one called Al-Mu'in, son of Sawi, and the other Al-Fazl, son of Kakan. Now Al-Fazl was the most generous of the people of his age, upright of life, so that all hearts united in loving him, and the wise flocked to him for counsel, whilst the subjects used to pray for his long life, because he was a compendium of the best qualities, encouraging the good and leaf, and preventing evil and mischief. But there was the Mu'in bin Sawi on the contrary hated folk, FN number 4, and loved not the good and was a mere compound of ill, even as was said of him. Hold to nobles, sons of nobles. 'Tis ever nature's test that nobles born of nobles shall excel in noble deed, and shun the mean of soul, meanly bred, for 'tis the law, mean deeds come of men who are mean of blood and breed. And as much as the people loved and fondly loved Al-Fazl bin Kakan, so they hated and thoroughly hated the mean and miserly Mu'in bin Sawi. It befell one day by the decree of the Decreer, that King Muhammad bin Sulayman al-Zayni, being seated on his throne with his officers of state about him, summoned his wazir Al-Fazl and said to him, I wish to have a slave girl of passing beauty, perfect in loveliness, exquisite in symmetry and endowed with all praiseworthy gifts. Said the courtiers, such a girl is not to be bought for less than 10,000 gold pieces, whereupon the Sultan called out to his treasurer and said, carry 10,000 dinars to the house of Al-Fazl bin Kakan. The treasurer did the king's bidding, and the minister went away, after receiving the royal charge to repair to the slave bazaar every day, and entrust to brokers the matter aforesaid. Moreover, the king issued orders that girls worth above 1,000 gold pieces should not be bought or sold without being first displayed to the wazir. Accordingly no broker purchased a slave girl ere she had been paraded before the minister, but none pleased him, till one day a dealer came to the house and found him taking horse and intending for the palace. So he caught hold of his stirrup, saying, O thou, who givest to royal state sweet savour, through right a wazir shalt never fail of favour. Dead bounty thou hast raised to life for men, ne'er fail of Allah's grace such high endeavour. Then quoth he, O my lord, that surpassing object for whom the gracious mandate was issued is at last found. FN number 5, and quoth there was here with her to me. So he went away and returned after a little, bringing a damsel in richest raiment robed, a maid spear straight of stature and 5 feet tall, budding of bosom with eyes large and black as by coal traced, and dewy lips sweeter than syrup or the sherbet one sips. A virginette smooth-cheeked and shapely faced, whose slender waist with massive hips was engraced, a form more pleasing than branchlet waving upon the topmost trees, and a voice softer and gentler than the morning breeze, even as saith one of those who have described her. Strange as the charm which dights her brows like luna's disk that shine, O sweeter taste than sweetest rob. FN number 6, raisins of the vine. A throne Thempyrean keeps for her in high and glorious state, for wit and wisdom, wand-like form and graceful bending line, she in the heaven of her face. FN number 7, the sevenfold stars displays, that guard her cheeks as satellites against the spy's design. If man should cast a furtive glance or steal far look at her, his heart is burnt by devil bolts shot by those piercing ear. When the wazir saw her she made him marvel with excess of admiration, so he turned, perfectly pleased, to the broker and asked, what is the price of this girl? Whereto he answered, her market value stands at 10,000 dinars, but her owner swears that this sum will not cover the cost of the chickens she hath eaten, the wine she hath drunken and the dresses of honour bestowed upon her instructor, for she hath learned calligraphy and syntax and etymology, the commentaries of the Quran, the principles of law and religion, the canons of medicine, and the calendar and the art of playing on musical instruments. FN number 8, said there was bring me her master. So the broker brought him at once and, behold, he was a Persian of whom there was left only what the days had left, for he was as a vulture aballed and scald under wall trembling to its fall. Time had buffeted him with sore smart, yet was he not willing this world to depart, even as said the poet. Time hath shattered all my frame, oh, how time hath shattered me. Time with lordly might can tame manly strength and vigour free. Time was in my youth, that none sped their way more fleet and fast. Time is and my strength is gone, youth is sped, and speed is past. FN number 9. Their wazir asked him, art thou content to sell this slave girl to the Sultan for 10,000 dinars? And the Persian answered, by Allah, if I offer her to the king for naught, it were but my devour. FN number 10. So the minister bade bring the monies and saw them weighed out to the Persian, who stood up before him and said, by the leave of our lord there wazir, I have somewhat to say. And there wazir replied, out with all thou hast. It is my opinion, continued the slave dealer, that thou shouldst not carry the maid to the king this day, for she is newly off a journey, the change of air. FN number 11, hath affected her and the toils of trouble have fretted her. But keep her quiet in thy palace some 10 days, that she may recover her looks and become again as she was. Then send her to the hammam and clothe her in the richest of clothes and go up with her to the Sultan, this will be more to thy profit. The wazir pondered the Persian's words and approved of their wisdom, so he carried her to his palace, where he appointed her private rooms, and allowed her every day whatever she wanted of meat and drink and so forth. And on this wise she abode a while. Now the wazir al-Fazl had a son like the full moon when she nearest died, with face radiant in light, cheeks ruddy bright, and a mole like a dot of ambergris on a downy sight, as said of him the poet and said full right. A moon which blights you. FN number 12, if you dare behold, a branch which folds you in its waving fold, locks of the zanj. FN number 13, and golden glint of hair, sweet gait and form a spear to have and hold, ah! Hard of heart with softest slenderest waist, that evil to this wheel why not remold? FN number 14, with thy form softness placed in thy heart, ne'er would thy lover find thee harsh and cold, O thou accuser! Be my love's excuser, nor chide if love pangs deal me woes untold. I bear no blame, 'tis all my hear and ear, so leave thy blaming, let me yearn and pine. Now the handsome youth knew not the affair of the damsel, and his father had enjoined her closely, saying, Know, O my daughter, that I have bought thee as a bedfellow for our king, Muhammad bin Sulayman al-Zini, and I have a son who is a Satan for girls and leaves no maid in the neighborhood without taking her maidenhead, so be on thy guard against him and beware of letting him see thy face or hear thy voice. Hearkening and obedience, said the girl, and he left her and fared forth. Some days after this it happened by decree of destiny, that the damsel repaired to the baths in the house, where some of the slave women bathed her, after which she arrayed herself in sumptuous raiment, and her beauty and loveliness were thereby redoubled. Then she went in to the wazir's wife and kissed her hand, and the dame said to her, Naaman, may it benefit thee, FN number 15, O Anis al-Jalis. FN number 16, and not our baths handsome? O my mistress, she replied, I lacked naught there save thy gracious presence. Thereupon the lady said to her slave women, Come with us to the hammam, for it is some days since we went there. They answered, To hear is to obey, and rose and all accompanied her. Now she had set 2 little slave girls to keep the door of the private chamber wherein was Anis al-Jalis, and had said to them, Suffer none go into the damsel. Presently, as the beautiful maiden sat resting in her rooms, suddenly came in the wazir's son, whose name was Nur al-Din Ali, FN number 17, and asked after his mother and her women, to which the 2 little slave girls replied, They are in the hammam. But the damsel, Anis al-Jalis, had heard from within Nur al-Din Ali's voice, and had said to herself, Oh, would heaven I saw what like is this youth against whom the wazir warned me, saying that he hath not left a virgin in the neighborhood without taking her virginity. By Allah, I do long to have sight of him. So she sprang to her feet with the freshness of the bath on her, and, stepping to the door, looked at Nur al-Din Ali and saw a youth like the moon in its full, and the sight bequeathed her 1,000 sighs. The young man also glanced at her, and the look made him heir to 1,000 thoughts of care, and each fell into love's ready snare. Then he stepped up to the 2 little slave girls and cried aloud at them, whereupon both fled before him and stood afar off to see what he would do. And behold, he walked to the door of the damsel's chamber and, opening it, went in and asked her, Art thou she my father bought for me? And she answered, Yes. Thereupon the youth, who was warm with wine, came up to her and embraced her. Then he took her legs and passed them round his waist, and she wound her arms about his neck, and met him with kisses and murmurs of pleasure and amorous toyings. Next he sucked her tongue, and she sucked his, and lastly, he loosed the strings of her petticoat trousers and abated her maidenhead. When the 2 little slave girls saw their young master get in unto the damsel, Anis al-Jalis, they cried out and shrieked. So as soon as the youth had had his wicked will of her, he rose and fled forth, fearing the consequences of his ill-doing. When the wazir's wife heard the slave girl's cries, she sprang up and came out of the baths with the perspiration pouring from her face, saying, What is this unseemly clamour in the house? FN number 18. Then she came up to the 2 little slave girls and asked them, saying, Fie upon you! What is the matter? And both answered, Verily our Lord Nur al-Din came in and beat us, so we fled. Then he went up to Anis al-Jalis and threw his arms round her, and we know not what he did after that, but when we cried out to thee, he ran away. Upon this the lady went to Anis al-Jalis and said to her, What tidings? O my lady, she answered, as I was sitting here lo, a handsome young man came in and said to me, Art thou she my father bought for me? And I answered, Yes. For, by Allah, O mistress mine, I believed that his words were true, and he instantly came in and embraced me. Did he naught else with thee but this? Quoth the laddie, and quoth she, Indeed he did. But he did it only 3 times. He did not leave thee without dishonouring thee. cried the wazir's wife, and fell to weeping and buffing her face, she and the girl and all the handmaidens, fearing lest Nur al-Din's father should kill him. FN number 19. Whilst they were thus, in came the wazir and asked what was the matter, and his wife said to him, "Swear that whatso I tell thee thou wilt attend to it." "I will," answered he. So she related to him what his son had done, whereat he was much concerned and rent his raiment and smote his face till his nose bled, and plucked out his beard by the handful. "Do not kill thyself," said his wife, "I will give thee 10,000 dinars, her price, of my own money." But he raised his head and cried, "Out upon thee! I have no need of her purchase money, my fear is lest life as well as money go." "O my lord, and how is that? Wottest thou not that yonder standeth our enemy Al-Mu'in bin Sa'i, who, as soon as he shall hear of this matter, will go up to the Sultan?" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 35th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wazir said to his wife, "Wottest thou not that yonder standeth our enemy Al-Mu'in bin Sa'i, who, as soon as he hears of this matter, will go up to the Sultan and say to him, Thy wazir who, thou wilt have it loveth thee, shook from thee 10,000 ducats and bought therewith a slave girl whose like none ever beheld, but when he saw her, she pleased him, and he said to his son, Take her, thou art worthier of her than the Sultan." So he took her and did away with her virginity, and she is now in his house. The king will say, "Thou list." To which he will reply, "With thy leave I will fall upon him unawares and bring her to thee." The king will give him warranty for this, and he will come down upon the house and will take the girl and present her to the Sultan, who will question her, and she will not be able to deny the past. Then mine enemy will say, "O my lord, thou wottest that I give thee the best of counsel, but I have not found favour in thine eyes." Thereupon the Sultan will make an example of me, and I shall be a gazing stock to all the people, and my life will be lost. Quoth his wife, "Let none know of this thing which hath happened privily, and commit thy case to Allah, and trust in him to save thee from such strait, for he who knoweth the future shall provide for the future." With this she brought the wazir a cup of wine, and his heart was quieted, and he ceased to feel wrath and fear. Thus far concerning him, but as regards his son Nur al-Din Ali, fearing the consequence of his misdeed, he abode his day long in the flower garden and came back only at night to his mother's apartment, where he slept, and, rising before dawn, returned to the gardens. He ceased not to do thus for 2 whole months without showing his face to his parent, till at last his mother said to his father, "O my lord, shall we lose our boy as well as the girl? If matters continue long in this way he will flee from us." "And what to do?" asked he, and she answered, "Do thou watch this night, and, when he cometh, seize on him and frighten him. I will rescue him from thee, and do thou make peace with him and give him the damsel to wife, for she loveth him as he loveth her. And I will pay thee her price." So the minister sat up that night, and, when his son came, he seized him and throwing him down knelt on his breast and showed as though he would cut his throat. But his mother ran to the youth's succor and asked her husband, "What wouldest thou do with him?" He answered her, "I will split his wheeze." And said the son to the father, "Is my death, then, so light a matter to thee?" And his father's eyes welled with tears, for natural affection moved him, and he rejoined, "O my son, how light was to thee the loss of my good and my life." Quoth Nur al-Din, "Hear, O my father, what the poet hath said. Forgive me. Thee wards and I, but the wise ne'er to the sinner shall deny his grace. Thy foe may pardon so when lieth he in lowest, and thou holdest highest place." Thereupon the wazir rose from off his son's breast, saying, "I forgive thee," for his heart yearned to him, and the youth kissed the hand of his sire, who said, "O my son, were I sure that thou wouldest deal justly by Anas al-Jalis, I would give her to thee. O my father, what justice am I to do to her? I enjoin thee, O my son, not to take another wife or concubine to share with her, nor sell her." "O my father, I swear to thee that verily I will not do her injustice in either way." Having sworn to that effect, Nur al-Din went into the damsel and abode with her a whole year, whilst Allah Almighty caused the king to forget the matter of the maiden, and Al-Mu'in, though the affair came to his ears, dared not divulge it by reason of the high favour in which his rival stood with the Sultan. At the end of the year, Al-Fazl went one day to the public baths, and, as he came out whilst he was still sweating, the air struck him FN number 20, and he caught a cold which turned to a fever. Then he took to his bed. His malady gained ground and restlessness was longsome upon him and weakness bound him like a chain. So he called out, "Hither with my son," and when Nur al-Din Ali came he said to him, "O my son, know that man's lot and means are distributed and agreed, and the end of days by all must be dreed, and that every soul drain the cup of death is nature's need." So he repeated these lines: "I die my death, but he alone is great who dieth not. And well I wot, soon shall I die, for death was made my lot. A king there's not that dies and holds his kingdom in his hand, for sovereignty the kingdom is of him who dieth not." Then he continued, "O my son, I have no charge to leave thee save that thou fear Allah and look to the issues of thine acts, and bear in mind my injunctions." And then down is al-Jalis. "O my father," said Nur al-Din, "who is like unto thee? Indeed thou art famed for well-doing, and preachers offer prayers for thee in their pulpits." Quoth Al-Fazl, "O my son, I hope that Allah Almighty may grant me acceptance." Then he pronounced the two testimonies, FN number 21, or professions of the faith, and was recorded among the blessed. The palace was filled with crying and lamentation, and the news of his death reached the king, and the city people wept, even those at their prayers and women at household cares, and the school children shed tears for bin Kakan. Then his son Nur al-Din Ali arose and made ready his funeral, and the emirs and wazirs and high officers of state and city notables were present, amongst them the wazir al-Mu'in bin Sa'i. And as the bier went forth from the house, some one in the crowd of mourners began to chant with these lines: "On the 5th day I quitted all my friends forevermore, and they laid me out and washed me on a slab without my door." FN number 22, "They stripped me of the clothes I was ever wont to wear, and they clothed me in the clothes which till then I never wore. On 4 men's necks they bore me and carried me from home to chapel, and some prayed for him on neck they bore. They prayed for me a prayer that no prostration knows." FN number 23, "They prayed for me who praised me and were my friends of yore, and they laid me in a house with a ceiling vaulted door, and time shall be no more ere it ope to me its door." When they had shovelled in the dust over him and the crowd had dispersed, Nur al-Din returned home, and he lamented with sobs and tears, and the tongue of the case repeated these couplets: "On the 5th day at eventide they went away from me, farewelled them as faring they made farewell my lot, but my spirit as they went, with them went, and so I cried, a return ye." But replied she, "Alas! Return is not to a frame clear and lorn that lacketh blood and life, a frame whereof remaineth naught but bones that rattle and rot. Mine eyes are blind and cannot see, quenched by the flowing tear. Mine ears are dull and lost to sense, they have no power to hear." He abode a long time sorrowing for his further till, one day, as he was sitting at home, there came a knocking at the door, so he rose in haste and opening let in a man, one of his father's intimates and who had been the wazir's boon companion. The visitor kissed Nur al-Din's hand and said to him, "O my lord, he who hath left the like of thee is not dead," and this way went also the chief of the ancients and the moderns. FN number 24, "O my lord Ali, be comforted and leave sorrowing." Thereupon Nur al-Din rose and going to the guest saloon transported thither all he needed. Then he assembled his companions and took his handmaid again, and, collecting round him 10 of the sons of the merchants, began to eat meat and drink wine, giving entertainment after entertainment and lavishing his presents and his favours. One day his steward came to him and said, O my lord Nur al-Din, hast thou not heard the saying, whoso spendeth and reckoneth not, to poverty wendeth and recketh not? And he repeated what the poet wrote. I look to my money and keep it with care, for I twell I what 'tis my buckler and brand. Did I lavish my dear alms on hostilist foes? FN number 25, I should drug my good luck by mine ill luck repand, so I'll eat it and drink it and joy in my wealth, and no spending my pennies on others I'll stand. I will keep my purse close 'gainst whoever he be, and in a good in grain a true friend ne'er I found. Far better deny him than come to say lend, and fivefold the loan shall return to thy hand. And he turns face aside and he sidles away, while I stand like a dog disappointed, unmanned. Oh, the sorry lot his who hath yellow boys none, though his genius and virtues shine bright as the sun. O my master, continued the steward, this lavish outlay in these magnificent gifts waste away wealth. When Nur al-Din Ali heard these words he looked at his servant and cried, Of all thou hast spoken I will not heed one single word, for I have heard the saying of the poet who saith, And my palm be full of wealth and my wealth thine e'er bestow, a palsy take my hand and my foot ne'er rise again. Show my niggard who by niggardize he rose to high degree, or the generous gifts generally hath slain. And he pursued, No, O steward, it is my desire that so long as thou hast money enough for my breakfast, thou trouble me not with taking thought about my supper. Thereupon the steward asked, Must it be so? And he answered, It must. So the honest man went his way, and Nur al-Din Ali devoted himself to extravagance, and, if any of his cup companions chanced to say, This is a pretty thing, he would reply, 'Tis a gift to thee, or if another said, O my lord, such a house is handsome, he would answer, Take it, it is thine. After this reckless fashion he continued to live for a whole year, giving his friends a banquet in the morning and a banquet in the evening and a banquet at midnight, till one day, as the company was sitting together, the damsel Anis al-Jalis repeated these lines. Thou deemedst well of time when days went well, and fearedst not what ills might deal thee fate. Thy nights so fair and restful cozened thee, for peaceful nights bring woes of heavy weight. When she had ended her verse, behold, somebody knocked at the door. So Nur al-Din rose to open it, and one of his boon companions followed him without being perceived. At the door he found his steward and asked him, What is the matter? And he answered, O my lord, what I dreaded for thee hath come to pass. How so? Know that there remains not a dirham's worth, less or more in my hands. Here are my dafters and account books showing both income and outlay in the registers of thine original property. When Nur al-Din heard these words he bowed his head and said, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. When the man who had followed him privily to spy on him heard the steward's words, he returned to his friends and warned them, saying, Look ye well to what ye do. Nur al-Din is penniless, and, as the young host came back to his guests, vexation showed itself in his face. Thereupon one of the intimates rose, and, looking at the entertainer, said to him, O my lord, maybe thou wilt give me leave to retire? And why so early retirement this day? Asked he, and the other answered him, My wife is in childbirth and I may not be absent from her. Indeed I must return and see how she does. So he gave him leave, whereupon another rose and said, O my lord Nur al-Din, I wish now to go to my brother's, for he circumciseth his son today. FN number 26, in short each and every asked permission to retire on some pretence or other, till all the 10 were gone, leaving Nur al-Din alone. Then he called his slave girl and said to her, O Anis al-Jalis, hast thou seen what case is mine? And he related to her that the steward has told him. Then quoth she, O my lord, for many nights I had it in my mind to speak with thee of this matter, but I heard thee repeating, When the world heaps favours on thee, pass on thy favours to friends ere her hand she stay. Largesse never let her when fain she comes, nor niggardize kept her from turning away. When I heard these verses I held my peace and cared not to exchange a word with thee. O Anis al-Jalis, said Nur al-Din, thou knowest that I have not wasted my wealth save on my friends, especially these 10 who have now left me a pauper, and I think they will not abandon and desert me without relief. By Allah, replied she, they will not profit thee with aught of aid. Said he, I will rise at once and go to them and knock at their doors. It may be I shall get from them somewhat wherewith I may trade and leave pastime and pleasuring. So he rose without stay or delay, and repaired to a street wherein all his 10 friends lived. He went up to the nearest door and knocked, whereupon a handmaid came out and asked him, Who art thou? And he answered, Tell thy master that Nur al-Din Ali standeth at the door and saith to him, Thy slave kisseth thy hand and awaiteth thy bounty. The girl went in and told her master, who cried at her, Go back and say, My master is not at home. So she returned to Nur al-Din, and said to him, O my lord, my master is out. Thereupon he turned away and said to himself, If this one be a whoreson knave and deny himself, another may not prove himself such knave and whoreson. Then he went up to the next door and sent in a like message to the housemaster, who denied himself as the first had done, whereupon he began repeating, He is gone who went to his gate thou gost street, fed thy famished maw with his boiled and roast. When he had ended his verse he said, By Allah, there is no help but that I make trial of them all, perchance there be one amongst them who will stand me in the stead of all the rest. So he went the round of the 10, but not one of them would open his door to him or show himself or even break a bit of bread before him, whereupon he recited, Like a tree is he who in wealth doth own, and while fruits he the folk to his fruit shall run, but when bared the tree of what fruit it bear, they leave it to suffer from dust and sun. Perdition to all of this age. I find 10 rogues for every righteous one. Then he returned to his slave girl and his grief had grown more grievous and she said to him, O my lord, did I not tell thee, none would profit thee with aught of aid? And he replied, By Allah, not one of them would show me his face or know me. O my lord, quoth she, sell some of the movables and household stuff, such as pots and pans, little by little, and expend the proceeds until our Almighty shall provide. So he sold all of that was in the house till nothing remained when he turned to Anis al-Jalis and asked her, What shall we do now? And she answered, O my lord, it is my advice that thou rise forthwith and take me down to the bazaar and sell me. Thou knowest that thy father bought me for 10,000 dinars, haply Allah may open thee a way to get the same price, and if it be his will to bring us once more together, we shall meet again. O Anis al-Jalis, cried he, by Allah it is no light matter for me to be parted from thee for a single hour. By Allah, O my lord, she replied, nor is it easy to me either, but need hath its own law, as the poet said. Need drives a man into devious roads, and pathways doubtful of trend and scope. No man to a rope FN number 27, will entrust his weight, save the cause that calleth for case of rope. Thereupon he rose to his feet and took her, FN number 28, whilst the tears rolled down his cheek like rain, and he recited with the tongue of the case these lines. Stay. Grant one parting look before we part, nerving my heart this severance to sustain, but, and this parting deal thee pain and bane, leave me to die of love and spare thee pain. Then he went down with her to the bazaar and delivered her to the broker and said to him, O Hajj Hassan, FN number 29, I pray thee note the value of her thou hast to cry for sale. O my lord Nur al-Din, quoth the broker, the fundamentals are remembered, FN number 30, adding, Is not this the Anis al-Jalis whom thy father bought of me for 10,000 dinars? Yes, said Nur al-Din. Thereupon the broker went round to the merchants, but found that all had not yet assembled. So he waited till the rest had arrived and the market was crowded with slave girls of all nations, Turks, Franks and Circassians, Abyssinians, Nubians and Takuris, FN number 31, Tartars, Georgians and others, when he came forward and standing cried aloud, O merchants! O men of money! Every round thing is not a walnut, and every long thing a banana is not. All reds are not meat, nor all whites fat, nor is every brown thing a date. FN number 32. O merchants, I have here this union pearl that hath no price. At what sum shall I cry her? Cry her at 4,500 dinars, quoth one of the traders. The broker opened the door of sale at the sum named, and, as he was yet calling, lo! There was Al-Mu'in bin Sa'i passed through the bazaar and, seeing Nur al-Din Ali waiting at one side, said to himself, Why is Garkan's son FN number 33, standing about here? Hath this gallows bird aught remaining wherewith to buy slave girls? Then he looked round and, seeing the broker calling out in the market with all the merchants around him, said to himself, I am sure that he is penniless and hath brought hither the damsel Anis al-Jalis for sale, adding, Oh, how cooling and grateful is this to my heart. Then he called the crier, who came up and kissed the ground before him, and he said to him, I want this slave girl whom thou art calling for sale. The broker dared not cross him, so he answered, O my lord, Bismillah. In Allah's name so be it, and led forward the damsel and showed her to him. She pleased him much, whereat he asked, O Hassan, what is bidden for this girl? And he answered, 4,500 dinars to open the door of sale. Quoth Al-Mu'in, 4,500 is my bid. When the merchants heard this, they held back and dared not bid another dirham, wotting what they did of the wazir's tyranny, violence and treachery. So Al-Mu'in looked at the broker and said to him, Why stand still? Go and offer 4,000 dinars for me, and the 500 shall be for thyself. Thereupon the broker went to Nur al-Din and said, O my lord, thy slave is going for nothing. And how so? Asked he. The broker answered, We has opened the biddings for her at 4,500 dinars, when that tyrant, Al-Mu'in bin Sa'i, passed through the bazaar and, as he saw the damsel she pleased him, so he cried to me, Call me the buyer at 4,000 dinars, and thou shalt have 500 for thyself. I doubt not but that he knoweth that the damsel is thine, and if he would pay thee down her price at once it were well, but I know his injustice and violence. He will give thee a written order upon some of his agents and will send after thee to say to them, Pay him nothing. So as often as thou shalt go in quest of the coin they will say, We'll pay thee presently. And they will put thee off day after day, and thou art proud of spirit, till at last, when they are wearied with thine importunity, they will say, Show us the cheque. Then, as soon as they have got hold of it they will tear it up, and so thou wilt lose the girl's price. When Nur al-Din heard this he looked at the broker and asked him, How shall this matter be managed? And he answered, I will give thee a counsel which, if thou follow, it shall bring thee complete satisfaction. And what is that? Quoth Nur al-Din. Quoth the broker, Come thou to me anon when I am standing in the middle of the market, and, taking the girl from my hand, give her a sound cuffing and say to her, Thou baggage, I have kept my vow and brought thee down to the slave market, because I swore an oath that I would carry thee from home to the bazaar, and make brokers cry thee for sale. If thou do this, perhaps the device will impose upon the wazir and the people, and they will believe that thou broughtest her not to the bazaar, but for the quittance of thine oath. He replied, Such were the best way. Then the broker left him and, returning into the midst of the market, shook the damsel by the hand, and signed to the wazir and said, O my lord, here is her owner. With this up came Nur al-Din Ali and, snatching the girl from the broker's hand, cuffed her soundly and said to her, Shame on thee, O thou baggage! I have brought thee to the bazaar for quittance of mine oath. Now get thee home and thwart me no more as is thy wont. Woe to thee! Do I need thy price, that I should sell thee? The furniture of my house would fetch thy value many times over. When Al-Mu'in saw this he said to Nur al-Din, Out on thee! Hast thou anything left for selling or buying? And he would have laid violent hands upon him, but But the merchants interposed, for they all loved Nur al-Din, and the young man said to them, "Here am I in your hands, and ye all know his tyranny." "By Allah," cried the wazir, "but for you I had slain him." Then all signed with significant eyes to Nur al-Din, as much as to say, "Take thy wreak of him, not one of us will come between thee and him." Thereupon Nur al-Din, who was stout of heart as he was stalwart of limb, went up to the wazir and, dragging him over the pommel of his saddle, threw him to the ground. Now there was in that place a puddling pit for brick clay, FN number 34, into the midst of which he fell, and Nur al-Din kept pummeling and fisticuffing him, and one of the blows fell full on his teeth, and his beard was dyed with his blood. Also there were with the minister 10 armed slaves who, seeing their master entreated after this fashion, laid hand on sword hilt and would have bared blades and fallen on Nur al-Din to cut him down, but the merchants and bystanders said to them, "This is a wazir, and that is the son of a wazir. Haply they will make friends some time or other, in which case you will forfeit the favour of both. Or perchance a blow may befall your lord, and you will all die the vilest of deaths, so it were better for you not to interfere." Accordingly they held aloof, and, when Nur al-Din had made an end of thrashing the wazir, he took his handmaid and fared homewards. Al-Mu'in also went his ways at once, with his raiment dyed of 3 colours, black with mud, red with blood, and ash-coloured with brick clay. When he saw himself in this state, he bound a bit of matting FN number 35, round his neck and, taking in hand 2 bundles of coarse half-grass, FN number 36, went up to the palace and standing under the Sultan's windows cried aloud, "O King of the age, I am a wronged man. I am foully wronged." So they brought him before the king, who looked at him, and behold, it was the chief minister, whereupon he said, "O wazir, who did this deed by thee?" Al-Mu'in wept and sobbed and repeated these lines: "Shall the world oppress me when thou art hind? In the lion's presence shall wolves devour? Shall the dry all drink of thy tanks, and I under rain cloud thirst for the cooling shower? O my lord," cried he, "the like will befall every one who loveth and serveth thee well." "Be quick with thee," quoth the Sultan, "and tell me how this came to pass, and who did this deed by one whose honour is part of my honour." Quoth the wazir, "Know, O my lord, that I went out this day to the slave market to buy me a cook-maid, when I saw there a damsel, never in my life long saw I a fairer, and I designed to buy her for our lord the Sultan. So I asked the broker of her and of her owner, and he answered, She belongeth to Ali's son of Al-Fazl bin Kakan. Some time ago our lord the Sultan gave his father 10,000 dinars wherewith to buy him a handsome slave girl, and he bought this maiden who pleased him, so he grudged her to our lord the Sultan and gave her to his own son. When the father died, the son sold all he had of houses and gardens and household gear, and squandered the price till he was penniless. Then he brought the girl to the market that he might sell her, and he handed her over to the broker to cry, and the merchants bid higher and higher on her, until the price reached 4,000 dinars, whereupon quoth I to myself, I will buy this damsel for our lord the Sultan, whose money was paid for her. So I said to Nur al-Din, O my son, sell her to me for 4,000 dinars. Apostrophe. When he heard my words he looked at me and cried, O ill-omened oldster, I will sell her to a Jew or to a Nazarene, but I will not sell her to thee. I do not buy her for myself, said I buy her for our lord and benefactor the Sultan. Hearing my words he was filled with rage, and, dragging me off my horse, and I a very old man, beat me unmercifully with his fists and buffeted me with his palms till he left me as thou sayest, and all this hath befallen me only because I thought to buy this damsel for thee. Then the wazir threw himself on the ground and lay there weeping and shivering. When the Sultan saw his condition and heard his story, the vein of rage started out between his eyes FN number 37, and he turned to his bodyguard who stood before him, 40 white slaves, smiters with the sword, and said to them, Go down forthright to the house built by the son of Kakan, and sack it and raze it, and bring to me his son Nur al-Din with the damsel, and drag them both on their faces with their arms pinioned behind them." They replied, "To hear is to obey," and, arming themselves, they set out for the house of Nur al-Din Ali. Now about the Sultan was a Chamberlain, Alam number 38, al-Din Sanjahite, who had aforetime been Mameluke to al-Fazl, but he had risen in the world and the Sultan had advanced him to be one of his Chamberlains. When he heard the king's command and saw the enemies make them ready to slay his old master's son, it was grievous to him, so he went out from before the Sultan and, mounting his beast, rode to Nur al-Din's house and knocked at the door. Nur al-Din came out and knowing him would have saluted him, but he said, "Oh my master, this is no time for greeting or treating. Listen to what the poet said. Fly, fly with thy life if by ill overtaken. Let thy house speak thy death by its builder forsaken. For a land else than this land thou mayst reach, my brother, but thy life thou'lt ne'er find in this world another." FN number 39. "O Alam al-Din, what cheer?" asked Nur al-Din, and he answered, "Rise quickly and fly for thy life, thou and the damsel, for Al-Mu'in hath set a snare for you both, and, if you fall into his hands, he will slay you. The Sultan hath dispatched 40 soldiers against you, and I counsel you to flee ere harm can hurt you." Then Sanjar put his hand to his purse and finding there 40 gold pieces took them and gave them to Nur al-Din, saying, "O my lord, receive these and journey with them. Had I more I would give them to thee, but this is not the time to take exception." Thereupon Nur al-Din went in to the damsel and told her what had happened, at which she wrung her hands. Then they fared forth at once from the city, and Allah spread over them his veil of protection, so that they reached the river bank where they found a vessel ready for sea. Her skipper was standing amidships and crying, "Whoso hath aught to do, whether in the way of provisioning or taking leave of his people, or whoso hath forgotten any needful thing, let him do it at once and return, for we are about to sail," and all of them saying, "There is naught left to be done by us, O captain," he cried to his crew, "Hello there. Cast off the cable and pull up the mooring pole." FN number 40, quoth Nur al-Din, with a bound, "O captain." And quoth he, "To the house of peace, Baghdad." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 36th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the skipper answered, 'To the house of peace, Baghdad,' Nur al-Din Ali and the damsel went on board, and they launched the craft and shook out the sails, and the ship sped forth as though she were a bird on wing, even as said one of them and said right well, 'Watch some tall ship, she'll joy the sight of thee,' the breeze outstripping in her haste to flee, as when a bird, with widely spreading wings, leaveth the sky to settle on the sea. So the vessel sailed on her fastest and the wind to her was fairest. Thus far concerning them, but as regards the Mamelukes, they went to Nur al-Din's mansion and, breaking open the doors, entered and searched the whole place, but could find no trace of him and the damsel, so they demolished the house and, returning to the Sultan, reported their proceedings, whereupon quoth he, "Make search for them both, wherever they may be," and they answered, "Hearing is obeying." There was Al-Mu'in had also gone home after the Sultan had bestowed upon him a robe of honor, and had set his heart at rest by saying, "None shall take blood wreak for thee save I," and he had blessed the king and prayed for his long life and prosperity. Then the Sultan bade proclaim about the city, Oyas, O ye lieges one and all. It is the will of our lord the Sultan that whoso happeneth on Nur al-Din Ali son of al-Fazl bin Kakan, and bringeth him to the Sultan, shall receive a robe of honor and 1,000 gold pieces, and he who hideth him or knoweth his abiding place and informeth not, deserveth whatsoever pains and penalties shall befall him. So all began to search for Nur al-Din Ali, but they could find neither trace nor tidings of him. Meanwhile he and his handmaid sailed on with the wind right aft, till they arrived in safety at Baghdad, and the captain said to them, "This is Baghdad, and 'tis the city where security is to be had. Winter with his frosts hath turned away, and prime hath come his roses to display, and the flowers are a-glowing, and the trees are blowing, and the streams are flowing." So Nur al-Din landed, he and his handmaid, and, giving the captain 5 dinars, walked on a little way till the degrees of destiny brought them among the gardens, and they came to a place swept and sprinkled, with benches along the walls and hanging jars filled with water. FN number 41. Overhead was a trellis of reed work and canes shading the whole length of the avenue, and at the upper end was a garden gate, but this was locked. "By Allah," quoth Nur al-Din to the damsel, "right pleasant is this place." And she replied, "O my lord, sit with me a while on this bench and let us take our ease." So they mounted and sat them down on the bench, after which they washed their faces and hands, and the breeze blew cool on them, and they fell asleep, and glory be to him who never sleepeth. Not this garden was named the Garden of Gladness, FN number 42, and therein stood a belvedere hight the Palace of Pleasure and the Pavilion of Pictures, the whole belonging to the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, who was wont, when his breast was straitened with care, to frequent garden and palace, and there to sit. The palace had 80 latticed windows and 80 lamps hanging round a great candelabrum of gold furnished with wax candles, and, when the caliph used to enter, he would order the handmaids to throw open the lattices and light up the rooms, and he would bid Ishaq bin Ibrahim the cup companion and the slave girls to sing till his breast was broadened and his ailments were allayed. Now the keeper of the garden, Sheikh Ibrahim, was a very old man, and he had found from time to time, when he went out on any business, people pleasuring about the garden gate with their bone robers, at which he was angered with exceeding anger. FN number 43. But he took patience till one day when the caliph came to his garden, and he complained of this to Harun al-Rashid, who said, "Whomsoever thou surprisest about the door of the garden, deal with him as thou wilt." Now on this day the gardener chanced to be abroad on some occasion, and returning found these two sleeping at the gate covered with a single mantilla, whereupon said he, "By Allah, good! These twain know not that the caliph hath given me leave to slay anyone I may catch at the door, but I will give this couple a shrewd whipping, that none may come near the gate in future." So he cut a green palm from FN number 44, and went up to them, and, raising his arm till the white of his armpit appeared, was about to strike them, when he bethought himself and said, "O Ibrahim, wilt thou beat them, and knowing their case? Haply they are strangers or of the sense of the road." FN number 45, and the degrees of destiny have thrown them here. I will uncover their faces and look at them. So he lifted up the mantilla from their heads and said, "They are a handsome couple. It were not fitting that I should beat them." Then he covered their faces again, and, going to Nur al-Din's feet, began to rub and shampoo them. FN number 46. Whereupon the youth opened his eyes, and, seeing an old man of grave and reverend aspect rubbing his feet, he was ashamed, and drawing them in, sat up. Then he took Sheikh Ibrahim's hand and kissed it. Quoth the old man, "O my son, whence art thou?" And quoth he, "O my lord, we two are strangers," and the tears started from his eyes. "O my son," said Sheikh Ibrahim, "know that the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, hath enjoined honour to the stranger," and added, "Wilt not thou arise, O my son, and pass into the garden, and solace thyself by looking at it, and gladden thy heart?" "O my lord," said Nur al-Din, "to whom doth this garden belong?" And the other replied, "O my son, I have inherited it from my folk." Now his object in saying this was to set them at their ease and induce them to enter the garden. So Nur al-Din thanked him and rose, he and the damsel, and followed him into the garden, and lo! It was a garden, and what a garden! The gate was arched like a great hall, and over walls and roof ramped vines with grapes of many colours, the red like rubies and the black like ebonies, and beyond it lay a bower of trellised boughs growing fruits single and composite, and small birds on branches sang with melodious recite, and the thousand-noted nightingale shrilled with a varied shriek. The turtle with her cooing filled the sight, the blackbird whistled like human white FN number 47, and the ring-dove moaned like a drinker in grievous plight. The trees grew in perfection, all edible growths, and fruited all manner fruits, which in pairs were bipartite, with the camphor apricot, the almond apricot, and the apricot Khorasani height, the plum, like the face of beauty, smooth and bright, the cherry that makes teeth shine clear by her slight, and the fig of three colors, green, purple and white. There also blossomed the violet as it was sulphur on fire by night, the orange with buds like pink coral and marguerite, the rose whose redness scars the loveliest cheeks blush with despite, and myrtle and gillyflower and lavender with the blood-red anemone from new human height. The leaves were all gemmed with tears the clouds had dyed, the chamomile smiled showing teeth that bite, and Narcissus with his negro FN number 48, eyes fixed on rose his sight, the citrons shone with fruits embold and the lemons like balls of gold. Earth was carpeted with flowers tinctured infinite, for spring was come brightening the place with joy and delight, and the streams ran ringing, to the birds gay singing, while the rustling breeze upspringing tempered the air to temperance exquisite. Sheikh Ibrahim carried them up into the pavilion, and they gazed on its beauty, and on the lamps aforementioned in the lattice windows, and Nur al-Din, remembering his entertainments of time past, cried, "By Allah, this is a pleasant place, it hath quenched in me anguish which burned as a fire of Gaza wood." FN number 49. Then they sat down and Sheikh Ibrahim set food before them, and they ate till they were satisfied and washed their hands, after which Nur al-Din went up to one of the lattice windows, and, calling to his handmaid, fell to gazing on the trees laden with all manner fruits. Presently he turned to the gardener and said to him, "O Sheikh Ibrahim, hast thou no drink here, for folk are wont to drink after eating?" The Sheikh brought him sweet water, cool and pleasant, but he said, "This is not the kind of drink I wanted. Perchance thou wishest for wine?" "Indeed I do, O Sheikh. I seek refuge from it with Allah. It is 13 years since I did this thing, for the Prophet, Abak FN number 50, cursed its drinker, presser, seller and carrier. Hear 2 words of me. Say on. If yon cursed ass FN number 51, which standeth to be cursed, will aught of his curse alight upon thee? By no means. Then take this dinar and these 2 dirhams and mount yonder ass and, halting afar from the wine shop, call the first man thou seest buying liquor and say to him, Take these 2 dirhams for thyself, and with this dinar buy me some wine and set it on the ass. So shalt thou be neither the presser, nor the buyer, nor the carrier, and no part of the curse will fall upon thee." At this Sheikh Ibrahim laughed and said, "By Allah, O my son, I never saw one wilier of wit than thou art, nor heard aught sweeter than thy speech." So he did as he was bidden by Nur al-Din, who thanked him and said, "We too are now dependent on thee, and it is only meet that thou comply with our wishes, so bring us here what we require." "O my son," replied he, "this is my buttery before thee, and it was the storeroom provided for the commander of the faithful, so go in, and take whatso thou wilt, for there is over and above what thou wantest." Nur al-Din then entered the pantry and found therein vessels of gold and silver and crystal set with all kinds of gems, and was amazed and delighted with what he saw. Then he took out what he needed and set it on and poured the wine into flagons and glassures, whilst Sheikh Ibrahim brought them fruit and flowers and aromatic herbs. Then the old man withdrew and sat down at a distance from them, whilst they drank and made merry, till the wine got the better of them, so that their cheeks reddened and their eyes wantoned like the gazelles, and their locks became dishevelled and their brightness became yet more beautiful. Then said Sheikh Ibrahim to himself, "What aileth me to sit apart from them? Why should I not sit with them? When shall I ever find myself in company with the like of these 2 that favour 2 moons?" So he stepped forward and sat down on the edge of the dais, and Nur al-Din said to him, "O my lord, my life on thee, come nearer to us." He came and sat by them, when Nur al-Din filled a cup and looked towards the sheikh and said to him, "Drink, that thou mayest try the taste of it." "I take refuge from it with Allah," replied he, "for 13 years I have not done a thing of the kind." Nur al-Din feigned to forget he was there and, drinking off the cup, threw himself on the ground as if the drink had overcome him, whereupon Anis al-Jalis glanced at him and said, "O Sheikh Ibrahim, see how this husband of mine treateth me." And he answered, "O my lady, what aileth him?" "This is how he always serveth me," cried she. "He drinketh a while, then falleth asleep and leaveth me alone with none to bear me company over my cup, nor any to whom I may sing when the bowl goeth round." Quoth the sheikh, and his mien unstiffened for that his soul inclined towards her, "By Allah, this is not well." Then she crowned a cup and looking towards him said, "By my life thou must take and drink it, and not refuse to heal my sick heart." So he put forth his hand and took it and drank it off, and she filled a second and set it on the chandelier and said, "O master mine, there is still this one left for thee." "By Allah, I cannot drink it," cried he, "what I have already drunk is enough for me." But she rejoined, "By Allah, there is no help for it." So he took the cup and drank, and she filled him a third, which he took and was about to drink, when behold, Nur al-Din rolled round and sat upright, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 37th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nur al-Din sat upright and said, Ho, Sheikh Ibrahim, what is this? Did I not adjure thee a while ago and thou refusedst, saying, What I? 'Tis 13 years ago since I have done such a thing." "By Allah," quoth the sheikh, and indeed he was abashed, "no sin of mine this, she forced me to do it." Nur al-Din laughed, and they sat down again to wine and wassail, but the damsel turned to her master and said in a whisper, "O my lord, drink and do not press him, that I may show thee some sport with him." Then she began to fill her master's cup and he hers, and so they did time after time, till at last Sheikh Ibrahim looked at them and said, "What fashion of good fellowship is this? Allah curse the glutton who keepeth the cup to himself. Why dost thou not give me to drink, O my brother? What manners are these, O blessed one?" At this the two laughed until they fell on their backs. Then they drank and gave him to drink and ceased not their carousal till a third part of the night was past. Then said the damsel, "O Sheikh Ibrahim, with thy leave I will get up and light one of these candles." "Do so," he replied, "but light no more than one." So she sprang to her feet and, beginning with one candle, lighted all the 80 and sat down again. Presently Nur al-Din said, "O Sheikh Ibrahim, in what favor am I with thee? May I not light one of these lamps?" "Light one," replied he, "and bother me no more in thy turn." So he rose and lighted one lamp after another, till he had lighted the whole 8, and the palace seemed to dance with brilliancy. Quoth the sheikh, and indeed intoxication had overcome him, "Ye two are bolder than I am." Then he rose to his feet and opened all the lattices and sat down again, and they fell to carousing and reciting verses till the place rang with their noisy mirth. Now Allah, the decreer who decreeth all things and who for every effect appointeth a cause, had so disposed that the caliph was at that moment sitting in the light of the moon at one of the windows of his palace overlooking the Tigris. He saw the blaze of the lamps and wax candles reflected in the river and, lifting his eyes, perceived that it came from the garden palace, which was all ablaze with brilliancy. So he cried, "Hear to me with Jafar the Barmaki," and the last word was hardly spoken ere the wazir was present before the commander of the faithful, who cried at him, "O dog of a minister, hast thou taken from me this city of Baghdad without saying aught to me?" "What words are these words?" asked Jafar, and the caliph answered, "If Baghdad city were not taken from me, The palace of pictures would not be illuminated with lamps and candles, nor would its windows be thrown open. Woe to thee! Who durst do a deed like this except the caliph it had been taken from me? Quoth Ja'afar, and indeed his side muscles trembled as he spoke. Who told thee that the palace of pictures was illuminated and the windows thrown open? Come hither and see, replied the caliph. Then Ja'afar came close to the caliph and, looking towards the garden, saw the palace blazing with illumination that strayed through the gloom of the night, and, thinking that this might have been permitted by the keeper for some reason of his own, he wished to make an excuse for him. So quoth he, O Commander of the Faithful, Sheikh Ibrahim said to me last week, O my Lord Ja'afar, I much wish to circumcise my sons during the life of the Commander of the Faithful and thy life. I asked, What dost thou want? And he answered, Get me leave from the caliph to hold the festival in the garden palace. So said I to him, Go circumcise them and I will see the caliph and tell him. Thereupon he went away and I forgot to let thee know. O Ja'afar, said the caliph, thou hast committed 2 offences against me. First, in that thou didst no report to me. Secondly, thou didst not give him what he sought, for he came and told thee this only as excuse to ask for some small matter of money, to help him with the outlay, and thou gavest him nothing nor toldest me. O Commander of the Faithful, said Ja'afar, I forgot. Now by the rights of my forefathers and the tombs of my forebears, quoth the caliph, I will not pass the rest of this night save in company with him, for truly he is a pious man who frequenteth the elders of the faith and the fakirs and other religious mendicants and entertaineth them. Doubtless they are not assembled together, and it may be that the prayer of one of them will work as well both in this world and in the next. Besides, my presence may profit and at any rate be pleasing to Sheikh Ibrahim. O Commander of the Faithful, quoth Ja'afar, the greater part of the night is past, and at this time they will be breaking up. Quoth the caliph, It matters not, I needs must go to them. So Ja'afar held his peace, being bewildered and knowing not what to do. Then the caliph rose to his feet and, taking with him Ja'afar and Masrur eunuch's order, the 3 disguised themselves in merchants' gear and leaving the city palace, kept threading the streets till they reached the garden. The caliph went up to the gate and finding it wide open, was surprised and said, See, O Ja'afar, how Sheikh Ibrahim hath left the gate open at this hour contrary to his custom. They went in and walked on till they came under the pavilion, when the caliph said, O Ja'afar, I wish to look in upon them unawares before I show myself, that I may see what they are about and get sight of the elders, for hitherto I have heard no sound from them, nor even a fakir calling upon the name of Allah. FN number 52. Then he looked about and, seeing a tall walnut tree, said to Ja'afar, I will climb this tree, for its branches are near the lattices and so look in upon them. Thereupon he mounted the tree and ceased not climbing from branch to branch, till he reached the bough which was right opposite one of the windows, and here he took seat and looked inside the palace. He saw a damsel and a youth as they were 2 moons, glory be to him who created them and fashioned them, and by them Sheikh Ibrahim seated cup in hand and saying, O Princess of fair ones, drinking without music is nothing worth. Indeed I have heard a poet say, Round with bit and little, the bowl and cup, take either the moon FN number 53, in his sheen hath crowned, nor drink without music, for oft I've seen, the horse drink best to the whistle's sound. When the caliph saw this, the vein of wrath started up between his eyes and he came down and said to the wazir, O Ja'afar, never beheld I yet men of piety in such case. So do thou mount this tree and look upon them, lest the blessings of the blessed be lost to thee. Ja'afar, hearing the words of the Commander of the Faithful and being confounded by them, climbed to the tree top and looking in, saw Nur al-Din and the damsel, and Sheikh Ibrahim holding in his hand a brimming bowl. At this sight he made sure of death and, descending, stood before the Commander of the Faithful, who said to him, O Ja'afar, Praise be to Allah who hath made us of those that observe external ordinances of holy law and hath averted from us the sin of disguising ourselves after the manner of hypocrites. FN number 54. The Juf'ah could not speak a word for excess of confusion, so the Caliph looked at him and said, I wonder how they came hither, and who admitted them into my pavilion. But aught like the beauty of this youth and this damsel my eyes never yet saw. Thou sayest sooth, O our lord the Sultan, replied Juf'ah, and he hoped to propitiate the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Then quoth the Caliph, O Juf'ah, let us both mount the branch opposite the window, that we may amuse ourselves with looking at them. So the two climbed the tree and, peering in, heard Sheikh Ibrahim say, O my lady, I have cast away all gravity mine by the drinking of wine, but 'tis not sweet save with the soft sounds of the lute strings it combine. By Allah, replied Anis al-Jalis, O Sheikh Ibrahim, and we had but some instrument of music our joyance were complete. Hearing this he rose to his feet, and the Caliph said to Juf'ah, I wonder what he is about to do. And Juf'ah answered, I know not. The Sheikh disappeared and presently reappeared bringing a lute, and the Caliph took note of it and knew it for that of Abu Ishaq the cup companion. FN number 55. By Allah, said the Caliph, if this damsel sing ill I will crucify all of you, but if she sing well I will forgive them and only gibbet thee. Oh, Allah cause her to sing vilely. Quoth Juf'ah. Asked the Caliph, why so? And he answered, if thou crucify us all together, we shall keep one another company. The Caliph laughed at his speech. Presently the damsel took the lute and, after looking at it and tuning it, she played a measure which made all hearts yearn to her. Then she sang these lines. O ye that can aid me, a wretched lover, whom longing burns nor can rest restore me. Though all you have done I have well deserved, I take refuge with you, so exult not o'er me. True, I am weak and low and vile, but I'll bear your will and whatso you bore me. My death at your hands, what brings it of glory? I fear but your sin which of life follow me. Quoth the Caliph, by Allah, good. O Juf'ah, never in my life have I heard a voice so enchanting as this. Then haply the Caliph's wrath hath passed away, said Juf'ah, and he replied, yes, 'tis gone. Thereupon they descended from the tree, and the Caliph said to Juf'ah, I wish to go in and sit with them and hear the damsel sing before me. O Commander of the Faithful, replied Juf'ah, if thou go into them they will be terribly troubled, and Sheikh Ibrahim will assuredly die of fright. But the Caliph answered, O Juf'ah, thou must teach me some device wherewith to delude them and whereby I can foregather with them without their knowing me. So they walked towards the Tigris pondering the matter, and presently came upon a fisherman who stood fishing under the pavilion windows. Now some time before this, the Caliph, being in the pavilion, had called to Sheikh Ibrahim and asked him, what noise has this I hear under the windows? And he had answered, it is voices of fisher folk catching fish. So quoth the Caliph, go down and forbid them this place, and he forbade them accordingly. However, that night a fisherman named Karim, happening to pass by and seeing the garden gate open, said to himself, this is a time of negligence, and I will take advantage of it to do a bit of fishing. So he took his net and cast it, but he had hardly done so when behold, the Caliph come up single-handed and, standing hard by, knew him and called aloud to him, Ho, Karim. The fisherman, hearing himself named, turned round, and seeing the Caliph, trembled and his side muscles quivered, as he cried, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I did it not in mockery of the mandate, but poverty and a large family drove me to what thou sayest. Quoth the Caliph, make a cast in my name. At this the fisherman was glad, and going to the bank threw his net, then waiting till it had spread out at full stretch and settled down, hauled it up and found in it various kinds of fish. The Caliph was pleased and said, O Karim, doth thy habit? So he put off a gabardine of coarse woolen stuff patched in 100 places whereon the lice were rampant, and a turban which had never been untwisted for 3 years, but to which he had sewn every rag he came upon. The Caliph also pulled off his person 2 vests of Alexandrian and Balbec silk, a loose inner robe and a long-sleeved outer coat, and said to the fisherman, "Take them and put them on," while he assumed the foul gabardine and filthy turban and drew a corner of the headcloth as a mouth veil FN number 56, before his face. Then said he to the fisherman, "Get thee about thy business," and the man kissed the Caliph's feet and thanked him and improvised the following couplets. Thou hast granted more favours than ever I craved, thou hast satisfied needs which my heart enslaved. I will thank thee and thank while yours life shall last, and my bones will praise thee engraved. Hardly had the fisherman ended his verse, when the lice began to crawl all over the Caliph's skin, and he fell to catching them on his neck with his right and left and throwing them from him, while he cried, "O fisherman, woe to thee! What be this abundance of lice on thy gabardine?" "O my lord," replied he, "they may annoy thee just at first, but before a week is past thou wilt not feel them nor think of them." The Caliph laughed and said to him, "Out on thee! Shall I leave this gabardine of thine so long on my body?" Quoth the fisherman, "I would say a word to thee, but I am ashamed in presence of the Caliph." And quoth he, "Say what thou hast to say." "It passed through my thought, O Commander of the Faithful," said the fisherman, "that, since thou wishest to learn fishing so thou mayest have in hand an honest trade whereby to gain thy livelihood, this my gabardine besitteth thee right well." FN number 57. The Commander of the Faithful laughed at this speech, and the fisherman went his way. Then the Caliph took up the basket of fish and, strewing a little green grass over it, carried it to Ja'far and stood before him. Ja'far, thinking him to be Karim, the fisherman feared for him and said, "O Karim, what brought thee hither? Flee for thy life, for the Caliph is in the garden tonight, and, if he see thee, thy neck is gone." At this the Caliph laughed, and Ja'far recognized him and asked, "Can it be thou, our lord the Sultan?" And he answered, "Yes, O Ja'far, and thou art my wazir, and I and thou came hither together, yet thou knowest me not, so how should Sheikh Ibrahim know me, and he drunk? Stay here, till I came back to thee." "To hear is to obey," said Ja'far. Then the Caliph went up to the door of the pavilion and knocked a gentle knock, whereupon said Nur al-Din, "O Sheikh Ibrahim, someone taps at the door." "Who goes there?" cried the Sheikh, and the Caliph replied, "It is I, O Sheikh Ibrahim." "Who art thou?" quoth he, and quoth the other, "I am Karim the fisherman. I hear thou hast a feast, so I have brought thee some fish, and of a truth 'tis good fish." When Nur al-Din heard the mention of fish, he was glad, he and the damsel, and they both said to the Sheikh, "O our lord, open the door and let him bring us his fish." So Sheikh Ibrahim opened, and the Caliph came in, and he in fisherman guise, and began by saluting them. Said Sheikh Ibrahim, "Welcome to the blackguard, the robber, the dicer. Let us see thy fish." So the Caliph showed them his catch, and behold, the fishes were still alive and jumping, whereupon the damsel exclaimed, "By Allah, O my lord, these are indeed fine fish, for they were fried." And Sheikh Ibrahim rejoined, "By Allah, O my lady, thou art right." Then said he to the Caliph, "O fisherman, why didst thou not bring us the fish ready fried? Up now and cook them and bring them back to us." "On my head be thy commands," said the Caliph, "I will fry thee a dish and bring it." Said they, "Look sharp." Thereupon he went and ran till he came up to Ja'far, when he called to him, "Hello, Ja'far," and he replied, "Here am I, O Commander of the Faithful, is all well?" "They want the fish fried," said the Caliph, and Ja'far answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, give it to me and I'll fry it for them." "By the tombs of my forebears," quoth the Caliph, "none shall fry it but I, with mine own hand." So he went to the gardener's hut, where he searched and found all that he required, even to salt and saffron and wild marjoram and else besides. Then he turned to the brazier and, setting on the frying pan, fried a right good fry. When it was done, he laid it on a banana leaf, and gathering from the garden wind-fallen fruits, limes and lemons, carried the fish to the pavilion and set the dish before them. So the youth and the damsel and Sheikh Ibrahim came forward and ate, after which they washed their hands, and Nur al-Din said to the Caliph, "By Allah, O fisherman, thou hast done us a right good deed this night." Then he put hand in pouch and, taking out 3 of the dinars which Sanjar had given him, said, "O fisherman, excuse me. By Allah, had I known thee before that which hath lately befallen me, I had done away the bitterness of poverty from thy heart, but take thou this as the best I could do for thee." Then he threw the gold pieces to the Caliph, who took them and kissed them and put them in pouch. Now his sole object in doing all this was to hear the damsel sing, so he said to Nur al-Din, "Thou hast rewarded me most liberally, but I beg of thy boundless bounty that thou let this damsel sing an air, that I may hear her." FN number 58. So Nur al-Din said, "O Anas al-Jalis." And she answered yes. And he continued, "By my life, sing us something for the sake of this fisherman who wisheth so much to hear thee." Thereupon she took the lute and struck the strings, after she had screwed them tight and tuned them, and sang these improvised verses. The fawn of a maid had her lute in hand, and her music made us right mettlesome, for her song gave hearing to ears stone deaf, while brava, brava, exclaimed the dumb. Then she played again and played so ravishingly, that she charmed their wits and burst out improvising and singing these couplets. "You have honoured us visiting this our land, and your splendour illumined the glooms that blent. So 'tis do that for you I perfume my place with rose water, musk and the camphor scent." Hereupon the Caliph was agitated, and emotion so overpowered him that he could not command himself for excess of pleasure, and he exclaimed, "By Allah, good! By Allah, good! By Allah, good!" FN number 59. Asked Nur al-Din, "O fisherman, doth this damsel please thee?" And the Caliph answered, "Ay, by Allah." Whereupon said Nur al-Din, "She is a gift to thee, the gift of the generous who repenteth him not of his givings and who will never revoke his gift." Then he sprang to his feet and, taking a loose robe, threw it over the fisherman and bade him receive the damsel and be gone. But she looked at him and said, "O my lord, art thou faring forth without farewell? If it must be so, at least stay till I bid thee goodbye and make known my case." And she began versifying in these verses. "When love and longing and regret are mine, must not this body show of ills a sign? My love, say not, thou soon shalt be consoled, when state speaks state none shall allay my bine. If living man could swim upon his tears, I first should float on waters of thee Zion, O thou, who in my heart infused thy love, as water mingles in the cup with wine. This was the fear I feared, this parting blow. O thou, whose love my heart core ne'er shall tine. O Binkaken, my sword, my hope, my will, O thou, whose love this breast make wholly thine. Against thy lord the king thou sinn'st for me, and winst exile in lands peregrine. Allah ne'er make my lord repent my lost dream. FN number 60. O men thou gavest me, one right din. When she had ended her verses, Nur al-Din answered her with these lines. She bade me farewell on our parting day, and she wept in the fire of our bane and pains. What wilt thou do when fro thee I'm gone? Quoth I, say this to whom life remains. When the Caliph heard her saying in her verse, the cream of men thou gavest me, his inclination for her redoubled, and it seemed a hard matter and a grievous to part them. So quoth he to the youth, O my lord, truly the damsel said in her verses that thou didst transgress against her master and him who owned her. So tell me, against whom didst thou transgress, and who is it hath the claim on thee? By Allah, O fisherman, replied Nur al-Din, there befell me and this damsel a wondrous tale and a marvellous matter, and here were graven with needle gravers on the eye corners. It would be a warner to whoso would be warned. Cried the Caliph, wilt thou not tell me thy story and acquaint me with thy case? Haply it may bring thee relief, for Allah's aid is ever near hand. O fisherman, said Nur al-Din, wilt thou hear a history in verse or in prose? Prose is a wordy thing, but verses, rejoined the Caliph, are pearls on string. Then Nur al-Din bowed his head, and made these couplets. O my friend, reft of rest no repose I command, and my grief is redoubled in this far land. Erst I had a father, a kinder ne'er was, but he died and to death paid the due, and when he went from me, every matter went wrong till my heart was nigh broken, my nature unmanned. He bought me a handmaid, a sweeting who shamed a wand of the willow by Zephyr Bethand. I lavished upon her mine heritage, and spent like a nobleman puissant and grand. Then to sell her compelled, my sorrow increased, the parting was sore but I mote not gain stand. Now as soon as the crier had called her, the bitter wicked old fellow, a fiery brand, so I raged with a rage that I could not restrain, and snatched her from out of his hireling's hand, when the angry curmudgeon made ready for blows, and the fire of a fight kindled he and his band. I smote him in fury with right and with left, and his hide, till well satisfied, curried and tanned. Then in fear I fled forth and lay hid in my house, to escape from the snares which my foeman had spanned. So the king of the country proclaimed my arrest, when access to me a good chamberlain found, and warned me to flee from the city afar, disappear, disappoint what my enemies planned. Then we fled from our home 'neath the wing of the night, and sought us a refuge by Baghdad's strand. Of my riches I've nothing on thee to bestow, O fisher, except the fair gift thou hast scanned, the loved of my soul, and when I from her part, know for sure that I give thee the blood of my heart. FN number 61. When he had ended his verse, the Caliph said to him, O my lord Nur al-Din, explain to me thy case more fully. So he told him the whole story from beginning to end, and the Caliph said to him, Whither dost thou now intend? Allah's world is wide, replied he. Quoth the Caliph, I will write thee a letter to carry to the Sultan Muhammad bin Sulayman al-Zani, which when he readeth, he will not hurt nor harm thee in aught. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 38th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph said to Nur al-Din Ali, I will write thee a letter to carry to the Sultan Muhammad bin Sulayman al-Zani, which when he readeth, he will not hurt nor harm thee in aught. Nur al-Din asked, What? Is there in the world a fisherman who writeth to kings? Such a thing can never be. And the Caliph answered, Thou sayest sooth, but I will tell thee the reason. Know that I and he learned in the same school under one schoolmaster, and that I was his monitor. Since that time fortune befriended him and he is become a sultan, while Allah hath abased me and made me a fisherman, yet I never sent to him to ask aught but he doeth my desire. Nay, though I should ask of him 1,000 favours every day, he would comply. When Nur al-Din heard this he said, Good. Write that I may see. So the Caliph took ink case and reed pen and wrote as follows, in the name of Allah, the compassionating, but compassionate. But after. FN number 62. This letter is written by Harun al-Rashid, son of al-Mahdi, to His Highness Muhammad bin Sulayman al-Zani, whom I have encompassed about with my favour and made my viceroy in certain of my dominions. The bearer of these presents is Nur al-Din Ali, son of Fazl bin Kakunozir. As soon as they come to thy hand, divest thyself forthright of the kingly dignity and invest him therewith, so oppose not my commandment, and peace be with thee. He gave the letter to Nur al-Din, who took it and kissed it, then put it in his turban and set out at once on his journey. So far concerning him, but as regards the Caliph, Sheikh Ibrahim stared to him, and he still in fisher garb, and said, O vilest of fishermen, thou hast brought us a couple of fish worth a score of half dirhams, FN number 63, and hast gotten 3 dinars for them, and thinkest thou to take the damsel to boot? When the Caliph heard this, he cried out at him, and signed to Masrur, who discovered himself and rushed in upon him. Now Ja'afar had sent one of the garden lads to the doorkeeper of the palace to fetch a suit of royal raiment for the Prince of the Faithful. So the man went and, returning with the suit, kissed the ground before the Caliph and gave it him. Then he threw off the clothes he had on FN number 64, and donned kingly apparel. Sheikh Ibrahim was still sitting upon his chair, and the Caliph tarried to behold what would come next. But seeing the fisherman become the Caliph, Sheikh Ibrahim was utterly confounded, and he could do nothing but bite his finger ends FN number 65, and say, "But I knew whether am I asleep or am I awake?" At last the Caliph looked at him and cried, "O Sheikh Ibrahim, what state is this in which I see thee?" Thereupon he recovered from his drunkenness and, throwing himself upon the ground, repeated these verses. "Pardon the sinful ways I did pursue, ruth from his lord to every slave is due, confession pays the fine that sin demands, where, then, is that which grace and mercy sue?" FN number 66. The Caliph forgave him and bade carry the damsel to the city palace, where he set apart for her an apartment and appointed slaves to serve her, saying to her, "Know that we have sent thy lord to be Sultan in Basora, and, Almighty Allah willing, we will dispatch him the dress of investiture and thee with it." Meanwhile, Nur al-Din Ali ceased not travelling till he reached Basora, where he repaired to the Sultan's palace, and he shouted a long shout. FN number 67. The Sultan heard him and sent for him, and when he came into his presence, he kissed the ground between his hands and, producing the letter, presented it to him. Seeing the superscription in the writing of the Commander of the Faithful, the Sultan arose to his feet and kissed it 3 times, and after reading it said, "I hear and I obey Allah Almighty and the Commander of the Faithful." Then he summoned the 4 Qazis FN number 68, and the emirs, and was about to divest himself of the rule royal, when behold, in came Al-Mu'in bin Sa'i. The Sultan gave him the Caliph's letter, and he read it, then tore it to pieces, and putting it into his mouth, chewed it FN number 69, and spat it out. "Woe to thee," quoth the Sultan, and indeed he was sore angered. "What induced thee to do this deed? Now by thy life." "O our lord the Sultan," replied Mu'in, "this man hath never foregathered with the Caliph nor with his wazir, but he is a gallows bird, a limb of Satan, a knave who, having come upon a written paper in the Caliph's hand, some idle scroll, hath made it serve his own end. The Caliph would surely not send him to take the Sultanate from thee without the imperial autograph FN number 70, and the diploma of investiture, and he certainly would have dispatched with him a chamberlain or a minister. But he hath come alone, and he never came from the Caliph, no, never, never, never. What is to be done?" asked the Sultan, and the minister answered, "Leave him to me, and I will take him and keep him away from thee, and send him in charge of a chamberlain to Baghdad city. Then, if what he says be sooth, they will bring us back autograph and investiture, and if not, I will take my due out of this debtor." When the Sultan heard the minister's words, he said, "Hence with thee and him too." Al-Mu'in took trust of him from the king and, carrying him to his own house, cried out to his pages, who laid him flat and beat him till he fainted. Then he let put upon his feet heavy shackles and carried him to the jail, where he called the jailer, one Qutate, FN number 71, who came and kissed the ground before him. Quoth the Wazir, "O Qutate, I wish thee to take this fellow and throw him into one of the underground cells FN number 72, in the prison, and torture him night and day." "To hear is to obey," replied the jailer, and, taking Nur al-Din into the prison, locked the door upon him. Then he gave orders to sweep a bench behind the door and, spreading on it a sitting rug and a leather cloth, seated Nur al-Din thereon and loosed his shackles and entreated him kindly. The wazir sent every day enjoining the jailer to beat him, but he abstained from this, and so continued to do for 40 days. On the 41st day there came a present from the Caliph, which when the Sultan saw, it pleased him, and he consulted his ministers on the matter, when one of them said, "Perchance this present was for the new Sultan." cried Al-Mu'in, we should have done well had we put him to death at his first coming. And the Sultan cried, by Allah, thou hast reminded me of him. Go down to the prison and fetch him, and I will strike off his head. To hear is to obey, replied Al-Mu'in. Then he stood up and said, I will make proclamation in the city: whoso would solace himself with seeing the beheading of Nur al-Din bin al-Fazl bin Kakan, let him repair to the palace. So follower and followed, great and small will flock to the spectacle, and I shall heal my heart and harm my foe. Do as thou wilt, said the Sultan. The wazir went off, and he was glad and gay, and ordered the chief of police to make the aforementioned proclamation. When the people heard the crier, they all sorrowed and wept, even the little ones at school and the traders in their shops, and some strove to get places for seeing the sight, whilst others went to the prison with the object of escorting him thence. Presently, the wazir came with 10 Mamelukes to the jail, and Qutayt the jailer asked him, Whom seekest thou, O our lord the wazir? Whereto he answered, Bring me out that gallows bird. But the jailer said, He is in the sorriest of plights for the much beating I have given him. Then he went into the prison and found Nur al-Din repeating these verses. Who shall support me in calamities, when fail all cause and greater cares arise? Exile hath wormed my heart, my vitals torn, but the world to foes hath thinned my firm allies. O folk, will not one friend amidst you all wail o'er my woes, and cry to hear my cries? Death and its agonies seem light to me, since life has lost all joys and jollities. O Lord of Mustafa, FN number 73, that science see, sole intercessor, guide all-where, all-wise. I pray thee free me and my fault forgo, and from me drive mine evil and my woe. The jailer stripped off his clean clothes and, dressing him in 2 filthy vests, carried him to the wazir. Nur al-Din looked at him and saw it was his foe that sought to compass his death, so he wept and said, Art thou, then, so secure against the world? Hast thou not heard the saying of the poet? Kisras and Caesars in a bygone day stored wealth, where it is, and are. Where are they? O wazir, he continued, know that Allah, be he extolled and exalted, will do what he will. O Ali, replied he, thinkest thou to frighten me with such talk? I mean this very day to smite thy neck despite the noses of the Basora folk, and I care not, let the days do as they please, nor will I turn me to thy counsel, but rather to what the poet saith. Leave thou the days to breed their ban and bait, and make thee strong tea bear the weight of fate. And also how excellently saith another, Whoso shall see the death day of his foe, one day surviving, wins his bestest wish. Then he ordered his attendants to mount Nur al-Din upon the bare back of a mule, and they said to the youth, for truly it was irksome to them, Let us stone him and cut him down, though our lives go for it. But Nur al-Din said to them, Do not so, have ye not heard the saying of the poet? Needs must I bear the term by fate decreed, and when that day be dead needs must I die. If lions dragged me to their forest lair, safe should I live till draw my death day nigh. Then they proceeded to proclaim before Nur al-Din, This is the least of the retribution for him who imposeth upon kings with forgeries. And they ceased not parading him round about Basora, till they made him stand beneath the palace windows and set him upon the leather of blood, FN number 74, and the soldier came up to him and said, O my lord, I am but a slave commanded in this matter, and thou have any desire, tell it me that I may fulfill it, for now there remaineth of the life only so much as may be till the Sultan shall put his face out of the lattice. Thereupon Nur al-Din looked to the right and to the left, and before him and behind him, and began improvising. The sword, the sworder and the blood skin waiting me I sight, and cry, Alack, mine evil fate! Ah, my calamity! How is't I see no loving friend with eye of sense or soul? What? No one here? I cry to all, will none reply to me? The time is past that formed my life, my death term draweth nigh, will no man win the grace of God, showing me clemency, and look with pity on my state, and clear my dark despair, e'en with the draught of water dealt to cool death's agony? The people fell to weeping over him, and the headsman rose and brought him a draught of water. But the wazir sprang up from his place and smote the gugglet with his hand and broke it. Then he cried out at the executioner and bade him strike off Nur al-Din's head. So he bound the eyes of the doomed man, and folk clamoured at the wazir, and loud wailings were heard, and much questioning of man and man. At this moment, behold, rose a dense dust cloud filling sky and wold, and when the Sultan, who was sitting in the palace, descried this, he said to his suite, "Go and see what yon cloud bringeth." Replied Al-Mu'in, "Not till we have smitten this fellow's neck." But the Sultan said, "Wait ye till we see what this meaneth." Now the dust cloud was the dust of Ja'far the Barmecide, wazir to the Caliph, and his host, and the cause of his coming was as follows. The Caliph passed 30 days without calling to mind the matter of Nur al-Din Ali, FN number 75. And none reminded him of it, till one night, as he passed by the chamber of Anas al-Jalis, he heard her weeping and singing with a soft sweet voice these lines of the poet. In thought I see thy form when farthest far or nearest near, and on my tongue there dwells a name which man shall ne'er unhear. Then her weeping redoubled, when lo! The Caliph opened the door and, entering the chamber, found Anas al-Jalis in tears. When she saw him, she fell to the ground and kissing his feet 3 times repeated these lines. O fertile root and noble growth of trunk, ripe fruitful branch of never sullied race, I mind thee of what pact thy bounty made, far be tea from thee thou shouldst forget my case. Quoth the Caliph, Who art thou? And she replied, I am she whom Ali bin Khakan gave thee in gift. And I wish the fulfillment of thy promise to send me to him with the robe of honor, for I have now been 30 days without tasting the food of sleep. Thereupon the Caliph sent for Ja'far and said to him, O Ja'far, 'tis 30 days since we have had news of Nur al-Din bin Khakan, and I cannot suppose that the Sultan hath slain him, but, by the life of my head and by the sepulchres of my forefathers, if aught of foul play hath befallen him, I will surely make an end of him who was the cause of it, though he be the dearest of all men to myself. So I desire that thou set out for Bassorah within this hour and bring me tidings of my cousin, King Muhammad bin Sulayman al-Zini, and how he had dealt with Nur al-Din Ali bin Khakan, adding, If thou tarry longer on the road than shall suffice for the journey, I will strike off thy head. Furthermore, do thou tell the son of my uncle the whole story of Nur al-Din, and how I sent him with my written orders, and if thou find, O my cousin, FN number 76, that the king hath done otherwise than as I commanded, bring him and their wazir al-Mu'in bin Sawi to us in whatsoever guise thou shalt find them. FN number 77, hearing and obedience, replied Ja'far, and, making ready on the instant, he set out for Bassorah, where the news of his coming had foregone him and had reached to the ears of King Muhammad. When Ja'far arrived and saw the crushing and crowding of the lieges, he asked, What means all this gathering? So they told him what was doing in the matter of Nur al-Din, whereupon he hastened to go to the Sultan and saluting him, acquainted him with the cause why he came and the Caliph's resolve, in case of any foul play having befallen the youth, to put to death whoso should have brought it about. Then he took into custody the king and their wazir and laid them in ward and, giving order for the release of Nur al-Din Ali, enthroned him as Sultan in the stead of Muhammad bin Sulayman. After this Ja'far abode 3 days in Bassorah, the usual guest time, and on the morning of the 4th day, Nur al-Din Ali turned to him and said, I long for the sight of the commander of the faithful. Then said Ja'far to Muhammad bin Sulayman, Make ready to travel, for we will say the dawn prayer and mount Baghdad wards. And he replied, To hear is to obey. Then they prayed and they took horse and set out, all of them, carrying with him the wazir, Al-Mu'in bin Sawi, who began to repent him of what he had done. Nur al-Din rode by Ja'far's side, and they stinted not faring on till they arrived at Baghdad, the house of peace, and going into the Caliph told him how they had found Nur al-Din nigh upon death. Thereupon the Caliph said to the youth, "Take this sword and smite with it the neck of thine enemy." So he took the sword from his hand and stepped up to Al-Mu'in, who looked at him and said, "I did according to my mother's milk, do thou according to thine." FN number 78. Upon this Nur al-Din cast the sword from his hand and said to the Caliph, "O Commander of the Faithful, he hath beguiled me with his words," and he repeated this couplet. "By craft and sleight I snared him when he came, a few fair words I trapped the noble game." "Leave him then," cried the Caliph, and, turning to Masrur, said, "Rise thou and smite his neck." So Masrur drew his sword and struck off his head. Then quoth the Caliph to Nur al-Din Ali, "Ask a boon of me." "O my lord," answered he, "I have no need of the kingship of Bassorah. My sole desire is to be honoured by serving thee and by seeing the countenance." "With love and gladness," said the Caliph. Then he sent for the damsel, Anis al-Jalis, and bestowed plentiful favours upon them both, and gave them one of his palaces in Baghdad, and assigned stipends and allowances, and made Nur al-Din Ali bin Fazl bin Kakan one of his companions, and he abode with the Commander of the Faithful, enjoying the pleasantest of lives till death overtook him. Yet, continued Shahrazad, is not his story in any wise more wondrous than the history of the merchant and his children? The king asked, "And what was that?" And Shahrazad began to relate there. Tale of the Ghanim bin Aib, FN number 79, The Distraught, the Thrall o' Love. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that in times of yore and in years and ages long gone before, there lived in Damascus a merchant among the merchants, a wealthy man who had a son like the moon on the night of his fullness, FN number 80, and withal sweet of speech, who was named Ghanim bin Aib, surnamed the Distraught, the Thrall o' Love. He had also a daughter, own sister to Ghanim, who was called Fitna, a damsel unique in beauty and loveliness. Their father died and left them abundant wealth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 39th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the merchant left his 2 children abundant wealth, and amongst other things 100 loads FN number 81, of silks and brocades, musk pods and mother-o'-pearl, and there was written on every bale, 'This is of the packages intended for Baghdad,' it having been his purpose to make the journey thither, when Almighty Allah took him to himself, which was in the time of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. After a while his son took the loads and, bidding farewell to his mother and kindred and townsfolk, went forth with a company of merchants, putting his trust in Allah Almighty, who decreed him safety, so that he arrived without let or stay at Baghdad. There he hired for himself a fair dwelling house which he furnished with carpets and cushions, curtains and hangings, and therein stored his bales and stabled his mules and camels, after which he abode a while resting. Presently the merchants and notables of Baghdad came and saluted him, after which he took a bundle containing 10 pieces of costly stuffs, with the prices written on them, and carried it to the merchants' bazaar, where they welcomed and saluted him and showed him all honour, and, making him dismount from his beast, seated him in the shop of the syndic of the market, to whom he delivered the package. He opened it and, drawing out the pieces of stuff, sold them for him at a profit of 2 dinars on every dinar of prime cost. At this Ghanim rejoiced and kept selling his silks and stuffs one after another, and ceased not to do on this wise for a full year. On the first day of the following year he went, as was his wont, to the exchange which was in the bazaar, but found the gate shut, and inquiring the reason was told, "One of the merchants is dead and all the others have gone to follow his bier." FN number 82, and why shouldst thou not win the meed of good deeds by walking with them? FN number 83, he replied yes, and asked for the quarter where the funeral was taking place, and one directed him thereto. So he purified himself by the use of oblation FN number 84, and repaired with the other merchants to the oratory, where they prayed over the dead, then walked before the bier to the burial place, and Ganem, who was a bashful man, followed them, being ashamed to leave them. They presently issued from the city, and passed through the tombs until they reached the grave, where they found that the deceased's kith and kin had pitched a tent over the tomb, and had brought thither lamps and wax candles. So they buried the body and sat down while the readers read out and recited the Quran over the grave, and Ganem sat with them, being overcome with bashfulness, and saying to himself, I cannot well go away till they do. They tarried listening to the Quranic perfection till nightfall, when the servants set supper and sweetmeats FN number 85 before them, and they ate till they were satisfied. Then they washed their hands and again took their places. But Ganem's mind was preoccupied with his house and goods, being in fear of robbers, and he said to himself, I am a stranger here and supposed to have money. If I pass the night abroad, the thieves will steal my money bags and my bales to boot. So when he could no longer control his fear, he arose and left the assembly, having first asked leave to go about some urgent business, and following the signs of the road he soon came to the city gate. But it was midnight, and he found the doors locked, and saw none going or coming, nor heard aught but the hounds baying and the wolves howling. At this he exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. I was in fear for my property and came back on its account, but now I find the gate shut and I am in mortal fear for my life. Then he turned back and, looking out for a place where he could sleep till morning, presently found a sultan's tomb, a square of 4 walls with a date tree in the central court and a granite gateway. The door was wide open, so he entered and would fain have slept, but sleep came not to him, and terror and a sense of desolation oppressed him, for that he was alone amidst the tombs. So he rose to his feet and, opening the door, looked out, and lo! He was aware of a light afar off in the direction of the city gate. Then walking a little way towards it, he saw that it was on the road whereby he had reached the tomb. This made him fear for his life, so he hastily shut the door and climbed to the top of the date tree, where he hid himself in the heart of the fronds. The light came nearer and nearer till it was close to the tomb. Then it stopped, and he saw 3 slaves, 2 bearing a chest and 1 with a lanthorn, an adze and a basket containing some mortar. When they reached the tomb, one of those who were carrying the case said, What aileth thee, O Sawab? And said the other, What is the matter, O Kafir? FN number 86, quoth he, Were we not here at supper-tide, and did we not leave the door open? Yes, replied the other, that is true. See, said Kafir, now it is shut and barred. How weak are your wits, cried the third, who bore the adze, and his name was Bucket. FN number 87, Know ye not that the owners of the gardens used to come out from Baghdad and tend them, and, when evening closes upon them, they enter this place and shut the door, for fear lest the wicked black man, like ourselves, should catch them and roast and eat FN number 88, Thou sayest sooth, said the 2 others, but by Allah, however that may be, none amongst us is weaker of wits than thou. If ye do not believe me, said Bucket, let us enter the tomb, and I will rouse the rat for you, for I doubt not but that, when he saw the light and us making for the place, he ran up the date tree and hid for fear of us. When Ganem heard this, he said in himself, O cursedest of slaves! May Allah not have thee in his holy keeping for this thy craft and keenness of wit. There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. How shall I win free of these blackamoors? Then said the 2 who bore the box to him of the adze, Swarm up the wall and open the gate for us, O Bucket, for we are tired of carrying the chest on our necks, and when thou hast opened the gate thou shalt have one of those we catch inside, a fine fat rat which we will fry for thee after such excellent fashion that not a speck of his fat shall be lost. But Bucket answered, I am afraid of somewhat which my weak wits have suggested to me. We should do better to throw the chest over the gateway, for it is our treasure. If we throw it 'twill break, replied they, and he said, I fear lest there be robbers within who murder folk and plunder their goods, for evening is their time of entering such places and dividing their spoil. O thou we co-wits, said both the bearers of the box, how could they ever get in here? FN number 89, then they set down the chest and climbing over their wall dropped inside and opened the gate, whilst the third slave, he that was called Bucket, stood by them holding the adze, the lanthorn and the hand basket containing the mortar. After this they locked the gate and sat down, and presently one of them said, O my brethren, we are wearied with walking and with lifting up and setting down the chest, and with unlocking and locking the gate, and now 'tis midnight, and we have no breath left to open a tomb and bury the box. So let us rest here 2 or 3 hours, then rise and do the job. Meanwhile each of us shall tell how he came to be castrated and all that befell him from first to last, the better to pass away our time while we take our rest. Thereupon the first, he of the lanthorn and whose name was Bucket, said, I'll tell you my tale. Say on, replied they, so he began as follows there. Tale of the first eunuch, Bucket. Know, O my brothers, that when I was a little one, some 5 years old, I was taken home from my native country by a slave driver who sold me to a certain operator. FN number 90, my purchaser had a daughter 3 years old, with whom I was brought up, and they used to make mock of me, letting me play with her and dance for her FN number 91, and sing to her, till I reached the age of 12 and she that of 10, and even then they did not forbid me seeing her. One day I went into her and found her sitting in an inner room, and she looked as if she had just come out of the bath which was in the house, for she was scented with essences and reek of aromatic woods, and her face shone like a circle of the moon on the 14th night. She began to sport with me, and I with her. Now I had just reached the age of puberty, so my prickle stood at point, as it were a huge key. Then she threw me on my back and, mounting a straddle on my breast, fell a-wriggling and a-bucking upon me till she had uncovered my yard. When she saw it standing with head erect, she hent it in hand and began rubbing it upon the lips of her little slit FN number 92, outside her petticoat trousers. Thereat hot lust stirred in me and I threw my arms round her, while she wound hers about my neck and hugged me to her with all her might, till, before I knew what I did, my peel split up her trousers and entered her slit and did away her maiden head. When I saw this, I ran off and took refuge with one of my comrades. Presently her mother came into her, and, seeing her in this case, fainted clean away. However she managed the matter advisedly and hid it from the girls further out of good will to me, nor did they cease to call to me and coax me, till they took me from where I was. After 2 months had passed by, her mother married her to a young man, a barber who used to shave her papa, and portioned and fitted her out of her own monies, whilst the father knew nothing of what had passed. On the night of consummation they cut the throat of a pigeon poult and sprinkled the blood on her shift. FN number 93, after a while they seized me unawares and gelded me, and, when they brought her to her bridegroom, they made me her aga, FN number 94, her eunuch, to walk before her wheresoever she went, whether to the bath or to her father's house. I abode with her a long time enjoying her beauty and loveliness by way of kissing and clipping and coupling with her, FN number 95, till she died, and her husband and mother and father died also, when they seized me for the royal treasury as being the property of an intestate, and I found my way hither, where I became your comrade. This, then, O my brethren, is the cause of my cullion's being cut off, and peace be with you. He ceased and his fellow began in these words there. Tale of the second eunuch, Kafir. Know, O my brothers, that, when beginning service as a boy of 8, I used to tell the slave dealers regularly and exactly one lie every year, so that they fell out with one another, till at last my master lost patience with me and, carrying me down to the market, ordered the brokers to cry, who will buy this slave, knowing his blemish and making allowance for it? He did so, and they asked him, Pray, what may be his blemish? And he answered, He telleth me one single lie every year. Now a man that was a merchant came up, and said to the broker, How much do they allow for him with his blemish? They allow 600 dirhams, he replied, and said the other, Thou shalt have 20 dirhams for thyself. So he arranged between him and the slave dealer, who took the coin from him, and the broker carried me to the merchant's house and departed, after receiving his brokerage. The trader clothed me with suitable dress, and I stayed in his service the rest of my 12-month, until the new year began happily. It was a blessed season, plenteous in the produce of the earth, and the merchants used to feast every day at the house of some one among them, till it was my master's turn to entertain them in a flower garden without the city. So he and the other merchants went to the garden, taking with them all that they required of provaunt and else beside, and sat eating and carousing and drinking till midday, when my master, having need of some matter from his home, said to me, O slave, mount the she-mule and hie thee to the house, and bring from thy mistress such and such a thing, and return quickly. I obeyed his binding and started for the house, but, as I drew near it, I began to cry out and shed tears, whereupon all the people of the quarter collected, great and small, and my master's wife and daughters, hearing the noise I was making, opened the door and asked me what was the matter. Said I, My master was sitting with his friends beneath an old wall, and it fell on one and all of them, and when I saw what had happened to them, I mounted the mule and came hither in haste to tell you. When my master's daughters and wife heard this, they screamed and rent their raiment and beat their faces, whilst the neighbours came around them. Then the wife overturned the furniture of the house, one thing upon another, and tore down the shelves and broke the windows and the lattices and smeared the walls with mud and indigo, saying to me, Woe to thee, O Kafir! Come help me to tear down these cupboards and break up these vessels and this chinaware, FN number 96, and the rest of it. So I went to her and aided her to smash all the shelves in the house with whatever stood upon them, after which I went round about the terrace roofs and every part of the place, spoiling all I could and leaving no china in the house unbroken till I had laid waste the whole, crying out the while well away, My master! Then my mistress fared forth barefaced, wearing a head-kerchief and naught else, and her daughters and the children sallied out with her, and said to me, O Kafir, go thou before us and show us the place where thy master layeth dead, that we may take him from under the fallen wall and lay him on a bier and bear him to the house and give him a fine funeral. So I went forth before them crying out, Slack, my master, and they after me with faces and heads bare and all shrieking, Alas! Alas for the man! Now there remained none in the quarter, neither man nor woman, nor epicene, nor youth nor maid, nor child nor old draught, but went with us smiting their faces and weeping bitterly, and I led them leisurely through the whole city. The folk asked them what was the matter, whereupon they told them what they had heard from me, and all exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. Then said one of them, He was a personage of consequence, so let us go to the governor and tell him what hath befallen him. When they told the governor, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 40th night, FN number 97. She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when they told the governor, he rose and mounted and, taking with him labourers, with spades and baskets, went on my track, with many people behind him, and I ran on before them, howling and casting dust on my head and beating my face, followed by my mistress and her children keening for the dead. But I got ahead of them and entered the garden before them, and when my master saw me in this state, I smiting my face and saying, Well away! My mistress! Alas! 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 Who is left to take pity on me, now that my mistress is gone? Would I had been a sacrifice for her, He stood aghast, and his colour waxed yellow, and he said to me, "What aileth thee, O Kafir? What is the matter?" "O my lord," I replied, "when thou sentest me to the house, I found that the saloon wall had given way and had fallen like a layer upon my mistress and her children." "And did not thy mistress escape?" "No, by Allah, O my master, not one of them was saved. The first to die was my mistress, thine elder daughter." "And did not my younger daughter escape?" "No, she did not." "And what became of the mare mule I used to ride? Is she safe?" "No, by Allah, O my master, the house walls and the stable walls buried every living thing that was within doors, even to the sheep and geese and poultry, so that they all became a heap of flesh, and the dogs and cats are eating them, and not one of them is left alive." "And hath not thy master, my elder son, escaped?" "No, by Allah, not one of them was saved, and now there is naught left of house or household, nor even a sign of them, and, as for the sheep and geese and hens, the cats and dogs have devoured them." When my master heard this, the light became night before his sight. His wits were dazed, and he so lost command of his senses that he could not stand firm on his feet. He was as one struck with a sudden palsy, and his back was like to break. Then he rent his raiment and plucked out his beard, and, casting his turban from off his head, buffeted his face till the blood ran down, and he cried aloud, "Alas, my children! Alas, my wife! Alas, my calamity! To whomever befell that which hath befallen me?" The merchants, his friends, also cried aloud at his crying, and wept for his weeping, and tore their clothes, being moved to pity of his case. And so my master went out of the garden, smiting his face with such violence that from excess of pain he staggered like one drunken with wine. As he and the merchants came forth from the garden gate, behold, they saw a great cloud of dust, and heard a loud noise of crying and lamentation, so they looked, and lo! It was the governor with his attendants and the townsfolk, a world of people, who had come out to look on, and my master's family following them, all screaming and crying aloud and weeping exceeding sore weeping. The first to address my owner were his wife and children, and when he saw them he was confounded and laughed. FN number 98, and said to them, "How is it with all of you, and what befell you in the house, and what hath come to pass to you?" When they saw him they exclaimed, "Praise be to Allah for thy preservation," and threw themselves upon him, and his children hung about him crying, "Slack, our father! Thanks to Allah for thy safety, O our father!" And his wife said to him, "Art thou indeed well? Lord to Allah who hath shown us thy face in safety." And indeed she was confounded, and her reason fled when she saw him, and she asked, "O, my lord, how didst thou escape, thou and thy friends the merchants?" And he answered her, "And how fared it with thee in the house?" Quoth they, "We were all well, whole and healthy, and nor hath thought of evil befallen us in the house, save that thy slave Kafuri came to us, bareheaded with torn garments, and howling, 'Alas, the master! Alas, the master!' So we asked him, 'What tidings, O Kafir?' And he answered, 'The wall of the garden hath fallen on my master and his friends the merchants, and they are all crushed and dead!' !" "By Allah," said my master, "he came to me but now howling, 'Alas, my mistress! Alas, the children of the mistress!' and said, 'My mistress and her children are all dead, every one of them.' Then he looked round, and seeing me with my turban rent in rags round my neck, howling and weeping with exceeding weeping, and throwing dust upon my head, he cried out at me. So I came to him, and he said, 'Woe to thee, O ill-omened slave! O whore knave! O thou damned breed! What mischief thou hast wrought! By Allah, I will flog thy skin from thy flesh, and cut thy flesh from thy bones.' I rejoined, 'By Allah, thou canst do nothing of the kind with me, O my lord, for thou boutest me with my blemish, and there are honest men to bear witness against thee that thou didst so, accepting the condition, and that thou knewest of my fault, which is to tell one lie every year. Now this is only a half lie, but by the end of the year one will tell the other half, then will the lie stand whole and complete. O dog, son of a dog, cried my master, O most accursed of slaves, is this all of it but a half-lie? Verily if it be a half-lie 'tis a whole calamity. Get thee from me, thou art free in the face of Allah. By Allah, rejoined I, if thou free me, I will not free thee till my ear is completed and I have told thee the half-lie which is left. When this is done, go down with me to the slave market and sell me as thou boutest me to whoso will buy me with my blemish, but thou shalt not manumit me, for I have no handicraft whereby to gain my living. FN number 99, and this my demand is a matter of law which the doctors have laid down in the chapter of emancipation. FN number 100. While we were at these words, up came the crowd of people, and the neighbors of the quarter, men, women and children, together with the governor and his suite offering condolence. So my master and the other merchants went up to him and informed him of the adventure, and how this was but a half-lie, at which all wondered, deeming it a whole lie and a big one. And they cursed me and reviled me, while I stood laughing and grinning at them, till at last I asked, how shall my master slay me when he bought me with this my blemish? Then my master returned home and found his house in ruins, and it was I who had laid waste the greater part of it. FN number 101, having broken things which were worth much money, as also had done his wife, who said to him, 'Twas Kafir who broke the vessels and chinaware. Thereupon his rage redoubled and he struck hand upon hand exclaiming, By Allah! In my life never saw I a whoreson like this slave, and he saith this is but a half-lie. How, then, if he had told me a whole lie? He would ruin a city, aye or even two. Then in his fury he went to the governor, and they gave me a neat thing in the bastinado line and made me eat stick till I was lost to the world and a fainting fit came on me, and, whilst I was yet senseless, they brought the barber who docked me and gelded me FN number 102, and cauterized the wound. When I revived I found myself a clean eunuch with nothing left, and my master said to me, Even as thou hast burned my heart for the things I held dearest, so have I burnt thy heart for that of thy members whereby thou sittest most store. Then he took me and sold me at a profit, for that I was become an eunuch. And I ceased not bringing trouble upon all, wherever I was sold, and was shifted from lord to lord and from notable to notable, being sold and being bought, till I entered the palace of the commander of the faithful. But now my spirit is broken and my tricks are gone from me, so alas are my ballocks. When the two slaves heard his history, they laughed at him and chaffed him and said, Truly thou art Skite FN number 103. And Skite's son. Thou leadest an odious lie. Then quoth they to the third slave, Tell us thy tale. O sons of my uncle, quoth he, all that ye have said is idle. I will tell you the cause of my losing my testicles, and indeed I deserved to lose even more, for I fettered both my mistress and my master's eldest son and heir, but my story is a long one and this is not the time to tell it, for the dawn, O my cousins, draweth near, and if morning come upon us with this chest still unburied, we shall get into sore disgrace and our lives will pay for it. So up with you and open the door, and, when we get back to the palace, I will tell you my story and the cause of my losing my precious stones. Then he swarmed up and dropped down from the wall inside and opened the door, so they entered and, setting down the lantern, dug between 4 tombs a hole as long as the chest and of the same breadth. Kafir plied the spade and Suab removed the earth by baskets full till they reached the depth of the stature of a man. FN number 104. When they laid the chest in the hole and threw back the earth over it, then they went forth and shutting the door disappeared from Ghanim's eyes. When all was quiet and he felt sure that he was left alone in the place, his thought was busied about what the chest contained, and he said to himself, Would that I knew the contents of that box. However, he waited till day broke, when morning shone and showed her sheen, whereupon he came down from the date tree and scooped away the earth with his hands, till the box was laid bare and disengaged from the ground. Then he took a large stone and hammered at the lock till he broke it, and, opening the lid, behold, a young lady, a model of beauty and loveliness, clad in the richest of garments and jewels of gold and such necklaces of precious stones that, were the Sultan's country evened with them, it would not pay their price. She had been drugged with bang, but her bosom, raising and falling, showed that her breath had not departed. When Ghanim saw her, he knew that some one had played her false and hocussed her, so he pulled her out of the chest and laid her on the ground with her face upwards. As soon as she smelt the breeze and the air entered her nostrils, mouth and lungs, she sneezed and choked and coughed. When there fell from out her throat a pill of Cretan bang, had an elephant smelt it he would have slept from night to night. Then she opened her eyes and glancing around said, in a sweet voice and gracious words, "Woe to thee, O wind! There is naught in thee to satisfy the thirsty, nor aught to gratify one whose thirst is satisfied. Where is Zar al-Bostan?" But no one answered her, so she turned her and cried out, "O Sabiha! Shajarat al-Dar! Nir al-Huda! Najmat al-Sub! Be ye awake? Shawa, Nazab, Halwa, Zarifa, out on you, speak." FN number 105. But no one answered, so she looked all around and said, "Woe's me! Have they entombed me in the tombs? O thou who knowest what man's thought in wombs and who givest compensation on the day of doom, who can have brought me from the mist-hanging screens and curtains veiling the harem rooms and set me down between four tombs?" All this while Ghanim was standing by. Then he said to her, "O my lady, here are neither screened rooms nor palace harems nor yet tombs, only the slave henceforth devoted to thy love, Ghanim bin Ayub, sent to thee by the omniscient one above, that all thy troubles he may remove and win for thee every wish that cloth behove." Then he held his peace. She was reassured by his words and cried, "I testify that there is no God but the God, and I testify that Muhammad is the apostle of God." Then she turned to Ghanim and, placing her hands before her face, said to him in the sweetest speech, "O blessed youth, who brought me hither. See, I am now come to myself." "O my lady," he replied, "3 slave eunuchs came here bearing this chest," and related to her the whole of what had befallen him, and how evening having closed upon him had proved the cause of her preservation, otherwise she had died smothered. FN number 106. Then he asked her who she was and what was her story, and she answered, "O youth, thanks be to Allah who hath cast me into the hands of the like of thee. But now rise and put me back into the box. Then fare forth upon the road and hire the first camel driver or muleteer thou findest to carry it to thy house. When I am there, all will be well, and I will tell thee my tale and acquaint thee with my adventures, and great shall be thy gain by means of me." At this he rejoiced and went outside the tomb. The day was now dazzling bright and the firmament shone with light, and the folk had begun to circle it, so he hired a man with a mule and, bringing him to the tomb, lifted the chest wherein he had put the damsel and set it on the mule. Her love now engrossed his heart, and he fared homeward with her rejoicing, for that she was a girl worth 10,000 gold pieces, and her raiment and ornaments would fetch a mint of money. As soon as he arrived at his house, he carried in the chest, and opening it, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 41st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Ghanim son of Abe arrived with the chest at his house, he opened it and took out the young lady, who looked about her and, seeing that the place was handsome, spread with carpets and dight with cheerful colours and other deckings, and noting the stuffs piled and packed bales and other else than that, knew that he was a substantial merchant and a man of much money. Thereupon she uncovered her face and looked at him, and lo, he was a fair youth, so when she saw him she loved him and said, "O my lord, bring us something to eat." "On my head and mine eyes," replied he, and, going down to the bazaar, bought a roasted lamb and a dish of sweetmeats, and with these dry fruits and wax candles, besides wine and whatsoever was required of drinking materials, not forgetting perfumes. With all this gear he returned to the house, and when the damsel saw him she laughed and kissed him and clasped his neck. Then she began caressing him, which made his love wax hotter till it got the mastery of his heart. They ate and drank, and each had conceived the fondest affection, for indeed the two were one in age and one in loveliness. And when night came on, Ghanim Binayb, the distraught, the thrall o' love, rose and lit the wax candles and lamps till the place blazed with light. FN number 107, after which he produced the wine service and spread the table. Then both sat down again, he and she, and he kept filling and giving her to drink, and she kept filling and giving him to drink, and they played and toyed and laughed and recited verses, whilst their joy increased and they dove in closer love each to each. Glory be to the Uniter of Hearts. They ceased not to carouse after this fashion till near upon dawn, when drowsiness overcame them and they slept where they were, apart each from other, till the morning. FN number 108. Then Ghanim rose and going to the market, bought all they required of meat and vegetables and wine and what not, and brought them to the house, whereupon both sat down to eat and ate their sufficiency. When he set on wine, they drank and each played with each, till their cheeks flushed red and their eyes took a darker hue, and Ghanim's so longed to kiss the girl and to lie with her, and he said, "O my lady, grant me one kiss of that dear mouth, perchance tea will quench the fire of my heart." "O Ghanim," replied she, "wait till I am drunk and dead to the world, then steal a kiss of me, secretly and on such wise that I may not know thou hast kissed me." Then she rose and taking off her upper dress sat, in a thin shift of fine linen and a silken head kerchief. FN number 109. At this passion inflamed Ghanim, and he said to her, "O my lady, wilt thou not vouchsafe me what I asked of thee?" "By Allah," she replied, "that may not be thine, for there is written upon my trouser string FN number 110, a hard word." Thereupon Ghanim's heart sank and desire grew on him as its object offered difficulties, and he improvised these verses. "I asked the author of mine ills to heal the wound with one sweet kiss. No, no," she cried, FN number 111, forever no. But I, soft whispering, urged yes. Quoth she, "Then take it by my leave, when smiles shall pardon thine amiss." "By force," cried I. "Nay," she replied, "with love and gladness eke I wis. Now ask me not what next occurred, seek grace of God and wist of this. Deem what thou wilt of us, for love by calumnies the sweeter is, nor after this care I one jot whether my fault be known or not." Then his affection increased and love fires rose hotter in his heart, while she refused herself to him, saying, "Thou canst not possess me." They ceased not to make love and enjoy their wine and wassail, whilst Ghanim was drowned in the sea of love and longing, but she redoubled in coyness and cruelty till the night brought on the darkness and let fall on them the skirts of sleep. Thereupon Ghanim rose and lit the lamps and wax candles and refreshed the room and removed the table. Then he took her feet and kissed them, and, finding them like fresh cream, pressed his face FN number 112 on them and said to her, "O my lady, take pity on one thy love hath ta'en and thine eyes hath slain, for indeed I were heart whole but for thy bane." And he wept somewhat. "O my lord, and light of my eyes," quoth she, "by Allah, I love thee in very sooth, and I trust to thy truth, but I know that I may not be thine." "And what is the obstacle?" asked he, when she answered, "Tonight I will tell thee my tale, that thou mayst accept my excuse." Then she threw herself upon him and winding her arms like a necklace about his neck, kissed him and caressed him and promised him her favours, and they ceased not playing and laughing till love get the firmest hold upon both their hearts. And so it continued a whole month, both passing the night on a single carpet bed, but whenever he would enjoy her, she put him off, whilst mutual love increased upon them, and each could hardly abstain from other. One night, as he lay by her side, and both were warm with wine, Ganem passed his hand over her breasts and stroked them. Then he slipped it down to her waist as far as her navel. She awoke and, sitting up, put her hand to her trousers and finding them fast tied, once more fell asleep. Presently, he again felt her and sliding his hand down to her trouser string, began pulling at it, whereupon she awoke and sat upright. Ganem also sat up by her side and she asked him, "What dost thou want?" "I want to lie with thee," he answered, "and that we may deal openly and frankly with each other." Quoth she, "I must now declare to thee my case, that thou mayst know my quality, then will my secret be disclosed to thee and my excuse become manifest to thee." Quoth he, "So be it." Thereat she opened the skirt of her shift and taking up her trouser string, said to him, "O my lord, read what is worked on the flat of this string." So he took it in hand, and saw these words broidered on it in gold, "I am thine, and thou art mine, O cousin of the apostle." FN number 113. When he read this, he withdrew his hand and said to her, "Tell me who thou art." "So be it," answered she, "know that I am one of the concubines of the commander of the faithful, and my name is Kut al-Kulub, the food of hearts. I was brought up in his palace, and, when I grew to woman's estate, he looked on me and, noting what share of beauty and loveliness the Creator had given me, loved me with exceeding love, and assigned me a separate apartment, and gave me 10 slave girls to wait on me, and all these ornaments thou seest me wearing." On the certain day he set out for one of his provinces, and the lady Zubaydah came to one of the slave girls in my service and said to her, "I have something to require of thee." "What is it, O my lady?" asked she, and the caliph's wife answered, "When thy mistress Kut al-Kulub is asleep, put this piece of bang into her nostrils or drop it into her drink, and thou shalt have of me as much money as will satisfy thee." "With love and gladness," replied the girl, and took the bang from her, being a glad woman because of the money and because aforetime she had been one of Zubaydah's slaves. So she put the bang in my drink, and when it was night drank, and the drug had no sooner settled in my stomach than I fell to the ground, my head touching my feet, and knew naught of my life but that I was in another world. When her device succeeded, she bade put me in this chest, and secretly brought in the slaves and the doorkeepers and bribed them, and, on the night when thou wast perched upon the date tree, she sent the blacks to do with me as thou sawest. So my delivery was at thy hands, and thou broughtest me to this house and hast entreated me honourably and with thy kindest. This is my story, and I wot not what is become of the caliph during my absence. Know then my condition and divulge not my case." When Ganem heard her words and knew that she was a concubine of the caliph, he drew back, for awe of the caliphate beset him, and sat apart from her in one of the corners of the place, blaming himself and brooding over his affair and patiencing his heart bewildered for love of one he could not possess. Then he wept for excessive longing, and plained him of fortune and her injuries, and the world and its enmities, and praise be to him who causeth generous hearts to be troubled with love and the beloved, and who endoweth not the minds of the mean and miserly with so much of it as eveneth a grain weight. So he began repeating, "The lover's heart for his beloved must meet sad pain, and from her charms bear sore defeat. What is love's taste?" They asked, and answered I, "Sweet is the taste, but 'tis bittersweet." Thereupon Kut al-Kulub rose and took him to her bosom and kissed him, for the love of him was firm fixed in her heart, so that she disclosed to him her secret and all the affection she felt, and, throwing her arms round Ganem's neck like a collar of pearls, kissed him again and yet again. But he held off from her in awe of the caliph. Then they talked together a long while, and indeed both were drowned in the sea of their mutual love, and, as the day broke, Ganem rose and donned his clothes and going to the bazaar, as was his wont, took what the occasion required and returned home. He found her weeping, but when she saw him she checked herself and, smiling through her tears, said, "Thou hast desolated me, O beloved of my heart. By Allah, this hour of absence hath been to me like a year." FN number 114. I have explained to thee my condition in the excess of my eager love for thee, so come now near me, and forget the past and have thy will of me. But he interrupted her crying, "I seek refuge with Allah. This thing may never be. How shall the dog sit in the lion's stead? What is the Lord's is unlawful to the slave." So he withdrew from her, and sat down on a corner of the mat. Her passion for him increased with his forbearance, so she seated herself by his side and caroused and played with him, till the two were flushed with wine, and she was mad for her own dishonor. Then she sang these verses. The lover's heart is like to break in twain, till when his coy denials are. Till when? O thou who fleest me sans fault of mine, gazelles are wont at times prove tame to men, absence, aversion, distance and disdain, how shall young lover all these ills sustain? Thereupon Ganem wept and she wept at his weeping, and they ceased not drinking till nightfall, when he rose and spread two beds, each in its place. "For whom is this second bed?" asked she, and he answered her, "One is for me and the other is for thee. From this night forth we must not sleep save thus, for that which is the Lord's is unlawful to the thrall." "O my master," cried she, "let us have done with this, for all things come to pass by fate and fortune." But he refused, and the fire was lighted in her heart and, as her longing waxed fiercer, she clung to him and cried, "By Allah, we will not sleep save side by side. Allah forfend." He replied and prevailed against her and lay apart till the morning, when love and longing redoubled on her and distraction and eager thirst of passion. They abode after this fashion 3 full-told months, which were long and longsome indeed, and every time she made advances to him, he would refuse himself and say, "Whatever belongeth to the master is unlawful to the man." Now when time waxed tiresome and tedious to her and anguish and distress grew on her, she burst out from her repressed heart with these verses. "How long, rare beauty, wilt do wrong to me? Who was it bade thee not belong to me? Without the charms thou weddest in a grace comprising every point of piquancy, passion thou hast infused in every heart, from eyelids driven sleep by deputy, erst was I wet, the spray made thin of leaf. O Cass's prey, unleaf thy sin I see." FN number 115. The heart erst hunted I, how is I spy the hunter hunted, fair my heart, by thee. One drowses still I tell thee I that I am trapped, while never up to trap thou be. Ne'er grant my prayer. For if I grudge thyself to thee, I grudge my me more jealously and cry so long as life belong to me, rare beauty how long this wrong to me? They abode in this state a long time, and fear kept Ganem aloof from her. So far concerning these two, but as regards the Ladi Zubaydah, when, in the Caliph's absence she had done this deed by Kut al-Kulub, she became perplexed, saying to herself, "What shall I tell my cousin when he comes back and asks for her? What possible answer can I make to him?" Then she called an old woman, who was about her, and discovered her secret to her, saying, "How shall I act seeing that Kut al-Kulub died by such untimely death?" "O my lady," quoth the old crone, "the time of the Caliph's return is near. So do thou send for a carpenter and bid him make thee a figure of wood in the form of a corpse. We will dig a grave for it midmost the palace and bury it. Then do thou build an oratory over it and set therein lighted candles and lamps, and order each and every in the palace to be clad in black." FN number 116. Furthermore command thy handmaids and eunuchs as soon as they know of the Caliph's returning from his journey, to spread straw over the vestibule floors, and, when the commander of the faithful enters and asks what is the matter, let them say Kut al-Kulub is dead, and may Allah abundantly compensate thee for the loss of her. FN number 117, and, for the high esteem in which she was held of our mistress, she hath buried her in her own palace. When he hears this he will weep, and it shall be grievous to him. Then will he cause perfections of the Quran to be made for her, and he will watch by night at her tomb. Should he say to himself, Verily Zubaydah, the daughter of my uncle, hath compassed in her jealousy the death of Kut al-Kulub, or, if love-longing overcome him and he bid her be taken out of her tomb, fear thou not, for when they dig down and come to the image in human shape he will see it shrouded in costly grave clothes, and, if he wish to take off the winding sheet that he may look upon her, do thou forbid him, or let some mother forbid him, saying, the sight of her nakedness is unlawful. The fear of the world to come will restrain him, and he will believe that she is dead, and will restore the figure to its place and thank thee for thy doings, and thus thou shalt escape, please Almighty Allah, from this slough of despond. When the Lady Zubaydah heard her words, she commended the council and gave her a dress of honor and a large sum of money, ordering her to do all she had said. So the old woman set about the business forthright and bade the carpenter make her the aforesaid image, and, as soon as it was finished, she brought it to the Lady Zubaydah, who shrouded it and buried it and built a sepulchre over it, wherein they lighted candles and lamps, and lay down carpets about the tomb. Moreover, she put on black, and she spread abroad in the harem that Kut al-Kulub was dead. After a time the Caliph returned from his journey and went up to the palace, thinking only of Kut al-Kulub. He saw all the pages and eunuchs and handmaids habited in black, at which his heart fluttered with extreme fear, and, when he went into the Lady Zubaydah, he found her also garbed in black. So he asked the cause of this, and they gave him tidings of the death of Kut al-Kulub, whereon he fell a-swooning. As soon as he came to himself, he asked for her tomb, and the Lady Zubaydah said to him, Know, O Prince of the Faithful, that for especial honor I have buried her in my own palace. Then he repaired in his travelling garb FN number 118, to the tomb that he might wail over her, and found the carpets spread and the candles and lamps lighted. When he saw this, he thanked Zubaydah for her good deed and abode perplexed, halting between belief and unbelief till at last suspicion overcame him, and he gave order to open the grave and take out the body. When he saw the shroud and would have removed it to look upon her, the fear of Allah Almighty restrained him, and the old woman, taking advantage of the delay, said, Restore her to her place. Then he sent at once for fakirs and Quran readers, and caused perfections to be made over her tomb, and sat by the side of the grave, weeping till he fainted, and he continued to frequent the tomb and sit there for a whole month. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 42nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph ceased not to frequent the tombs for the period of a whole month, at the end of which time it so happened one day that he entered the seraglio, after dismissing the emirs and wazirs, and lay down and slept a while, and there sat at his head a slave girl fanning him, and at his feet a second rubbing and shampooing them. Presently he awoke and, opening his eyes, shut them again, and heard the handmaid at his head saying to her who was at his feet, A nice business this, O Aaron. And the other answered her, Well, O Cazabalban. FN number 119, Verily said the first, Our Lord knoweth naught of what hath happened, and sitteth waking and watching by a tomb wherein is only a log of wood carved by the carpenter's art. And Kut al-Kulub, quoth the other, What hath befallen her? She replied, Know that the Lady Zubaydah sent a bellet of bank by one of the slave women who was bribed to drug her, and when sleep overpowered her she let put her in a chest, and ordered Zawab and Kafur and Bucket to throw her amongst the tombs. What dost thou say, O Cazabalban? Asked Aaron. Is not the Lady Kut al-Kulub dead? Nay, by Allah, she answered, and long may her youth be saved from death. But I have heard the Lady Zubaydah say that she is in the house of a young merchant named Ghanim bin Ayub of Damascus, highs the distraught, the thrall o' love, and she hath been with him these 4 months, whilst our Lord is weeping and watching by night at a tomb wherein is no corpse. They kept on talking this sort of talk, and the Caliph gave ear to their words, and, by the time they had ceased speaking, he knew right well that the tomb was a feint and a fraud, and that Kut al-Kulub had been in Ghanim's house for 4 months. Whereupon he was angered with exceeding anger, and rising up, he summoned the emirs of his state, and his wazir Juf'ar the Barmaki came also and kissed the ground between his hands. The Caliph said to him in fury, "Go down, O Juf'ar, with a party of armed men and ask for the house of Ghanim son of Abe, fall upon it and spoil it and bring him to me with my slave girl, Kut al-Kulub, for there is no help but that I punish him." "To hear is to obey," said Juf'ar, and setting out with the governor and the guards and a world of people, repaired to Ghanim's house. Now about that time the youth happened to have brought back a pot of dressed meat and was about to put forth his hand to eat of it, he and Kut al-Kulub, when the laddie, happening to look out, saw calamity surrounding the house on every side, for the wazir and the governor, the night guard and the Mamelukes with swords drawn had girt it as the white of the eye girdeth the black. At this she knew that tidings of her had reached the Caliph, her lord, and she made sure of ruin, and her colour paled and her fair features changed and her favour faded. Then she turned to Ghanim and said to him, "O my love, fly for thy life." "What shall I do?" asked he, "and whither shall I go, seeing that my money and means of maintenance are all in this house?" And she answered, "Delay not lest thou be slain and lose life as well as wealth. O my loved one and light of mine eyes." He cried, "How shall I do to get away when they have surrounded the house?" Quoth she, "Fear not," and, stripping off his fine clothes, dressed him in ragged old garments, after which she took the pot and, putting in it bits of broken bread and a saucer of meat, FN number 120, placed the whole in a basket and setting it upon his head said, "Go out in disguise and fear not for me who wotteth right well what thing is in my hand for the Caliph." FN number 121, so he went out amongst them, bearing the basket with its contents, and the Protector vouchsafed him his protection and he escaped the snares and perils that beset him, by the blessing of his good conscience and pure conduct. Meanwhile Jafar dismounted and entering the house, saw Kut al-Kulub who had dressed and decked herself in splendid raiments and ornaments and filled a chest with gold and jewelry and precious stones and rarities and what else was light to bear and of value rare. When she saw Jafar come in, she rose and, kissing the ground before him, said, "O my lord, the reed hath written of old the reed which Allah decreed." FN number 122, "By Allah, O my lady," answered Jafar, "he gave me an order to seize Ghanim son of Abe," and she rejoined, "O my lord, he made ready his goods and set out therewith for Damascus, and I know nothing more of him, but I desire thee take charge of this chest and deliver it to me in the harem of the Prince of the Faithful." "Hearing and obedience," said Jafar, and bade his men bear it away to the headquarters of the Caliphate together with Kut al-Kulub, commanding them to entreat her with honour as one in high esteem. They did his binding after they had wrecked and plundered Ghanim's house. Then Jafar went into the Caliph and told him all that had happened, and he ordered Kut al-Kulub to be lodged in a dark chamber and appointed an old woman to serve her, feeling convinced that Ghanim had debauched her and slept with her. Then he wrote a mandate to the Emir Muhammad bin Sulayman al-Zayni, his viceroy in Damascus, to this effect: "The instant thou shalt receive this our letter, seize upon Ghanim bin Ayub and send him to us." When the missive came to the viceroy, he kissed it and laid it on his head. Then he let proclaim in the bazaars, "Whoso is desirous to plunder, away with him to the house of Ghanim son of Abe." FN number 123. So they flocked thither, when they found that Ghanim's mother and sister had built him a tomb FN number 124, in the midst of the house and sat by it weeping for him, whereupon they seized the two without telling them the cause and, after spoiling the house, carried them before the viceroy. He questioned them concerning Ghanim and both replied, "For a year or more we have had no news of him." So they restored them to their place. Thus far concerning them, but as regards Ghanim, when he saw his wealth spoiled and his ruin at rest, he wept over himself till his heart well nigh brake. Then he fared on at random till the last of the day, and hunger grew hard on him and walking wearied him. So coming to a village he entered a mosque FN number 125, where he sat down upon a mat and propped his back against the wall, but presently he sank to the ground in his extremity of famine and fatigue. There he lay till dawn, his heart fluttering for want of food, and, owing to his sweating, the lice FN number 126 coursed over his skin. His breath waxed fetid and his whole condition was changed. When the villagers came to pray the dawn prayer, they found him prostrate, ailing, hunger-lean, yet showing evident signs of former affluence. As soon as prayers were over, they drew near him, and, understanding that he was starved with hunger and cold, they gave him an old robe with ragged sleeves and said to him, "O stranger, whence art thou and what sickness is upon thee?" He opened his eyes and wept but returned no answer, whereupon one of them, who saw that he was starving, brought him a saucer of honey and 2 barley scones. He ate a little and they sat with him till sunrise, when they went to their work. He abode with them in this state for a month, whilst sickness and weakliness grew upon him, and they wept for him and, pitying his condition, took counsel with one another upon his case and agreed to forward him to the hospital in Baghdad. FN number 127. Meanwhile, behold, 2 beggar women, who were none other than Ghanim's mother and sister, FN number 128, came into the mosque and, when he saw them, he gave them the bread that was at his head, and they slept by his side that night, but he knew them not. Next day the villagers brought a camel and said to the cameleer, "Set this sick man on thy beast and carry him to Baghdad and put him down at the spittle door, so haply he may be medicined and be healed and thou shalt have thy hire." FN number 129, "To hear is to comply," said the man. So they brought Ghanim, who was asleep, out of the mosque and set him, mat and all, on the camel. And his mother and sister came out among the crowd to gaze upon him, but they knew him not. However, after looking at him and considering him carefully, they said, "Of a truth he favours our Ghanim. Poor boy, can this sick man be he?" Presently, he woke and finding himself bound with ropes on a camel's back, he began to weep and complain. FN number 130, and the village people saw his mother and sister weeping over him, albeit they knew him not. Then they fared forth for Baghdad, but the camelman forewent them and, setting Ghanim down at the spittle gate, went away with his beast. The sick man lay there till dawn and, when the folk began to go about the streets, they saw him and stood gazing on him, for he had become as thin as a toothpick, till the syndic of the bazaar came up and drove them away from him, saying, "I will gain paradise through this poor creature, for if they take him into the hospital, they will kill him in a single day." FN number 131. Then he made his young men carry him to his house, where they spread him a new bed with a new pillow, FN number 132, and he said to his wife, "Tend him carefully," and she replied, "Good. On my head be it." Thereupon she tucked up her sleeves and warming some water, washed his hands, feet and body, after which she clothed him in a robe belonging to one of her slave girls and made him drink a cup of wine and sprinkled rose wafer over him. So he revived and complained, and the thought of his beloved Kate al-Kulub made his grief redouble. Thus far concerning him, but as regards Kate al-Kulub, when the Caliph was angered against her, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. when it was the 43rd night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph was angered against Kut al-Kulub, he ordered her to a dark chamber where she abode 80 days, at the end of which the Caliph, happening to pass on a certain day the place where she was, heard her repeating poetry, and after she ceased reciting her verse, saying, O my darling, O my Ghanim, how great is thy goodness and how chaste is thy nature. Thou didst dwell by one who did ill by thee, and thou guardedst his honour who gad thine become dishonour, and his harem thou didst protect who to enslave thee and shine did elect. But thou shalt surely stand, thou and the commander of the faithful, before the just judge, and thou shalt be justified of him on the day when the Lord, to whom be honour and glory, shall be Qazi, and the angels of the heaven shall be witnesses. When the Caliph heard her complaint, he knew that she had been wronged and, returning to the palace, sent Masrur eunuch for her. She came before him with bowed head and eyes tearful and heart sorrowful, and he said to her, O Kut al-Kulub, I find thou accuses me of tyranny and oppression, and thou avouches that I have done ill by one who did well by me. Who is this who hath guarded my honour while I guard his become dishonour? Who protected my harem and whose harem I wrecked? He is Ghanim son of Abe, replied she, for he never reproached me in wantonness or with lewd intent. I swear by thy munificence, O commander of the faithful. Then said the Caliph, there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. Ask what thou wilt of me, O Kut al-Kulub. O Prince of the faithful, answered she, I require of thee only my beloved Ghanim son of Abe. He did as she desired, whereupon she said, O Lord of the Muslims, if I bring him to thy presence, wilt thou bestow me on him? And he replied, if he come into my presence, I will give thee to him as the gift of the generous who revoketh not his largesse. O Prince of true believers, quoth she, suffer me to go and seek him, haply Allah may unite me with him, and quoth he, do even as thou wilt. So she rejoiced and, taking with her 1,000 dinars in gold, went out and visited the elders of the various faiths and gave alms in Ghanim's name. FN number 133. Next day she walked to the merchant's bazaar and disclosed her object to the syndic and gave him money, saying, bestow this in charity to the stranger. On the following Friday she fared to the bazaar, with other 1,000 dinars, and, entering the goldsmith's and jeweller's market street, called the chief and presented to him 1,000 dinars with these words, bestow this in charity to the stranger. The chief looked at her, and he was the syndic who had taken in Ghanim, and said, O my lady, wilt thou come to my house and look upon a youth, a stranger I have there, and see how goodly and graceful he is? Now the stranger was Ghanim, son of Abe, but the chief had no knowledge of him and thought him to be some wandering pauper, some debtor whose wealth had been taken from him, or some lover parted from his beloved. When she heard his words her heart fluttered FN number 134, and her vitals yearned, and she said to him, send with me one who shall guide me to thy house. So he sent a little lad who brought her to the house wherein was the headman's stranger guest, and she thanked him for this. When she reached the house, she went in and saluted the syndic's wife, who rose and kissed the ground between her hands, for she knew her. Then quoth Kut al-Kulub, where is the sick man who is with thee? She wept and replied, here is he, O my lady, by Allah, he is come of good folk and he beareth the signs of gentle breeding, you see him lying on yonder bed. So she turned and looked at him, and she saw something like him, but he was worn and wasted till he had become lean as a toothpick, so his identity was doubtful to her and she could not be certain that it was he. Yet pity for him possessed her and she wept saying, verily the stranger is unhappy, even though he be a prince in his own land, and his case was grievous to her and her heart ached for him, yet she knew him not to be Ghanim. Then she furnished him with wine and medicines and she sat a while by his head, after which she mounted and returned to her palace and continued to visit every bazaar in quest of her lover. Meanwhile Ghanim's mother and sister Fitna arrived at Baghdad and met the Syndic, who carried them to Kut al-Kulub and said to her, "O princess of beneficent ladies, there came to our city this day a woman and her daughter, who are fair of favour, and signs of the good breeding and dignity are apparent in them, though they be dressed in haircloth and have each one a wallet hanging to her neck, and their eyes are tearful and their hearts are sorrowful. So I have brought them to thee that thou mayst give them refuge, and rescue them from beggary, for they are not of Asker folk, and, if it please Allah, we shall enter paradise through them." "By Allah, O my master," cried she, "thou makest me long to see them. Where are they?" adding, "Here with them to me." So he bade the eunuch bring them in, and, when she looked on them and saw that they were both of distinguished beauty, she wept for them and said, "By Allah, these are people of condition and show plain signs of the former opulence." "O my lady," said the Syndic's wife, "we love the poor and the destitute, more especially as reward in heaven will recompense our love, and, as for these persons, haply the oppressor hath dealt hardly with them and hath plundered their property and harried their houses." Then Ghanim's mother and sister wept with sore weeping, remembering their former prosperity and contrasting it with their present poverty and miserable condition, and their thoughts dwelt upon son and brother, whilst Kut al-Kulub wept for their weeping, and they said, "We beseech Allah to reunite us with him whom we desire, and he is none other but my son named Ghanim bin Aid." When Kut al-Kulub heard this, she knew them to be the mother and sister of her lover and wept till a swoon came over her. When she had revived she turned to them and said, "Have no fear and sorrow not, for this day is the first of your prosperity and the last of your adversity." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 44th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Kut al-Kulub had consoled them she bade the Syndic lead them to his house and let his wife carry them to the hammam and dress them in handsome clothes and take care of them and honour them with all honour, and she gave him a sufficient sum of money. Next day, she mounted and, riding to his house, went in to his wife, who rose up and kissed her hands and thanked her for her kindness. For she saw Ghanim's mother and sister, whom the Syndic's wife has taken to the hammam and clothed afresh, so that the traces of their former condition became manifest upon them. She sat talking with them a while, after which she asked the wife about the sick youth who was in her house, and she replied, "He is in the same state." Then said Kut al-Kulub, "Come, let us go and visit him." So she arose, she and the chief's wife and Ghanim's mother and sister, and went into the room where he lay and sat down near him. Presently Ghanim bin Aib, the distraught, the thrall o' love, heard them mention the name of Kut al-Kulub, whereupon life returned to him, emaciated and withered as he was, and he raised his head from the pillow and cried aloud, "O Kut al-Kulub." She looked at him and made certain it was he and shrieked rather than said, "Yes, O my beloved." "Draw near to me," said he. And she replied, "Surely thou art Ghanim bin Aib?" And he rejoined, "I am indeed." Hereupon a swoon came upon her, and, as soon as Ghanim's mother and his sister Fitna heard these words, both cried out, "O our joy!" and fainted clean away. When they all recovered, Kut al-Kulub exclaimed, "Praise be to Allah, who hath brought us together again, and who hath reunited thee with thy mother and thy sister." And she related to him all that had befallen her with the Caliph, and said, "I have made known the truth to the Commander of the Faithful, who believed my words and was pleased with thee, and now he desireth to see thee," adding, "He hath given me to thee." Thereat he rejoiced with extreme joy, when she said, "Quit not this place till I come back," and, raising forthwith, betook herself to her palace. She opened the chest which she had brought from Ghanim's house, and, taking out some of the diners, gave them to the Syndic, saying, "Buy with this money for each of them 4 complete suits of the finest stuffs and 20 kerchiefs, and else beside of whatsoever they require." After which she carried all 3 to the baths and had them washed and bathed and made ready for them consommes, and galangale water and cider against their coming out, When they left the hammam, they put on the new clothes, and she abode with them 3 days, feeding them with chicken meats and willis, and making them drink sherbet of sugar candy. After 3 days their spirits returned, and she carried them again to the baths, and when they came out and had changed their raiment, she led them back to the syndic's house and left them there, whilst she returned to the palace and craved permission to see the Caliph. When he ordered her to come in, she entered and, kissing the ground between his hands, told him the whole story and how her lord, Ghanim bin Ayub, clapped the distraught, the thrall Olaf, and his mother and sister were now in Baghdad. When the Caliph heard this, he turned to the eunuchs and said, "Here with Ghanim to me." So Ja'far went to fetch him, but Kut al-Kulub forewent him and told Ghanim, "The Caliph hath sent to fetch thee before him," and charged him to show readiness of tongue and firmness of heart and sweetness of speech. Then she robed him in a sumptuous dress and gave him diners in plenty, saying, "Be lavish of largesse to the Caliph's household as thou goest into him." Presently Ja'far, mounted on his Nubian mule, came to fetch him, and Ghanim advanced to welcome the wazir and, wishing him long life, kissed the ground before him. Now the star of his good fortune had risen and shone brightly, and Ja'far took him, and they ceased not faring together, he and the minister, till they went into the commander of the faithful. When he stood in the presence, he looked at their wazirs and emirs and chamberlains, and viceroys and grandees and captains, and then at the Caliph. Hereupon he sweetened his speech and his eloquence and, bowing his head to the ground, broke out in these extempore couplets. May that monarch's life span a mighty span, whose lavish of largesse all empyrean lieges scan, none other but he shall be Kaiser Highs, lord of lordly hall and of haut divan. Kings lay their gems on his threshold just as they bow and salam to the mighty man, and his glances foiled them and all recoil, bowing beards aground and with faces wan, yet they gain the profit of royal grace. The rank and station of high earth's plain is scanned for thy world of men, camped there in K1's FN number 135, Empyrean. May the King of Kings ever hold thee dear, be counsel shine and right steadfast plan till thy justice spread o'er the wide spread earth and the near and the far be of equal worth. When he ended his improvisation the Caliph was pleased by it and marvelled at the eloquence of his tongue and the sweetness of his speech, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 45th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph, after marvelling at his eloquence of tongue and sweetness of speech, said to him, 'Draw near to me.' So he drew near and quoth the King, 'Tell me thy tale and declare to me thy case.' So Ghanim sat down and related to him what had befallen him in Baghdad, of his sleeping in the tomb and of his opening the chest after the 3 slaves had departed, and informed him, in short, of everything that had happened to him from commencement to conclusion, none of which we will repeat for interest fails in twice told tales. The Caliph was convinced that he was a true man, so he invested him with a dress of honor, and placed him near himself in token of favor, and said to him, 'Acquit me of the responsibility I have incurred.' FN number 136, and Ghanim so did, saying, 'O our lord the Sultan, of a truth thy slave in all things his 2 hands own are his masters.' The Caliph was pleased at this and gave orders to set apart a palace for him and assigned to him pay and allowances, rations and donations, which amounted to something immense. So he removed thither with sister and mother, after which the Caliph, hearing that his sister Fitna was in beauty of very Fitna, FN number 137, a mere seduction, demanded her in marriage of Ghanim, who replied, 'She is thy handmaid as I am thy slave.' The Caliph thanked him and gave him 100,000 dinars, then summoned the witnesses and the Qazi, and on one and the same day they wrote out the 2 contracts of marriage between the Caliph and Fitna and between Ghanim bin Ayub and Kut al-Kulub, and the 2 marriages were consummated on one and the same night. When it was morning, The Caliph gave orders to record the history of what had befallen Ghanim from first to last and to deposit it in the royal monument rooms, that those who came after him might read it and marvel at the dealings of destiny and put their trust in him who created the night and the day. Yet, O auspicious King, this story to which thou hast deigned give ear is on no wise more wondrous than the tale of King Omar bin al-Nu'uman and his sons Sharkan and Zor al-Makan. And what befell them of things seld seen and peregrine. FN number 138. The king asked her, and what was their story? And she answered, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was in the city of safety, Baghdad, before the caliphate of Abd al-Malik bin Marwan, FN number 139, a king, Omar bin al-Nu'uman Highs, who was of the mighty giants and had subjected the Chosroes of Persia and the Khazars of eastern Rome, for none could warm himself at his fire. FN number 140, nor could any avail to meet him in the field of foray and fray, and, when he was angered, there came forth from his nostrils sparks of flame. He had made himself king over all quarters, and Allah had subjected to him all his creatures. His word went forth to all great cities, and his hosts had harried the farthest lands. East and west had come under his command with whatsoever regions lay interspersed between them, Hind and Sind and Sin. FN number 141, the Holy Land, Al-Hijaz, the rich mountains of Al-Yaman and the archipelagos of India and China. Moreover, he reigns supreme over the North Country and Abakr, or Mesopotamia, and over Sudan, the eastern Negro land and the islands of the ocean, and all the far-famed rivers of the earth, Seyhan and Jahan. FN number 142, Nile and Euphrates. He sent envoys and ambassadors to capitals the most remote, to provide him with true report, and they would bring back tidings of justice and peace, with assurance of loyalty and obedience and of prayers in the pulpits for King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, for he was, O ruler of the age, a right noble king, and there came to him presents of rarities and toll and tribute from all lands of his governing. This mighty monarch had a son called Sharkan, FN number 143, who was likest of all men to his father and who proved himself one of the prodigies of his time for subduing the brave and bringing his contemporaries to bane and ban. For this his father loved him with love so great none could be greater, and made him heir to the kingdom after himself. This prince grew up till he reached man's estate and was 20 years old, and Allah subjected his servants to him, by reason of his great might and prowess in battle. Now his father, King Omar, had 4 wives legally married, but Allah had vouchsafed him no son by them, save Sharkan, whom he had begotten upon one of them, and the rest were barren. Moreover, he had 360 concubines, after the number of days in the Coptic year, who were of all nations, and he had furnished for each and every a private chamber within his own palace. For he had built 12 pavilions, after the number of the months, each containing 30 private chambers, which thus numbered 360, wherein he lodged his handmaids, and he appointed according to law for each one her night, when he lay with her and came not again to her for a full year. FN number 144, and on this wise he abode for a length of time. Meanwhile his son Sharkan was making himself renowned in all quarters of the world, and his father was proud of him, and his might waxed and grew mightier, so that he passed all bounds and bore himself masterfully and took by storm castles and cities. Presently, by decree of the decreer, a handmaid among the handmaids of Omar bin Nu'uman became pregnant, and, her pregnancy being announced to the harem, the king was informed thereof, whereupon he rejoiced with exceeding joy and said, Haply it will be a son, and so all my offspring will be males. Then he documented the date of her conception and entreated her with all manner of kindness. But when the tidings came to Sharkan, he was troubled, and the matter seemed to him a sore one and a grievous, and he said, Verily one cometh who shall dispute with me the sovereignty. So quoth he to himself, If this concubine bear a male child, I will kill it, but he kept that intention hidden in his heart. Such was the case with Sharkan, but what happened in the matter of the damsel was as follows. She was a Rumia, a Greek girl, by name Sophia or Sophia, FN number 145, whom the king of Rum and lord of Sisera had sent to King Omar as a present, together with great store of gifts and of rarities. She was the fairest of favour and loveliest of all his handmaids and the most regardful of her honour, and she was gifted with a wit as penetrating as her presence was fascinating. Now she had served the king on the night of his sleeping with her, saying to him, O king, I desire of the God of the heavens that he bless thee this night with a male child by me, so I may bring him up with the best of rearing, and enable him to reach man's estate perfect in intelligence, good manners and prudent bearing. FN number 146, a speech which much pleased the king. During her pregnancy she was instant in prayer, reverently supplicating the Lord to bless her with a goodly male child and make his birth easy to her, and Allah heard her petition so that after her months were accomplished she sat safely upon the birth stool. FN number 147. Now the king had deputed a eunuch to let him know if the child she should bring forth were male or female, and in like way his son Sharkan had sent one to bring him tidings of the same. In due time Sophia was delivered of a child, which the midwives examined and found to be a girl with a face sheenier than the moon. So they announced this to all present in the room, whereupon the king's messenger carried the news to him. And Sharkan's eunuch did the like with his master, who rejoiced with exceeding joy. But, after the two had departed, quoth Sophia to the midwives, Wait with me a while, for I feel as if there was still somewhat in my womb. Then she cried out, and the pains of childbed again took her, and Allah made it easy to her, and she gave birth to a second child. The wise women looked at it and found it to boy like the full moon, with forehead flower white, and cheek ruddy bright with rosy light, whereupon the mother rejoiced, as did the eunuchs and attendants and all the company, and Sophia was delivered of the afterbirth whilst all in the palace sent forth the trill of joy. FN number 148. The rest of the concubines heard it and envied her lot, and the tidings reached Omar son of al-Nu'man, who was glad and rejoiced at the excellent news. Then he rose and went to her and kissed her head, after which he looked at the boy, and, bending over him, kissed him, whilst the damsels struck the tabors and played on instruments of music, and the king gave order that the boy should be named Zor al-Makan and his sister Nazat al-Zaman. FN number 149. They answered hearing and obedience, and did his binding. So he appointed wet nurses and dry nurses and eunuchs and attendants to serve them, and assigned them rations of sugar and diet drinks and unguents and else beside, beyond the power of tongue to rehearse. Moreover, the people of Baghdad, hearing that Allah had blessed their king with issue, decorated the city and made proclamation of the glad tidings with drum and tom-tom. And the emirs and wazirs and high dignitaries came to the palace and wished King Omar bin al-Nu'man joy of his son, Zor al-Makan, and of his daughter Nazat al-Zaman, wherefore he thanked them and bestowed on them dresses of honour and further favoured them with gifts, and dealt largesse to all, gentle and simple, who were present. After this fashion he did for 4 days full told, and he lavished upon Sophia raiment and ornaments and great store of wealth, and, every few days he would send a messenger to ask after her and the newborns. And when 4 years had gone by, he provided her with the wherewithal to rear the 2 children carefully and educate them with the best of instructions. All this while his son Sharkan knew not that a male child had been born to his father, Omar son of al-Nu'man, having news only that he had been blessed with the birth of Nazat al-Zaman, and they hid the intelligence from him, until days and years had sped by, whilst he was busied in battling with the brave and fighting single-handed against the knights. One day, as King Omar was sitting in his palace, his chamberlains came in to him and, kissing the ground before him, said, O king, they become ambassadors from the king of Rome, lord of Constantinople the Great, and they desire admission to thee and submission to thy decree. If the king command us to introduce them, we will so do, and, if not, there is no disputing his behest. He bade them enter, and, when they came in, he turned to them and, courteously receiving them, asked them of their case, and what was the cause of their coming. They kissed the ground before him and said, O king glorious and strong, O lord of the arm that is long, know that he who dispatched us to thee is King Afridan, FN number 150, Lord of Ionia land FN number 151, and of the Nazarene armies, the sovereign who is firmly established in the empery of Constantinople, to acquaint thee that he is now waging fear, swore and fell with a tyrant and a rebel, the prince of Khazara, and the cause of this war is as follows. One of the kings of the Arabs in past time, during certain of his conquests, chanced upon a hoard of the time of Alexander, FN number 152, whence he removed wealth past compute, and, amongst other things, 3 round jewels, big as ostrich eggs, from a mine of pure white gems whose like was never seen by man. Upon each were graven characters in Ionian characters, and they have many virtues and properties, amongst the rest that in one of these jewels be hung round the neck of a newborn child, no evil shall befall him and he shall neither wail, nor shall fever ail him as long as the jewel remain without fail. FN number 153, when the Arab king laid hands upon them and learned their secrets, he sent to King Afridan presents of certain rarities, and amongst them the 3 jewels aforementioned, and he equipped for the mission 2 ships, one bearing the treasure and the other men of might to guard it from any who might offer hindrance on the high seas, albeit well assured that none would dare waylay his vessels, for that he was king of the Arabs, and more by token that their course lay over waters subject to the king of Constantinople, and they were bound to his port, nor were there on the shores of that sea any save the subjects of the great king, Afridan. The 2 ships set out and voyaged till they drew near a city, when there sallied out on them certain corsairs from that country, and amongst them troops from the prince of Sisera, who took all the treasures and rarities in the ships, together with the 3 jewels, and slew the crews. When our king heard of this, he sent an army against them, but they routed it. Then he marched a second and a stronger, but they put this also to flight, whereupon the king waxed wroth and swore that he would not go forth FN number 154, against them, save in his own person at the head of his whole army, nor would he turn back from them till he had left Sisera of Armenia FN number 155, in ruins, and had laid waste all the lands and cities over which her prince held sway. So he sent us to the lord of the age and the time, Sultan Omar bin al-Nu'man, king of Baghdad and of Khorasan, desiring that he aid us with an army, so may honour and glory accrue to him, and he hath also forwarded by us somewhat of various kinds of presents, and of the king's grace he beggeth their acceptance and the friendly boon of furtherance. Then the ambassadors kissed the ground before him, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 46th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that, after the ambassadors and retinue from the Constantinopolitan king had kissed the ground before Omar and had delivered their embassage, they brought out the presents, which were 50 damsels of the choicest from Great land, and 50 Mamelukes in tunics of brocade, belted with girdles of gold and silver, each wearing in his ears hoops of gold with pendants of fine pearls costing 1,000 ducats every one. The girls were adorned in like fashion and were clad in stuffs worth a treasury of money. When the king saw them, he rejoiced in them and accepted them. Then he bade the ambassadors be honorably entreated and, summoning his wazirs, took counsel with them of what he should do. Herewith rose up among them a wazir, an ancient man, Dandan FN number 156, highs, who kissed the ground before Omar and said, O king, There is nothing better to do in this matter than equip an army valiant and victorious, and set over it thy son Sharkan with us as his lieutenants, and this rede commendeth itself to me on 2 counts. First, because the King of Roum hath invoked thine assistance and hath sent thee gifts which thou hast accepted, and, secondly, because while no enemy doth attack our country, thine army may go forth safely, and, should it succor the King of Graisland and defeat his foe, the glory will be thine. Moreover, the news of it will be noised abroad in all cities and countries, and especially, when the tidings shall reach the islands of the ocean and the kings of Mauritania shall hear it, they will send thee offerings of rarities and pay thee tribute of money. The king, pleased by the wazir's words and approving his rede, gave him a dress of honor and said to him, Of the like of thee should kings ask counsel, and it seemeth fit that thou shouldst conduct the van of our army, and our son Sharkan command the main battle. Then he sent for his son, who came and kissed ground before him and sat down, and he expounded to him the matter, telling him what the ambassadors and their wazir Dandan had said, and he charged him to take arms and equip himself from the campaign, enjoining him not to gainsay Dandan in aught he should do. Moreover, he ordered him to pick out of his army 10,000 horsemen, armed cap by and inured to onset and stress of war. Accordingly, Sharkan arose on the instant, and chose out a myriad of horsemen, after which he entered his palace and mustered its host and distributed largesse to them, saying, Ye have delay of 3 days. They kissed the earth before him in obedience to his commands, and began at once to lay in munitions, and provide provisions for the occasion, whilst Sharkan repaired to the armories and took therefrom whatsoever he required of arms and armour, and thence to the stable where he chose horses of choice blood and others. When the appointed 3 days were ended, the army drew out to the suburbs of Baghdad city, FN number 157, and King Omar came forth to take leave of his son, who kissed the ground before him and received from the king 7 parcels of money. FN number 158. Then he turned to Dandan and commended to his care the army of his son, and the wazir kissed the ground before him and answered, I hear and I obey. And lastly he charged Sharkan that he should consult their wazir on all occasions, which he promised to do. After this, the king returned to his city, and Sharkan ordered the officers to muster their troops in battle array. So they mustered them, and their number was 10,000 horsemen, besides footmen and camp followers. Then they loaded their baggage on their beasts, and the war drums beat, and the trumpets blared, and their banner rolls and standards were unfurled, whilst Sharkan mounted horse, with the wazir Dandan by his side, and the colours fluttering over their heads. So the host fared forth and stinted not faring, with the ambassadors preceding them, till day departed and night drew nigh, when they alighted and encamped for the night. And as soon as Allah caused the morn tomorrow, they mounted and tried on, guided by the ambassadors, for a space of 20 days, and by the night of the 21st they came to a fine and spacious wadi well grown with trees and shrubbery. Here Sharkan ordered them to alight and commanded a 3 days' halt, so they dismounted and pitched their tents, spreading their camp over the right and the left slopes of the extensive valley, whilst there was Dandan and the ambassadors of King Afridun pitched in the soul of the wadi. FN number 159. As for Sharkan, he tarried behind them for a while till all had dismounted and had dispersed themselves over the valley sides. He then slacked the reins of his steed, being minded to explore the wadi and to mount guard in his own person, because of his father's charge and owing to the fact that they were on the frontier of Graisland and in the enemy's country. So he rode out alone after ordering his armed slaves and his bodyguard to camp near the wazir Dandan, and he fared on along the side of the valley till a 4th part of the night was past, when he felt tired and drowsiness overcame him, so that he could no longer urge horse with heel. Now he was accustomed to take rest on horseback, so when slumber overpowered him, he slept, and the steed ceased not going on with him till half The night was spent and entered one of the thickets FN number 160, which was dense with growth, but Sharkan awoke not until his horse stumbled over wooded ground. Then he started from sleep and found himself among the trees, and the moon arose and shone brightly over the two horizons, eastern and western. He was startled when he found himself alone in this place, and said the say which ne'er yet shamed its sayer, there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. But as he rode on, in fear of wild beasts, behold, the moon spread her glad light over a meadow as if it were of the meads of paradise, and he heard pleasant voices and a loud noise of talk and laughter captivating the senses of men. So King Sharkan alighted and, tying his steed to one of the trees, went over a little away till he came upon a stream and heard a woman talking in Arabic and saying, now by the crush of the Messiah, this is not well of you. But who utters a word, I will throw her and truss her up with her own girdle FN number 161. He kept walking in the direction of the sound, and when he reached the further side he looked, and behold, a stream was gushing and flowing, and antelopes at large were frisking and roving, and wild cattle amid the pasture moving, and birds expressed joy and gladness in their divers tongues, and that place was perfect with all manner flowers and green herbs, even as a poet described it in these couplets. Most beautiful is earth in budding bloom, when lucid waters course through plain and wood, no work but his all great, all glorious, giver of all gifts, giver of all good. And as Sharkan considered the place, he saw in it a Christian monastery within whose enceinte or castle towered high in air catching the light of the moon. FN number 162, through the midst of the convent passed a stream, the water flowing amongst its gardens, and upon the bank sat the woman whose voice he had heard, while before her stood 10 handmaids like moons and wearing various sorts of raiment and ornaments that dazed and dazzled the beholder, high-bosomed virgins, as saith of them the poet in these couplets. The mead is bright with what is owned of merry maidens debonair, double its beauty and its grace those trooping damsels slender fair, virgins of graceful swimming gait ready with eyed lip to ensnare. And like the tendrilled vine they loose the rich profusion of their hair, shooting their shafts and arrows from beautiful eyes beyond compare, overpowering and transpiercing every froward adversary. Sharkan gazed upon the 10 girls and saw in their midst a lady like the moon at fullest, with ringlets hair and forehead sheeny white, and eyes wondrous wide and black and bright, and temple locks like the scorpion's tail. And she was perfect in essence and attributes, as the poet said of her in these couplets. She beamed on my sight with a wondrous glance, and her straight slender stature enchained the lance. She burst on my sight with cheeks rosy red, where all manner of beauties have habitants, and the locks on her forehead were lowering as night whence issues a dawn tide of happiest chance. Then Sharkan heard her say to the handmaids, come me on, that I may wrestle with you and gravel you, ere the moon set and the dawn break. So each came up to her in turn, and she grounded them forthright, and pinioned them with their girdles, and ceased not wrestling and pitching them until she had overthrown one and all. Then there turned to her an old woman who was before her, and the beldam said as in wrath, O strumpet, cost thou glory in grounding these girls? Behold, I am an old woman, yet have I thrown them 40 times. So what hast thou to boast of? But if thou have the strength to wrestle with me, stand up that I may grip thee and set thy head between thy heels. The young lady smiled at her words, but she was filled with inward wrath, and she jumped up and asked, O my lady Zat al-Dawai, FN number 163, by the truth of the Messiah, wilt thou wrestle with me in very deed? Or dost thou jest with me? And she answered, Yea, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 47th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the young lady asked Zat al-Dawai, by the truth of the Messiah, wilt wrestle with me or dost jest? And she answered, Yea, I will wrestle with thee in very deed. Sharken looking on the while, the damsel cried, Rise up, for the fallen thou have spunk so to do. When the old woman heard this, she raged with exceeding rage, and her body hair stood on end like the bristles of a fretful hedgehog. FN number 164. Then she sprang to her feet, whilst the damsel stood up to her, and said, Now by the truth of the Messiah, I will not wrestle with thee unless I be naked, mistress whore. FN number 165. So she loosed her petticoat trousers and, putting her hand under her clothes, tore them off her body, then twisted up a silken kerchief into cord shape, girt it round her middle and became as she were a scald head if I were a spotted snake. With this she inclined towards the damsel and said, Do thou as I have done. All this time, Sharken was gazing at the twain, and laughing at the beldame's loathly semblance. So the damsel leisurely rose and, taking a sash of yamani stuff, passed it twice round her waist. Then she tucked up her trousers and displayed 2 calves of alabaster carrying a mound of crystal, smooth and rounded, and a stomach which exhaled musk from its dimples, as it were a bed of new almonds and anemones, and breasts like double pomegranates. Then the old woman leant towards her, and the 2 laid hold either of each, while Sharken raised his head heavenwards and prayed Allah that the bell might beat the beldam. Presently the young woman get beneath the old woman, and, gripping her waistcloth with the left and circling her neck with the right hand, hoisted her off the ground with both, whereupon the old woman strove to free herself and, in so doing fell on her back lasciviously, with her legs high in air and her hairy bush between them showed manifest in the moonshine. Furthermore she let fly 2 great farts FN number 166, one of which blew up the dust from the earth's face and the other steamed up to the gate of heaven. Sharken laughed till he fell back upon the ground. Then he arose and, bearing his brand, looked right and left, but he saw no one save the old woman sprawling on her back, and said to himself, He lied not who named thee Lady of Calamities. Verily thou knewest her prowess by her performance upon the others. So he drew near them to hear what should pass between them. Then the young lady went up to the old one and, throwing a wrapper of thin silk upon her nakedness, helped her to don her clothes and made excuses, saying, O my lady Zat al-Dawahi, I intended only to throw thee and not all this, but thou tradst to twist out of my hands, so Lord to Allah for safety. She returned her no answer, but rose in her shame and walked away till out of sight, leaving the handmaids prostrate and pinioned, with the fair damsel standing amongst them. Quoth Sharken to himself, Every luck hath its cause. Sleep did not fall upon me, nor the war horse bear me hither save for my good fortune, for doubtless this maid and what is with her shall become booty to me. So he made towards his steed and mounted and heeled FN number 167, him on, when he sped as the shaft speeds from the bow, and in his hand he still hent his brand bare of sheath, which he brandished, shouting the while his war cry, Allah is Almighty. FN number 168. When the damsel saw him she sprang to her feet and, taking firm stand on the bank of the stream, whose breadth was 6 ells, the normal cubits, made 1 bound and landed clear on the farther side, FN number 169, where she turned and cried out with a loud voice, Who art thou, O thou fellow, that breakest in upon our privacy and pastime, and that too hanger in hand as if charging a host? Whence camest thou and whither art thou going? Speak sooth, for truth will stand thee in good stead, and lie not, for lies come of villain breed. Doubtless thou hast wandered this night from thy way, that thou chancedst upon this place whence escape were the greatest of mercies, for thou art now in an open plain, and, did we shout but a single shout, would come to our rescue 4,000 knights. FN number 170, so tell me what thou wantest, and if thou wouldest only have us set thee on the right road, we will do so. When Sharken heard her words he replied, I am a stranger of the Muslims, who fared forth this night single-handed, seeking for spoil, nor could this moonlight show me a fairer booty than these 10 maidens, so I shall seize them and rejoin my comrades with them. Quoth she, I would have thee know that as for the booty thou hast not come at it, and, as for the handmaids, by Allah, they shall never be thy spoil. Have I not told thee that to lie is villain vile? Quoth he, the wise man is he who taketh warning by others. Thereupon quoth she, by the truth of the Messiah, did I not fear that thy death would be on my hands, I would shout a shout should fill the mead for thee with war steeds and with men of might, but I take pity upon the stranger. So, if thou seek booty, I require of thee that thou alight from thy steed and swear to me, by thy faith, that thou wilt not advance against me aught like arms in hand, and we will wrestle, I and thou. If thou throw me, set me on thy steed and take all of us to thy booty, but if I throw thee, thou shalt become under my command. Swear this to me, for I fear thy treachery, indeed it hath become a common saw, where perfidy is innate the trust is a weakly mate. Now and thou wilt swear I will return and draw near to thee and tackle thee. Answered Sharkan, and indeed he lusted to seize her and said in his soul, truly she knoweth not that I am a champion of champions. Swear me by what oath thou wilt and by what thou deemest most binding, and I will not approach thee with aught till thou hast made thy preparation and sayest, draw near that I wrestle with thee. If thou throw me, I have many wherewithal to ransom myself, and if I throw thee, 'twill be booty and booty enough for me. Rejoined the damsel, I am content herewith. And Sharkan was astounded at her words and said, and by the truth of the apostle, whom Allah bless and keep, I too am content on the other part. Then said she, swear to me by him whose sprite in body dight and dealt laws to rule mankind aright, that thou wilt not offer me aught of violence save by way of wrestling, else mayst thou die without the pale of Al-Islam. Sharkan replied, by Allah, were a Qazi to swear me, even though he were a Qazi of the Qazis, FN number 171, he would not impose upon me such an oath as this. Then he swore to her by all she named and tied his steed to a tree, but he was drowned in the sea of thought, saying in himself, praise be to him who fashioned her from dirty water. FN number 172, then he girt himself and made ready for wrestling, and said to her, cross the stream to me, but she replied, it is not for me to come over to thee, if thou wilt, pass thou over here to me. I cannot do that, quoth he, and quoth she, O boy, I will come across to thee. So she tucked up her skirts and, leaping, landed on the other side of the stream by his side, whereupon he drew near to her and bent him forwards and clapped palms. FN number 173, but he was confounded by her beauty and loveliness, for he saw a shape which the hand of power had tanned with the dye leaves of the Jan, which had been fostered by the hand of beneficence and fanned by the zephyrs of fair fortune and whose birth a propitious ascendant had greeted. Then she called out to him, O Muslim, come on and let us wrestle ere the break of morning, and tucked up her sleeves from the forearm like fresh curd, which illumined the whole place with its whiteness, and Sharkan was dazzled by it. Then he bent forwards and clapped his palms by way of challenge, she doing the like, and caught hold of her, and the two grappled and gripped and interlocked hands and arms. Presently he shifted his hands to her slender waist, when his fingertips sank into the soft folds of her middle, breeding languishment, and he fell a-trembling like the Persian reed in the roaring gale. So she lifted him up and, throwing him to the ground, sat upon his breast with hips and hinder cheeks like mounds of sand, for his soul had lost mastery over his senses. Then she asked him, O Muslim, the slaying of Nazarenes is lawful to you folk, what then hast thou to say about being slain thyself? And he answered, O my lady, thy speech as regards slaying me is not other than unlawful, for our Prophet Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve, prohibited the slaying of women and children, old men and monks. as it was thus revealed to your prophet. She replied, it behoveth us to render the equivalent of his mercy, so rise. I give thee thy life, for generosity is never lost upon the generous. Then she got off his breast and he rose and stood shaking the dust from his head against the owners of the curved rib, even women, and she said to him, be not ashamed, but verily one who entereth the land of Loom in quest of booty, and cometh to assist kings against kings, how happeneth it that he hath not strength enough to defend himself from one made out of the curved rib? 'Twas not for lack of strength in me, he answered, nor didst thou throw me by thy force, it was thy loveliness overthrew me, so if thou wilt grant me another bout, it will be of thy courtesy. She laughed and said, I grant thee thy request, but these handmaids have long been pinioned and their arms and sides are weary, and it were only right I should loose them, for haply this next wrestling bout will be long. Then she went to the slave girls and, unbinding them, said to them in the tongue of Greece, get ye to some safe place, till I foil this Muslim's lust and longing for you. So they went away, whilst Sharkan kept gazing at them and they kept turning to look at the two. Then each approached the adversary and he set his breast against hers, but when he felt waist touch waist, his strength failed him, and she, waxing ware of this, lifted him with her hands swiftlier than the blinding levin flash, and threw him to the ground. He fell on his back, FN number 174, and then she said to him, rise, I give thee thy life the second time. I spared thee in the first count because of thy prophet, for that he made unlawful the slaying of women, and I do so on the second count because of thy weakliness and the greenness of thine ears and thy strangerhood, but I charge thee, if there be in the Muslim army sent by Omar bin al-Nu'man to succor the king of Constantinople, a stronger than thou, send him hither and tell him of me, for in wrestling there are shifts and trips, catches and holds, such as the feint or falsing and the snap or first grip, the hug, the feet catch, the thigh light, FN number 175, the jostle and the leg lock. By Allah, O my lady, quoth Sharkan, and indeed he was highly incensed against her, had I been Master al-Safdi, Master Muhammad Kaimal or Ibn al-Sadi, FN number 176, as they were in their prime, I had kept no note of these shifts thou mentionest, for O my mistress, by Allah, thou hast not grasped me by thy strength, but by the blandishments of thy back parts. For we men of Mesopotamia so leverful formed thigh that no sense was left me nor foresight. But now, an thou wish, thou shalt try a third fall with me while my wits are about me, and this last match is allowed me by the laws of the game which saith the best of three. Moreover I have regained my presence of mind. When she heard his words she said to him, hast thou not shed a belly full of this wrestling, O vanquished one? However, come on, and thou wilt, but know that this must be the last round. Then she bent forward and challenged him, and Sharkan did likewise, setting to it in real earnest and being right cautious about the throw. So the two strove a while, and the damsel found in him a strength such as she had not observed before, and said to him, O Muslim, thou art now on thy mettle. Yes, he replied, thou knowest that there remaineth to me but this one round, after which each of us will wend a different way. She laughed, and he laughed too, FN number 177. Then she overreached at his thigh and caught firm hold of it unawares, which made him greet the ground and fall full on his back. She laughed at him and said, art thou an eater of bran? Thou are like a Badawi's bonnet which falleth off with every touch, or else the father of winds, FN number 178, that droppeth before a puff of air. Fie upon thee, O thou poor thing! Adding, get thee back to the Muslim army and send us other than thyself, for thou fairest of thews, and proclaim for us, among the Arabs and Persians, the Turks and Dalamites, FN number 179, whoso hath might in him, let him come to us. Then she made a spring and landed on the other side of the stream and said to Sharkan, laughing, Parting with thee is right grievous to me, O my lord, but get thee to thy mates before dawn, lest the knights come upon thee and pick thee up on their lance points. Thou hast no strength to defend thee against a woman, so how couldst thou hold thine own amongst men of might and knights? Sharkan was confounded and called to her, as she turned from him making towards the convent, O my lady, wilt thou go away and leave the miserable stranger, the broken-hearted slave of love? So she turned to him laughing and said, What is thy want? I will grant thee thy prayer. Have I set foot in thy country and tasted the sweetness of thy courtesy, replied he, and shall I return without eating of thy victual and tasting thy hospitality, I who have become one of thy servitors? None bore kindliness save the base, she rejoined, honour us in Allah's name, on my head and eyes be it. Mount thy steed and ride along the brink of the stream over against me, for now thou art my guest. At this Sharkan was glad and, hastening back to his horse, mounted and walked him abreast of her, and she kept faring until they came to the drawbridge FN number 180, built of beams of the white poplar, hung by pulleys and steel chains and made fast with hooks and padlocks. When Sharkan looked, he saw awaiting her upon the bridge the same 10 handmaids whom she had thrown in the wrestling bouts, and, as she came up to them, she said to one in the Greek tongue, Arise and take the reins of his horse and conduct him across into the convent. So she went up to Sharkan and led him over, much puzzled and perturbed with what he saw, and saying to himself, Oh, would that there was Dandan were here with me, that his eyes might look upon these fairest of favours. Then he turned to the young lady and said to her, O marvel of loveliness, now I have 2 claims upon thee, first the claim of good fellowship, and secondly for that thou hast carried me to thy home and offered me thy hospitality. I am now under thy commandance and thy guidance, so do me one last favour by accompanying me to the lands of Al-Islam, where thou shalt look upon many a lion-hearted warrior and thou shalt learn who I am. When she heard this she was angered and said to him, By the truth of the Messiah, thou hast proved thyself with me a man of keen wit, but now I see what mischief there is in thy heart, and how thou canst permit thyself a speech which proveth thy traitorous intent. How should I do as thou sayest, when I wot that if I came to that king of yours, Omar bin al-Nu'uman, I should never get free from him? For truly he hath not the like of me, or behind his city walls or within his palace halls, Lord of Baghdad and of Khorasan though he be, who hath built for himself 12 pavilions, in number as the months of the year, and in each a concubine after the number of the days, and if I come to him he would not prove shy of me, for your folk believe I am lawful to have and to hold as is said in your writ, or those women whom your right hand shall possess as slaves. FN number 181, so how canst thou speak thus to me? As for thy saying, thou shalt look upon the braves of the Muslims, by the truth of the Messiah, thou sayest that which is not true, for I saw your army when it reached our land, these 2 days ago, and I did not see that your ordinance was the ordinance of kings, but I beheld only a rabble of tribesmen gathered together. And as to thy words, thou shalt know who I am. I did not do thee kindness because of thy dignity, but out of pride in myself, and the like of thee should not talk thus to the like of me, even wert thou Sharkan, Omar bin al-Nu'uman's son, the prowess name in these days. Knowest thou Sharkan? Asked he, and she answered yes. And I know of his coming with an army numbering 10,000 horsemen, also that he was sent by his sire with this force to gain prevalence for the king of Constantinople. O my lady, said Sharkan, I adjure thee by thy religion, tell me the cause of all this, that sooth may appear to me clear of untruth, and with whom the fault lies. Now by the virtue of thy faith, she replied, did I not fear lest the news of me be bruited abroad that I am of the daughters of Rum, I would adventure myself and sally forth single-handed against the 10,000 horsemen and slay their leader, the Wazir Dandan, and vanquish their champion Sharkan. FN number 182. Nor would aught of shame accrue to me thereby, for I have read books and studied the rules of good breeding in the language of the Arabs. But I have no need to vaunt my own prowess to thee, more by token as thou hast proved in thy proper person my skill and strength in wrestling, and thou hast learnt my superiority over other women. Nor, indeed, had Sharkan himself been here this night and it was said to him, clear this stream, could he have done it, and I only long and less that the Messiah would throw him into my hands in this very convent, that I might go forth to him in the habit of a man and drag him from his saddle seat and make him my captive and lay him in bilboes. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 48th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Nazarene damsel said to Sharkan, and he listening impatiently, Now, verily if Sharkan fell into my hands, I would go forth to him in the habit of a man and drag him from his saddle seat and make him my captive and lay him in bilboes. Pride and passion and knightly jealousy took possession of him and he desired to discover and declare himself and to lay on load, but her loveliness restrained him and he began repeating, And faulty of one fault the beauty prove, her charms 1,000 advocates shall move. So she went up and Sharkan after her, and, when he saw the maiden's back and hinder cheeks that clashed against each other, like rollers in the rolling sea, he extemporized these couplets: For her sins is a pleader that brow, and all hearts its fair pleading must bow. When I saw it I cried, Tonight the moon at its fullest doth show, O Baucis, O Nifrit. FN number 183. Try about, spite his force, she would deal him a throw. The two fared on till they reached a gate over which rose a marble archway. This she opened and ushered Sharkan into a long vestibule, vaulted with 10 connected arches, from each of which hung a crystal lamp glistening like a spark of fire. The handmaids met her at the further end bearing wax candles of goodly perfume, and wearing on their heads golden fillets crusted with all manner bezeled gems. FN number 184. And went on before her, Sharkan still following, till they reached the inner convent. There the Muslims saw couches and sofas ranged all around, one opposite the other and all overhung with curtains flowered in gold. The monastery floor was paved with every kind of vari-coloured marbles and mosaic work, and in the midst stood a basin that held 24 jetting fountains of gold, whence the water ran like molten silver, whilst at the upper end stood a throne spread with silks fit only for kings. Then said the damsel, Ascend, O my lord, this throne. So he went up to it and sat down, and she withdrew to remain absent for some time. Sharkan asked of her from one of the servants, who answered him, She hath gone to her dormitory, but we will serve thee even as she ordered. So they set before him viands of rare varieties, and he ate his sufficiency, when they brought him a basin of gold and an ewer of silver, and he washed his hands. Then his thoughts reverted to his army, knowing not what had befallen it in his absence, and calling to mind also how he had forgotten his father's injunctions, so he was troubled about his case, repenting of what he had done till the dawn broke and the day appeared, when he lamented and sighed and became drowned in sea of sadness and repeated, I am not lost to prudence, but indeed here I'm bewildered, what shall be my rede? Would any aid me in my nails of love, by my own might and sleight would I be freed, but my heart is lost and passionate, to none save Allah can I trust my need. When he ended his verse behold, there came up to him a ratio and a fair, more than 20 maidens like crescents encompassing the young lady, who shone in their midst as the full moon among the constellations guarding and girding her. She was clad in brocades befitting kings, her breasts were like twin pomegranates, a woven zone set with all kinds of jewels tightly clasped her waist which expanded below into jutting hips, and her hinder cheeks stood out as a mound of crystal. FN number 185, supporting a silvern shaft. When Sharkan looked at her his wits went nigh to fly away from him with delight, and he forgot army and was ear as he gazed on her fair head decked and dight with a network of pearls set off by divers sorts of gems. Handmaids on her right and handmaids on her left bore her train, as she paced with dainty graceful gait in all the pride of seemly head. He sprang to his feet seeing such beauty and loveliness, and cried aloud, "Beware and beware of that's own really fair," and broke out into these couplets. With heavy back parts, high breasts delicate, and lissom form that sways with swimming gait, she deftly hides love longing in her breast, that I may never hide its ban and bait while hosts of followers her steps precede. FN number 186, like pearls now necklaced and now separate. She gazed upon him for a long time and considered him till she was assured of him, when she came up to him and said, "In very sooth the place is honoured and illumined by thee, O Shah Khan. How sped thy night, O hero, after we went away and left thee?" Adding, "Verily lying is a vile thing and a shameful, especially in great kings. And thou art Crown Prince Shah Khan, son and heir of the King Omar bin al-Nu'man, so henceforth make no secret of thy rank and condition, nor let me hear aught from thee but the truth, for leasing bequeatheth hate and despite. And as thou art pierced by the shaft of fate, be resignation thine and abide content to wait." When he heard her words he saw that artifice availed him naught, and he acknowledged the truth, saying, "I am Shah Khan bin Omar bin al-Nu'man, whom fortune hath afflicted and cast into this place, so whatso thou willest, do it in my case." She hung her head groundwards a long while, then turned to him and said, "Be of good cheer and let thine eyes be cool and clear." FN number 187, for thou art the guest of my hospitality, and bread and salt hath made a tie between me and thee, wherefore thou art in my word and in my safeguard. Have no fear for, by the truth of the Messiah, if all on earth sought to do thee hurt they should not come at thee, till life had left my body for thy sake. Indeed thou art now under the charge of the Messiah and of me. Kirichi sat her down by his side and fell to playing with him, till his alarm subsided, and he knew that had she desired to slay him, she would have done so during the past night. Presently she bespoke in the Grecian tongue one of his slave girls, who went away and soon came back bringing a beaker and a tray of food, but Shah Khan abstained from eating and said to himself, "Haply she hath put somewhat in this meat." She knew what was in his thought, so she turned to him and said, "By the truth of the Messiah, the case is not on such wise, nor is there aught in this meat of what thou suspectest. Had my mind been set on slaying thee, I had slain thee ere now." Then she walked up to the tray and ate of every dish a mouthful, whereupon Shah Khan came forward and ate too. She was pleased at this, and both ate till they were satisfied. They washed their hands, and after that she rose and ordered a handmaid to bring perfumes and herbs of sweet savour, wines of all colours and kinds, and a wine service with vessels of gold, silver and crystal. She filled a first goblet and drank it off before offering it to him, even as she had done with the food. Then she crowned a second and handed it to him. He drank, and she said to him, "O Muslim, see how thou art here in all solace and delight of life." And she ceased not to drink and ply him with a drink, till he took leave of his wits, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 49th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the damsel ceased not to drink and ply Shah Khan with drink till he took leave of his wits, for the wine and the intoxication of love he bore her. Presently she said to the slave girl, "O Marjana, FN number 188, bring us some instruments of music." "To hear is to obey," said the handmaid, and going out, returned in the twinkling of an eye with a Damascus lute, FN number 189, a Persian harp, a Tartar pipe, and an Egyptian dulcimer. The young lady took the lute and, after tuning each several string, began in gentle undersong to sing, softer than Zephyr's wing and sweeter than Tasman. FN number 190, Spring, with heart safe and secure from everything the couplets following. Allah saying those ear, what streams of blood they shed. How many an arrowy glance those lids of thine have sped. I love all lovers who to lovers show them cure, where wrong through the loving wrong head born and bred, haply fall hapless I for thee no sleeping kens. Heaven help the hapless heart by force of thee misled. Thou doomest me to death who art my king, and I ransom with life the deemster who would doom me dead. Thereupon each and every of the maidens rose up and taking an instrument, played and recited couplets in the Rumi tongue. Then their mistress sang also, and seeing Sharkan in ecstasies asked him, O Muslim, dost thou understand what I say? And he answered, Nay, my ecstasy cometh from the beauty of thy finger sips. She laughed and continued, If I sing to thee in Arabic, what wouldst thou do? I should no longer, quoth he, be master of my senses. Then she took an instrument and, changing the measure, began singing these verses. The smack of parting's mur to me, how, then, bear patience sallow. I'm girt by ills in trinity severance, distance, cruelty. My freedom stole that fairest she, and parting irks me bitterly. When she ended her verse, she looked at Sharkan and found him lost to existence, and he lay for a while stretched at full length and prone among the maidens. FN number 191. Then he revived and, remembering the songs, again inclined to mirth and merriment, and the twain returned to their wine and wassail, and continued their playing and toying, their pastime and pleasure till day ceased illuminating and night drooped her wing. Then the damsel went off to her dormitory, and when Sharkan asked after her they answered, She is gone to her sleeping chamber, whereto he rejoined, under Allah's ward and his good guard. As soon as it was morning, a handmaid came to him and said to him, My mistress biddeth thee to her. So he rose and followed her, and, as he drew near her lodging, the damsels welcomed him with smitten tabrets and songs of greeting, and led him through a great door of ivory studded with pearls and jewels. Thence they passed with him into a tall and spacious hall, at the upper end of which was a wide dais carpeted with all kinds of silks, and round it open lattices commanding a view of trees and streams. About the saloon were figures carved in human form, and fashioned on such wise that the air passed through them, and set in motion musical instruments within, so that the beholder would fancy they spoke. FN number 192. Here sat the young lady, looking at the figures, but when she saw Sharkan, she sprang to her feet and, taking him by the hand, made him sit down by her side, and asked him how he had passed the night. He blessed her, and the two sat talking a while till she asked him, Knowest thou aught touching lovers and slaves of love? And he answered, Yes. I wot somewhat in verse on that matter. Let me hear it, quoth she. So he began quoting. Pleasure and health, good cheer, good appetite to Atsa, freest with our name and fame. By Allah! Would I near her off she flies at tangent, granting less the more I claim. I dote on Atsa, but when clear I of my rivals, clears me too that dearest dame, like wandering white that chose for shade a cloud, which, as yesterday, thin air became. When she heard this she said, Verily Al-Qatiyya FN number 193, was conspicuous for sweet speech and chaste, and he was superlative in his praise of Atsa when he sang, and she began to recite. Did Atsa deal behest to sun no noon, the judge had judged her beauty's bestest boon, and girls who come to me and cap at her, God make their rosy cheeks her sandals shoon. And indeed, quoth she, 'twas said that Atsa boasted exceeding beauty and loveliness. Then she asked Sharkan saying, O Prince, cost thou know aught of Jamil's FN number 194, verses to Batana? If so, repeat to us somewhat of them. And he answered, Yes, I know them better than any, whereupon he began repeating these couplets. Jamil, in holy war go fight. To me they say, what war save fight for fair ones would I e'er essay? To me their every word and work are mere delight, and martyrs crape or they slay in fight and fray, and ask I, O Bettina, what's this love, I pray, which eats my heart? Quoth she, 'twill stay forever and I. And when I cry, of wits return some small display for daily use, quoth she, far, far 'tis fled away. Thou seek'st my death, naught else thy will can satisfy, while I no goal espy save thee and thee alway. Thou hast spoken right well, said she, O king's son, and Jamil also spoke excellently well. But what would Bettina have done with him that he saith in his hemistich? Thou seek'st my death, naught else thy will can satisfy. O my lady, quoth Sharkan, she willed to do him what thou willest to do with me, and even that will not satisfy thee. She laughed at his opportune reply, and they ceased not carousing till day put out her light and night came in darkness dight. Then she rose and went to her dormitory and slept, while Sharkan slept in his place till morning dawned. As soon as he awoke, the handmaids came to him with tabrets and other instruments of mirth and merriment, as wont, and, kissing the ground between his hands, said to him, Bismillah. In Allah's name be so kind as to come. FN number 195, our mistress biddeth thee to her presence. So he rose and accompanied the slave girls who surrounded him, playing on tabrets and other instruments of music, till they passed from that saloon into another and a yet more spacious hall, decorated with pictured likenesses and figures of birds and beasts, passing all description. Sharkan marvelled at the art and artifice of the place and began reciting. He plucks fruits of her necklace in rivalry, and her breast pearls that bedded in gold mine lie. Pure water on silvern bars is her brow, and her cheeks show roses with rubies vie. Meseems in her e'en that the violets who lies purpling set in the midst. FN number 196, die. When the lady saw Sharkan, she stood up to him in honor and, taking his hand, seated him by her side and asked, O son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, hast thou any cunning in the game of chess? Yes, he answered, but do not thou with me, as said the poet. I speak and longing love upties me and unties me, till with a honey dew of in a lip she plies me. I brought the chessboard and my leafest lover plays me with white and black. FN number 197, but black come white ne'er satisfies me. 'Twas as if king for castle I were faint to place me, till wilful loss of game at twixt two queens surprise me. And if I seek to read intent in eyes that I'm me, O man, that glance askance with hint of wish defies me. Then she brought the chessboard and played with him, but Sharkan, instead of looking at her moves, kept gazing at her fair mouth, and putting knight in place of elephant and elephant. FN number 198, instead of knight. She laughed and said to him, If thy play be after this fashion, thou knowest naught of the game. This is only our first, replied he, judge not by this bout. When she beat him, he replaced the pieces in position and played again with her, but she beat him a second time, a third, a fourth and a fifth. So she turned to him and said, Thou art beaten in everything, and he replied, O my lady, how should one playing with the like of thee avoid being beaten? Then she bade bring food, and they ate and washed their hands, after which the wine was set before them and they drank. Presently, she took the dulcimer, for her hand was cunning in smiting it, and she began repeating to an accompaniment these couplets. Twixt the close tide and open wide no medium fortune knoweth, now ebb and flow, and up this wise her likeness showeth. Then drink her wine as e'en she's thine, and smiling thou dost find her, anon she'll fall and fare away when all thy good forth goeth. They ceased not to carouse till nightfall, and this day was pleasanter even than the first. When darkness set in, the lady betook her to her dormitory, leaving him alone with the handmaids, so he threw himself on the ground and slept till dawn, when the damsels came to him with tambourines and other instruments according to custom. Seeing them, he roused him hastily and sat up, and they carried him to their mistress, who came to meet him and, taking him by the hand, seated him by her side. Then she asked him how he had passed his night, whereat he prayed that her life be prolonged, and she took the lute and sang to it these verses which she improvised. Ne'er incline thee to part which embitters the heart, e'en the sun when he sets shall in pallor depart. While they were solacing themselves after this fashion, behold, there arose a great and sudden clamour, and a confused crowd of knights and men rushed in, holding drawn swords that glittered and gleamed in their hands, and cried aloud in the Grecian tongue, Thou hast fallen into our hands, O Sharkan, so make thee sure of death. When he heard this, he said to himself, By Allah, she hath entrapped me and held me in play, till her men should come. These are the knights with whom she threatened me, but 'tis I who have thrown myself into this strait. Then he turned towards the young lady to reproach her, but saw that she had changed colour and her face was pale, and she sprang to her feet and asked the crowd, Who are ye? O most gracious princess and peerless onion pearl, answered the leading knight, Dost thou weet who is yon man by thy side? Not I, she replied, Who may he be? Quoth the patrician, This is of towns the highwayman. This is he who rideth in the horseman's van. This is Sharkan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man. This is he that forceth fortalice and penetrateth every impregnable place. The news of him reached King Hardub, thy father, by report of the ancient dames at Al-Dawai, and thy sire, our sovereign, hath made sure that thou hast rendered good service to the army of the Greeks by taking captive this ominous lion. When she heard this, she looked at the knight and asked him, What be thy name? And he answered, I am Majura, son of thy slave Maushura bin Kashhada, knight of knights. And how? Quoth she, Durst thou enter my presence without leave? Quoth he, O my lady, when I came to the gate, none forbade me, neither chamberlain nor porter, but all the doorkeepers rose and forwent us as of wont, although, when others come, they leave them standing at the gate while they ask permission to admit them. But this is not a time for long talking, when the king is expecting our return with this prince, the scorpion sting FN number 199, of the Islamitic host, that he may kill him and drive back his men whither they came, without the bane of battling with them. These words be ill words, rejoined the princess, and Dame Zat al-Dawai lied, avouching an idle thing and a vain, whereof she weeteth not the truth, for by the virtue of the Messiah, this man who is with me is not Sharkan, nor is he a captive, but a stranger who came to us seeking our hospitality, and I made him my guest. So even were we assured that this be Sharkan, and were it proved to us that it is he beyond a doubt, I say it would ill befit mine honour that I should deliver into your hands one who hath entered under my protection. So make me not a traitor to my guest and a disgrace among men, but return to the king, my father, and kiss the ground before him, and inform him that the case is contrariwise to the report of the ladies at Al-Dawai. O adviser, replied Majura, the knight, I cannot return to the king's majesty without his debtor and enemy. Quoth she, and indeed she had waxed very wroth. Out on thee. Return to him with my answer, and no blame shall befall thee. Quoth Majura, I will not return without him. Thereupon her colour changed, and she exclaimed, Exceed not in talk and vain words, for verily this man had not come into us, were he not assured that he could of himself and single-handed make head against 100 riders. And if I said to him, Thou art Sharkan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, he would answer, Yes. But 'tis not of your competence to let or hinder him, for if you do so, he will not turn back from you till he hath slain all that are in this place. Behold, here he is by my side, and I will bring him before you sword and targe in hand. Albeit I were safe from thy wrath, answered Majura the knight, I am not safe from that of thy father, and when I see him, I shall sign to the knights to take him captive, and we will carry him to the king bound and in abject sort. When she heard this, she said, The matter shall not pass thus, for 'twould be blazoning mere folly. This man is but one and ye are 100 knights, so if you would attack him come out against him, one after one, that it may appear to the king which is the valiant amongst you. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 50th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Princess Abriza said to the knight, This man is but one, and ye are 100, so if ye would attack him, come out against him, one after one, that it may appear to the king which is the valiant. Quoth Majura, the knight, By the truth of the Messiah, thou sayest sooth, and none but I shall sally out against him first. Quoth she, Wait till I go to him and acquaint him with the case and hear what answer he will make. If he consent, 'tis well, but if he refuse, ye shall on no wise come to him, for I and my handmaids and whosoever is in the convent will be his ransom. So she went to Sharkan and told him the news, whereat he smiled and knew that she had not informed any of the emirs, but that tidings of him had been bruited and blazed abroad, till the report reached the king, against her wish and intent. So he again began reproaching himself and said, How came I to adventure and play with my life by coming to the country of the Greeks? But hearing the young lady's proposal, he said to her, Indeed their onset, one after one, would be overburdensome to them. Will they not come out against me, 10 by 10? That would be villainy, said she, let one have at one. When he heard this, he sprang to his feet and made for them with his sword and battle gear, and Majura, the knight, also sprang up and bore down upon him. Sharkan met him like a lion and delivered a shoulder cut FN number 200, which clove him to the middle, and the blade came out gleaming and glittering from his back and bowels. When the lady beheld that swashing blow, Sharkan's might was magnified in her sight, and she knew that when she overthrew him in the wrestle it was not by her strength but by her beauty and loveliness. So she turned to the knights and said, Take wreak for your chief. Thereupon out came the slain man's brother, a fierce and furious knight, and rushed upon Sharkan, who delayed not, but smote him also with the shoulder cut, and the sword came out glittering from his vitals. Then cried the princess, O ye servants of the Messiah, avenge your comrade. So they ceased not charging down upon him, one after one, and Sharkan also ceased not playing upon them with a blade, till he had slain 50 knights, the lady looking on the while. And Allah cast a panic into the hearts of the survivors, so that they held back and dared not meet him in the duello, but fell upon him in a body, and he laid on load with heart firmer than a rock, and smote them and trod them down like straw under the thrashing sled, FN number 201, till he had driven sense and soul out of them. Then the princess called aloud to her damsels, saying, Who is left in the convent? And they replied, None but the gatekeepers, whereupon she went up to Sharkan and took him to her bosom, he doing the same, and they returned to the palace, after he had made an end of the melee. Now there remained a few of the knights hiding from him in the cells of the monastery, and when the princess saw this she rose from Sharkan's side and left him for a while, but presently came back clad in closely meshed coat of ring mail and holding in her hand a fine Indian scimitar. And she said, Now by the truth of the Messiah, I will not be a niggard of myself for my guest, nor will I abandon him, though for this I abide a reproach and a byword in the land of the Greeks. Then she took reckoning of the dead and found that he had slain 80 of the knights, and other 20 had taken to flight. FN number 202, when she saw what work he had made with them, she said to him, Allah bless thee, O Sharkan. The cavaliers may well glory in the like of thee. Then he rose and wiping his blade clean of the blood of the slain began reciting these couplets. How oft in the melee I've cleft the array, and given their bravest to lions a prey, ask of me and of them when I proved me prow or creation, on days of the foray and fray, when I left in the onslaught their lions to lie on the sands of the lowlands FN number 203, in fieriest day. When he ended his verse, The princess came up to him with smiles and kissed his hand. Then she doffed her hauberk, and he said to her, "O lady mine, wherefore didst thou don that coat of mail and bear thy brand?" "To guard thee against these caitiffs, FN number 204, she replied. Then she summoned the gatekeepers and asked them, "How came ye to admit the king's knights into my dwelling without leave of me?" And they answered, "O princess, it is not our custom to ask leave of thee for the king's messengers, and especially for the chief of his knights." Quoth she, "I think ye were minded only to disgrace me and murder my guest," and bade Sharkan smite their necks. He did so, and she cried to the rest of her servants, "Of a truth, they deserved even more than that." Then turning to Sharkan, she said to him, "Now that there hath become manifest to thee what was concealed, thou shalt be made acquainted with my history. Know, then, that I am the daughter of King Hardub of Roum. My name is Abriza, and the ancient dame, Klept Zat al-Dawai, is my grandmother by the sword side. She it certainly is who told my father of thee, and as surely she will compass a sleight to slay me, more by token as thou hast."